Karts onto the racetrack for our first bit of racing action today. Myself, Xander Clemens, alongside me, Brett Baldeck, once again here. Day number 2 of our coverage from the IAME USA Grand National Championship on the switchback clockwise course. This one's going to be a ton of fun. Heat number 2 for the Mini Swift division. Here we've re-racked the order, so you're going to see the classes in a little bit of a different rotation than yesterday, along with them going on a completely different course that they got to practice on Thursday for their first 3 sessions. As the grid comes across here, Brett, it's going to be a bit of adjusting for me and you on turn numbers for sure. Luckily, the last turn is still the same as turn number 11, but while they will take the regular course here for the standard layout, everything else changes once they get back down the front stretch. Yeah, the infield section totally different than what we were watching yesterday in the warm-ups and the heats, and excited to see this. You know, there's been a lot of different curveballs thrown at these teams, not only this different racetrack, but it feels like October outside here in Mooresville, North Carolina. Temperature in the 50s, so totally different track temperature, track conditions than we saw yesterday. So we'll see how this plays out for all these drivers as they're getting ready to go green here. And as they get ready to go, Hudson Howard pointing at Aiden Go on the outside line saying, hey, they're a little bit ahead of me. And yeah, that will send us back around again. Gives us a moment to go back again on the temps too. Massively different day today than what we had yesterday with the cooler temperatures. The surface temp obviously much cooler. It's supposed to be overcast skies. We had a threat of rain coming into the weekend. That seems to have cleared out. But on top of changing the entire bit of the course layout they'll be running today, we've also, of course, massively been thrown a curveball by the weather gods of what the drivers will have to deal with. No sunshine to bake the surface. The outside temps, you mentioned, it's cold. It's going to get really cold tonight. Down in the low 50s for the shootout races. First of the 3 classes fighting for a chance to go after some extra money in the All-Star shootouts is the Mini Swift division. X30 Junior will follow, and X30 Pro, of course, is the headliner for their SimCraft X30 shootout tonight on the alternate course. All 3 of those classes have been shifted to the front of the lineup. So the Mini Swifts will kick us off as they work their way down the tram lines. Attempt number 2 to get them underway. And we've got the green here. We are racing once again from Trackhouse Motorplex down to turn number 1. Hudson Howard with a decent getaway as they'll go up the hill through to turn number 3. All standard course on the starts that they'll do down at turn 1. And then right after this corner is where things are going to change up as they get to full song through the bowl. And then it's right here. The new, now turn number 9 is a 180-degree corner that leads them back up the hill to the final turn. And around that will put us half a lap in, but technically a full lap around the course with an alt timing loop as there's some spinners in the back. Down at 11 on the first lap here, and they're fighting up for the lead as well. Dutch Westbrook to the point on the Bennick. Right off the rip here, Brett. We're going right to it. Yeah, same names as we heard yesterday, different day, but what is expected, of course, is, you know, these 2 drivers at the front, Dutch Westbrook and Hudson Howard, to be battling for this lead, but they've got some company still behind them. 2 packs quickly forming, and we were talking about this pre-race, that this is a very technical setup, so there could be some strung out carts here, so you want to get all you can get on these first couple laps. Yeah, in a way, it is both faster and slower, right? We have a lot less of major braking zones because a lot of the straightaways have been sliced in half. For example, in the run down the front stretch, we'll cut the halfway point right here. They'll hit a timing loop in the ground just before the braking zone, right about almost on top of it. So lap times, if we were to qualify on this lap, you'd see a lot of guys trying to blow that hairpin to be able to put in a good time. But then they go on the normal way through turn number 9, and then they start to swing out here. They'll brush the brakes in a double apex that's now turn 4. What was turn 9 now becomes turn 3. And down here, what was turn 1, as we see a lead change, now turn number 5. And then through 6 up the hill to turn number 7 with Howard going back to the point. But you still have the big run down the back straightaway to group everybody up. It's just a lot of the other passing zones we saw from yesterday will be a little bit tougher to pull off. And they've been replaced with some ones that you can certainly swap them out for, like the hairpin there at turn number 9. But again, you're going to have to be more aggressive with how much later you're on the brakes than the driver around you or the driver in front of you, because he's not going to have nearly as long of a distance to slow him down to make the corner. As you can see, Hudson Howard was ducking out, or he continuously Dutch Westbrook was ducking out there, but there is that line of
cars behind him with Jaden Francisco, another name that we were talking about lots yesterday. He actually led a majority of the race yesterday as well. So all of our, I guess this weather not really throwing these drivers for curveball. As you can see, Francisco goes into second place now, setting his sights on the lead.
And that was an uphill pass at turn 3 that was tough to pull off yesterday. Then here, turn 4, if you're not clear, like we see Aiden Go trying to get past on Dutch Westbrook, unfortunately, you're going back the other way 180 degrees in turn number 5, so it makes it turn number 9 makes it very tough to be able to complete a pass in the bowl. Yesterday, we saw a lot of freight trains through that long sweeping corner at the end of the backstretch where someone would lose 2 or 3 spots. Now today, they're back on the inside for a hairpin corner going the other direction, so it mitigates the damage. It also means that it'll be a lot easier if you have the grip or think you do to try and roll the outside in that bowl corner, because you'll be so much better off for the corner coming up, as now Jaden Francisco gets a nose down low and takes over the lead.
Not surprised, as I said, he was very strong yesterday as well. You have to wonder if he's going to set sail here, or if Hudson Howard and Dutch Westbrook, Aiden Go, if they're going to try and pass him. I mean, we're not even halfway yet through this heat race, so plenty of racing to go. And they're still, surprisingly to me, they're still pretty much in a nice little pack here of about 6 or 7 carts. 3 of them kind of breaking off there. As you can see, there's another pass for the lead. Hudson Howard, what a great move there going into that corner.
Yeah, that was a nice move for Hudson, and now Dutch Westbrook pulls back alongside Jaden Francisco in a mix of back and forths up the hill to get himself back up to second. And Aiden Go yesterday, frustrated mid-race, didn't seem like he had the power. He felt like he needed to hang with Jaden Francisco, and then at the very end when the battling commenced, he was able to steal that win away. Behind him, Yusuf Audi, Howard's teammates in the white and blue JHD livery. He's 5th. He's looking for 4th as we get another lead change. Westbrook to the point. Let's see if Jaden can complete it on Hudson. And they'll still be alongside each other here through 9. That's going to give Dutch a little bit of space. And we'll come to put 6 laps complete right about the halfway point here in our first heat race of the afternoon. Cross flags there from Porter on the downhill run into the first hairpin. And wow, another big aggressive send there. That was Aiden Go making the move on the black and white Parolin chassis trying to go. This pack about 8 deep, including Slade Harrell on his first weekend with MPG Motorsports. He's in the red and black livery there in 6th. Lennox Lockhart and Camila Canache, a pair of Parolins behind him. And now they're challenging Go as he slips behind Yusuf Audi.
Yeah, Slade Harrell up 7 positions to 6th place, making some moves here early on. You can see another battle for the lead as Jaden Francisco swaps again and is able to take that lead. They're swapping back and forth, very similar to what we saw yesterday. But you can see there's a little bit of a gap now between 1st and 2nd and the rest of that pack. We'll see if that maintains through this lap.
Yeah, it'll be if the leaders change again or if this pack changes themselves. For now, all single file. First bit of calmness we've had in the sessions thus far. And then from Colton Brook, about a second and a half away from the lead pack there. The middle has certainly strung themselves out a little bit further than the leaders have. But you've got teammates here in 3rd and 4th, Audi and Howard, so you would think that they would probably work together to try and reel back in the top 2. And there's a look as well on the leaderboard of the ups and downs. As you mentioned, Slade Harrell is up 7. Yusuf Audi is also now up 7 spots into the 4th position. A great charge forward because they had to start this heat race where they qualified on Thursday after Friday morning, or well, Friday afternoon. Used to saying Friday morning with the night shows. Friday afternoon for qualifying. After this heat race, they'll get re-racked for the super heat based on how they placed in heats 1 and 2. So that'll mean with the forward progress that Slate's made over these 2 heats, with the progress in this heat race, especially for Yusuf Audi, they'll get a better spot to fight from in the afternoon rotation. But with 5 to go, all that shuffling early on that got a couple of guys away from the 8-pack here in the top 2 specifically has forced everyone to team back up again. We haven't seen any moves here in this group.
Yeah, and Jaden Francisco leading, but also has the fastest lap so far in this session. You can see he's starting to gap 2nd place Dutch Westbrook as they continue to battle here for 3rd and 4th. Hudson Howard, Yusuf Audi, and they're really mixing it up back here. So we're going to see probably extended gap here where our 1st and 2nd place as they're trying to get it sorted out back here as they come across the line. We'll get updated or the line. Is that the line right there?
Yeah, it's
Okay.
right before the
I got a
original
little bit
finish
confused
line.
there.
They have one buried in the track. It's not painted over because this alt course is only used a handful of times a year. We have the timing loop is right before the braking zone, right before they'll turn in for that turn 1 hairpin coming down the hill. But yeah, Yusuf Adi, and again, the blue and white Jay Howard driver development liveries, it's kind of a sub-branded team. So they're in the same compound, pitted together and teammates with Slate Harrell in the MPG Motorsports camp, hence the 3 logos there on the pylon. So you've got teammates in 3rd, 4th, and 6th. Well, was 4th. Aiden Go's trying to make his way back up the pack. He'll make that pass stick on Hudson, move him up 1 more spot. But Yusuf,
what a drive. Up 8 positions. I'm sure he'd love to be able to catch those front 2. I don't think there's going to be enough time unless they start mixing it up for 1st and 2nd.
Yeah, even Slate Harrell going by his teammate. Hudson Howard's going to answer right back in the hairpin, but again, a little bit deep there, a little bit narrow, allowed Slate to over under him, get the spot back solidly now in the 188's hands. And this is kind of what that graphic shows you on screen, a bit of the racing you'll see when you have the fastest car out in front. No different than what we saw in yesterday's heat race. It took Hudson Howard and Dutch Westbrook working together and pushing 2 cars being faster than 1 to track down Jaden Francisco. But you can see he's by himself, Westbrook's by himself, and that's why the gap has steadily grown. You've got the fastest car on the racetrack in the lead, and it's had everyone else chasing him down, and therefore calm the racing action a little bit. It's given us the chance to check back in with some of the battles further on. How about the 114, of course, of Liam Francisco? He had to start 20th. He's picked up a handful. Right here's a pair of the Bennecks. That's Iker Alvarez in the 144, second in line.
Plus 12 for that, for that driver. That's a heck of a drive for the field.
Oh, no. Oh, right on cue, Iker Alvarez.
Announcer's jinx that we got there.
Well, he ended up continuing. It was his teammate Max Santana who was trying to cross him over after losing the spot. So Iker is now up another one. That'll put him up 13 positions to 11th. And I don't think he even knew that Max was trying to set him up on the exit of turn 1 when they crisscrossed to arc him again coming out of turn number 2. And as Iker opened up for that second hairpin, he had side-to-side contact, put his teammate in the dirt, and around he went. Meanwhile, out front, 1 to go. Francisco continuing to just log the laps and open up the gap here back to Westbrook. It is now up a good bit, nearly 9/10 now for Jaden Francisco. Back to Dutch Westbrook, Yusuf Adi. Here's a look at that. Alvarez, yeah, you see, I don't think he even had any clue that Max Santana was still there, or if he did, I mean, you can see he's looking totally towards the corner.
Yeah, and obviously they're teammates. The last thing you ever want to do is wreck your teammate. So just a mistake there. I'm sure they'll talk about that after the race, just give them a little bit of advice. You know, these are kids that are still learning as well, so that's a learning experience for them.
Yeah, just a bit more of the racecraft differences and nuances of this layout compared to the standard one of where you got to keep your head on a swivel.
Look at this lead.
Not the case, though, for Jaden. This will be another feather in the cap for him. Heat 2 win in dominant fashion in Mini Swift over Westbrook. Aiden Go able to get the better of Yusuf Adi at the very end. He ends up back up the board in 3rd. Adi still with a solid drive here in the heat race, up from 11th. 7 spots gained for him. Equal 7 spots up for Slate Harrell to get to 6th. Lennox Lockhart ends up a little bit further back as that pack strung out. He and Camila Canache started to slip backwards and then get closer to their teammates there in Colton Bruck and Francisco Puerta at the end of the top 10.
Just say, look at the running order. Pretty much teams with each other in the finishing order, working together. It looks like.
With the lone Ryan Perry Motorsport machine in the top 10 is at the top of it all. Jaden Francisco, your Heat 2 winner in Mini Swift. Alvarez again from the back of the grid all the way up to 11th. And unfortunately, Max Santana's spin, he did make it finally across the line, but he slips all the way outside the top 20 off the contact there, down to 22nd on the running order. So our first race session of the afternoon, all wrapped up here with the Mini Swifts done and dusted. X30 Junior now beginning to form down on the grid for the next one up here on the day. There'll be 15 laps, a couple more for them on the modified running order for the day. Then we'll go into X30 Pro, and then the classes that we saw last night in the various shootouts, they'll be batting cleanup on the 6 class rotation today. Micro Swift then K Junior, then K Senior. So tonight, for the Mini Swifts, in terms of where we're tracking and how it's looking, Jaden Francisco, Dutch Westbrook, Aiden Go, all with great results thus far, trying to make their way into the Fast Five shootouts. And they're looking like they're in a great spot for it. Our first heat race of the afternoon, all wrapped up. And again, first of 6 coming your way. We'll be ready to go with more here on the other side of this break, because the X30 Juniors are slated up and ready to go.
Hi, I'm Jackson with Alpha Race Hub. Alpha is an all-in-one motorsports software solution that can solve all the software problems you need for your track, facility, or series. Alpha can cover all your software bases, from online registration, digital e-waivers, a proprietary timing and scoring software, incident management, automated points tabulation, tire and barcode scanning. We even have our own mobile timing app and rental kart activity management software. If you're looking to consolidate your motorsports software solutions, reach out to us at alphatiming.co.uk.
So Kart's back on the racetrack as we get ready to go for 15 laps for the X30 Juniors. And we'll take you through how they'll stack up for this one again as they qualified yesterday. Travis Pettit and Tristan Murphy getting ready to lead your field to green. Ashton Woon and Nathan Golseth on row 2. Marco Samet and Parker Ives on row number 3. Benja Fernandez and Arthur Barb on row 4. Nico Kotowski and the Red Bull MPG Kart Republic of Josh Bergman on the outside of row 5 to complete your first 10 starters. And then it's Bashi Jimenez, Paxton Romero, Achilles Saperco, and Nicholas Mose, your 14 deep here for X30 Junior as they begin to make their way down the front stretch. We'll see if this first try for this division gets the green. This one looks pretty good. The lanes look even. It will get it. We are back underway, racing again here from Trackhouse. All good as they head down the back straightaway for the first time. Nathan Golseth around the outside. He might make up one spot. He'll just run out of grip there, but he will slot into 5th as equally to the high side goes Parker Ives there in the yellow helmet. He'll slot into 6th. But the purple and pink and blue boys, the RPG Cosmic, a Travis Pettit leads at the end of the opening half lap, and the battles are on behind. Way back, Benja Fernandez on the black suit for MPG Motorsports picking off Parker Ives down in turn 1. And they'll go 2 by 2 as they try to shuffle back into a very narrow line here through the infield at turn number 4.
I mentioned it yesterday. You want to try and get all you can get, especially on this layout where they might get strung out. As many passes as you can make early on, and hopefully if you're in the back, mid-pack, get caught back up to those leaders. We can see the lead. They've already distanced themselves a huge margin between them and this second pack you see with the Red Bull livery. That would be Josh Bergman and company in this second pack. They have a lot of work to do if they want to catch up to the lead draft here.
They do. They got already a hefty margin here as the timing just gets that first full lap in. So basically it's 15 and a half laps with how they're starting them down at turn number 5 on this layout, going up the back straightaway. So that's our first lap completed officially as we're working now on to lap number 2. And look at already, Travis Pettit. He is on the gas here to start this Saturday afternoon, pulling the gap out to about 0.6 of a second, it looks like, and counting on Ashton Woon and Tristan Murphy.
Yeah, he looks very, very strong going into this sweeping section here before they go into the new section new compared to yesterday, I should say. But what a performance already, just 2 laps in here. He obviously wants to keep hitting those marks, extend that lead. We'll see if anyone is able to. He currently has the fastest lap. We'll keep you updated throughout to see if anyone is able to match his lap time of 47.639. That is his fastest lap right now. As you take a look back a little bit farther in the pack, that is the 7:03 and company. Ashton Woon, Tristan Murphy trying to work together. Hopefully, maybe get back up to the 7:29 of Travis Pettit. As you can see, they duck out here. Here goes Tristan Murphy for second position. He's able to get it. And we'll see if they fall back in line, work together here.
Yeah, Tristan Murphy was wicked fast on the standard layout. He looks to be quick again here, as already everyone has really spread out. Once again, the fastest lap goes the way of Travis Pettit early in the going, but Murphy seems to have a little more speed at the moment over Ashton Woon. Nathan Golseth looks pretty good also as he's starting to roll to the back of his Speed Concepts Racing teammate to be the next one up to challenge the 7:03 for third. Marco Salmon a little further away. And then it's Katowski, Nico Katowski, already up a couple spots after going back on the start. He rolled from 8th, didn't have the best run here on the backstretch. He's past Benja Fernandez now, move him up to 6th, but right here, this trio, we'll see if they make any inroads now with their first lap single file, because last lap was where Murphy made the pass on Woon. If they've cut that gap down to the leader at all, it'll update here in a moment as they cross the timing loop. And no, Travis Pettit will add 2/10, move the margin to 1.1, and further back is where the battles are. A little bit up there, we're side by side for the teammates, but it's Parker Ives going past Benja Fernandez. That was for 7th. And so the 748 Ryan Perry Motorsport and Ives Racing Machine moves back forward.
And we mentioned this before we went on air. You mentioned this is a very demanding course that they set up here. You can see that when they go through the infield section, some of the crossovers really, really bumpy. Drivers getting bounced around. Not only that, but also the G's from just these tight turns. You can see one right there.
Yeah,
but
they're carrying
very demanding.
so much more speed than where they would go through a lot of these sections on the standard layout. And it's such a long radii corner or batch of corners that they're just under load for so much of the racetrack. I mean, when we talk to drivers about it, part of the physicality of this layout is especially just because there's so little time where your hands can kind of loosen up for a second down a big straightaway. You really only have the backstretch, and again, you're going wide up the hill here at now turn 7, standard layout turn number 3. You're still keeping the wheel as straight as you can, but you're guiding the cart back down off the runoff into the bull corner, turn number 8 on this layout. And then the rest of the track is a 1 to 2 seconds of a straightaway apiece. And otherwise, you're turning the wheel left or right and then bringing it back to the center. You don't really have any brakes here on this circuit. You certainly have still some room to make moves, as we've seen now. Tristan Murphy in just that last half a lap already losing 2 spots. Woon's gone back up to 2nd. Golseth's followed him through to 3rd. And it's not done because Marco Salmon on that Brandon Jarsacrack Racing LN cart, the blue and yellow machine's closing in to make it a 4-pack here.
And Travis Pettit continues to lay down some laps here. His best was a 47.203, but his last lap was a 47.208. Consistent laps here, and you can see the gap that he's put on these next 4 carts here. The top 5 kind of split up between 1st and 2nd. So Pettit obviously has we have a car off here. That is the 737 of Nicholas Mose. Not sure if that was a mechanical issue or...
Yeah, that was a weird spot to go off. That's up at the hill at turn number 4. Obviously off on the runoff, and in the run into that corner, didn't look like he was around anyone that last lap. So Could have easily popped the chain off the rear gear or had a different issue that ultimately stopped the forward motion. But Travis Pettit, his forward motion is just on another level. He is anywhere from 2 to 3 tenths a lap better than everybody else. And there's still a long ways to go. They're only going to put 9 laps complete this time by as they trade second again. This time Golseth now to the front of the pack. Highest he's been so far this weekend. Qualified 4th. Didn't have the most speed really on the standard course yesterday, but he's looking good here on this alt track layout. The Dallas-Fort Worth native is around Tristan Murphy and Ashton Woon and Marco Salmon. All 3 of them essentially have this as their home racetrack, and this switchback course, ever since we introduced it a couple of years ago at this event, has been used a handful of times at the local karting challenge club races. So they probably got a couple more reps on this course, but they certainly have more on the standard layout. But even in the playing field a little bit, Nathan Golseth now pulling away. Got about a good car length coming out of the former turn 1, now turn 5 run, and while they close up to him on the backstretch, they're not close enough to be able to make anything happen here in the hairpins. Let's see if they're going to lose a little more when he gets to the infield section, because that's where the driver and setup can really make a difference. Right from the last turn through turn 1 here, all the way until they head back up that hill to the long back straightaway is where you'll see the difference. You can see he is planted, able to use every inch of the track, go a little wider on entry, a little wider on exit, and then right here is this is all roll speed. The kart's fully under load through turn 4, through turn 5, another very long corner. And you can see just how good that 723 machine rolls it. It adds another car length to the gap right there.
And as you can see, you're not missing anything up front. Travis Pettit with a nearly 3-second lead. As you take a look farther back in the pack, there's the gap right there. So what a performance by Travis Pettit so far. Race isn't over, but if he's able to take this win, I would say don't make any changes to that car unless we see some dramatic weather changes, but he is quick out there on this layout here this afternoon as we continue to watch this battle for second. 4 cars under a blanket.
Yeah, this is the closest fight we've really got on the circuit. As we saw there on the backstretch, pairs of 1s and 2s kind of spread out to the rest of the field. Nico Katowski's gotten a little bit of breathing room from Parker Ives. They both pulled a little bit away from Benja Fernandez. Fernandez is a little closer even to Ives than Ives was up to Katowski. There's Nico in the Biro Art machine. There's Ives and Fernandez. The rest of the field cycling on by. Arthur Barb and Bergman there in the blue and yellow Red Bull colors. We'll see 4 to go now. 3 to go. 12 down. Travis Pettit, 3.6 seconds. Back to this group here for 2nd through 5th.
And if you're Travis Pettit right now, I guess, are you still trying to lay down flyers? Or are you just trying to hit your marks at this point, making sure that you don't make any mistakes and have this second pack catch up to you? Because one off, they can quickly catch you, especially here at Trackhouse Motorplex.
Yeah, one mistake for sure. I think more than anything else, he's probably going to be trying to dial the pace down. I mean, he slowed a little bit the last lap down to a 47.2. The pack here, I mean, they've still only been tracking in the 47.5s. They've got to make this set of tires last through the SuperHeat later on tonight. That'll be a little bit longer. It'll have an 18-lap distance for the X30 classes, 17 for the Ks, and 15 for the micros and minis. I mean, you don't have to battle like this and really abuse those front tires. As we see Marco Sammet making a move on Tristan Murphy into one, you're able to take care of your stuff a little better, have a little more meat left on the bone, if you will, for that final session before they'll get a set of stickers to go on for the main events on Sunday. So you can start to conserve at this point if you want to. And some of the best drivers here are still able to back up certain corners, roll that speed nicely, but not be as hard on the brakes, and put a lap time almost to the level of where they would be if they were pushing. And that's what we're seeing. That was another 47.22 out of Travis. Only a 10th off his best. That's still the best of everybody running and the best on the session. White flag coming this time, though. This battle for second certainly is going to heat up as they round the last turn. Goal set to the inside to cover. Sammet was looking for a move there on Woon. He couldn't quite get there. Now he's going to try it in turn 2 and get into the side of him a little bit. Cuts him a break and he gets back in. No change. No harm, no foul right there.
You got to be careful off turn 2. You can see it on our camera as they make a little bit. Three wide.
Woon and Sammet colliding. Ashton Woon now right in front of Fernandez and Ives as he blends back in. They were going for it. Marco Sammet wanted it, cut him a break in 2, didn't give him the same love in 4 when he tried a second time. And all of it, unbeknownst to Hurricane Travis Pettit's on a banner weekend trajectory. It will continue with the Heat 2 win in X30 Junior. A dominant run over the field. Nathan Golseth will hang on for second. Murphy to third. Sammet fourth. Katowski into the top 5 off the contact that sends Ashton Woon sliding down the board here on the last lap. And then look at this. Scrum to the line. Into the top 10. Bergman gets the 9th spot away from Arthur Barb at the end.
What a performance that was by Travis Pettit. Like I mentioned, I wouldn't change anything on that Kart with a win over 5 second gap between first and second. I don't think we've seen that big of a gap all weekend so far.
No, that is certainly up there for one of the bigger margins of victory here, and it was only a heat race, the shortest race sessions they'll run all week outside of the heats in the shootouts. And for tonight, the X30 Junior shootout certainly looks to be having at least one driver almost automatically punch through to it, and that is Travis Pettit. Pole award in qualifying and now a pair of heat race wins as he heads for the scale lines at the end of heat number 2. And just like that, we're through 2 of them. Pettit, Golseth, Murphy, Sammet, Katowski, your top 5 from X30 Junior's second heat race on the weekend. 2 into our afternoon run. And a little bit closer to getting the overall look of what the grids will be like tonight. For the rest of the day, though, they'll be on this layout here until we go under the lights. Let's take a look at it here with your official Kart Class track map preview on this switchback clockwise course of Trackhouse Motorplex, utilizing a lot of the concrete cut-throughs. So an invisible timing loop to us here visually without the paint on it is starting the run down the hill into turn number 1. Quickly on the brakes as soon as you get out of the runoff of 11. We've already seen the racing here so far, a lot of switchback and crossover opportunities in those first 2 hairpins, and then a lot of high or mid-speed corners, 3, 4, 5, and 6 to set yourself up. Really that run for the backstretch probably begins all the way back at turn 4 with a light breathe of the throttle in 5, and you're going to see a lot of kart handling differences in 4 and 5 with how long the radii of the turns are. Turn 8 still the same as turn 4 yesterday, but quickly into a 180 hairpin at turn number 9, and then of course that traditional, that trademarked run up the hill to the final turn, nearly 15 feet of elevation change. They climb towards turn 11 to complete the lap. The times are right around the same, almost down to the second. They're about 1.5 seconds to 2 seconds quicker than the full course. But as we've touched on, a lot of that is really the cornering speeds being a little bit higher by cutting the straightaways in half, shortening the braking zones, and just really no time to take a break on this layout. Now yesterday, what a race we were treated to for the opening heat of the X30 Pros between Joe Turney, Paulie Massimino, and the rest of the field, keeping them honest, nice and close, Brett. I think we're in store for a lot of the same today, but I wonder if we'll see any new faces be able to bring the fight to the 2 heavyweights that will line the front row for the division. JT last night was all smiles after the KA shootout, even with contact, even with losing out on the win. He loves this race, and for the long trip, of course, overseas to get here to this guy's house, to Paulie Massimino's circuit here, the winningest driver at this event and the winningest driver in Trackhouse Motorplex history in the headline categories on the outside of the front row. But how about Miami, Florida's Colin Lloyd, some of the young bucks further back here, Davin Roberts and Enzo Vidmontien in their second pro season, lining up on row number 3 here for the heat races today.
Yeah, Paulie Massimino racked up a lot of money last year, already started off this weekend with more money. So I guess, a Joe Turney, he still won money last night in second. But
yeah, he still got
you want to
some.
get that big check for finishing first place. And you mentioned it. I mean, they had a little bit of an issue with a couple laps to go, but he was still all smiles last night. Just shows this event is, no points, but you get money. And I think tonight they're giving out tires as well. But these guys are out here to have fun. I mean, no championship points. So great time to come out here to show your stuff. Not worry about dialing it back because you want to stay in the championship points. You just go. Joe said it last night. He said he's going to go straight, as hard as he can right from the get-go, because I asked him if he's going to take it easy in any of the heats. He said no. So
yeah,
we'll see that
still
in this
get after it. This is part of the regular run of the day. More standard stuff here to the rest of the race weekends we have on the Pro National calendar. It's the night shows that are so much fun. No time to think, just the adrenaline is pretty much on high from the moment they start that practice all the way to when you're able to run to them in that 10-minute working window afterwards, and then right back out onto it for session after session after session. It's a fury, and it'll be really fun tonight. We'll get to that layout. For now, though, the standard formation of the weekend on the alternate switchback course with the qualifying lineup as they place themselves on Friday afternoon. Alex Stanfield was one of the best starters yesterday. He was able to go forward early in his heat race before slipping backwards. John Antonino, on the other hand, started a little bit further back in the opening couple laps. He tracked forward pretty nicely in his opening heat. And again, they're aiming to be in the top 10 to not have to lean on the promoters pick or the KC fan vote. We'll touch on that as the session gets underway, because there's a number of ways to be able to get into the All-Star Shootout presented by Simcraft tonight to fight for the $5,000, get a free set of MG tires to use during it, and have a whole lot of fun under the lights. Here in the afternoon, though, overcast skies, a little cooler than yesterday. We're ready for action in X30 Pro again. Heat 2 is green. Oh, man, they were way wide into one that time. And all over the bumps up the hill to the turn 3 and down the backstretch here on the original turn 4, turning the leader. And a good start, at least, with everyone making it. But right here's where it really bottles up how slow it is.
Oh, there's a Kart around.
Jacob Kolar, Ryan Raffa collected in the infield hairpin on the opening lap. Chase Cassie a lead to the outside and a change for the lead as well up front. Chaos all around. Massimino taking over here at the end of the opening half lap.
We called it before this race started. We saw some great racing out of this class yesterday in these heats, and nothing has changed. As you can see, they're still double wide here going through the cut through. Looks like they're going to get it sorted out for now. What I wanted to mention before was getting off here at Trackhouse Motorplex with all the racing we've seen this weekend. There are some divots, I guess you'd call them, off the concrete. You do not want to get into those. Could damage your cart easily, as you can see.
Whoa, Matt, that was Matt Landers and John Antonino both having to get aggressive, and Victor de Alencar even getting shuffled out of it all. Alex Stanfield in the mix, all in the early teens, as the lead pack here is a good ways away from the rest of your field. Now with the split, terrible start for Enzo Vidmontian. He probably had the worst of it. He's well down the leaderboard now, all the way back in 15th after rolling from 6th. So the outside lane getting bottled up in turns 1 and 2 off the start. He was the worst of them. Davin Roberts got away nicely. As you can see, he's there in the red and white Ryan Perry Motorsport machine in 4th. And it is Massimino pulling away quickly here from JT, Colin Lloyd, Roberts, and then Overbeck. And then Adam Brickley on the Prodigy Motorsports best cart there to make your 7-car lead group just ahead of Caleb Gaffera.
Yeah, if you're back there 8th, 9th, 10th through maybe 15th, you have some work to do to make sure you're solidly in. As you can see, they're dicing it up here on the front straightaway as they make that tight turn into the infield section. Looks like they get it sorted out for now. There's one of those big divots I said that you could see coming off turn 2. You'll notice a lot of the drivers making sure they do not get off course there, go extra wide off turn 2.
Yeah, because they're using every bit of the runoff. It is so slow in those 2 hairpins. The speed much lower in the center of the corner than the other direction. And as Caleb Gaffera now sets the fast time, he was able to stay ahead of Alexander Vanchev that time by. In fact, Vanchev, it looks like he didn't populate on the timing board on the opening couple of laps, or maybe missed one passing across the loop, but Alexander Vanchev is out there. You can see him.
The spot in that pink suit there, and he's making a pass right now.
Right on Gaffera in the Holtz green and white machine, just behind James Overbeck. So he won't show on the leaderboard, but he is there. Gaffera going back at Overbeck, and Vanchev will follow. All of this fighting here for P6 on the racetrack just allowed the top 5 to get further away, but Colin Lloyd was the one earlier, a couple laps prior, that made that move on Joe Turney for second, and Turney just hasn't looked as strong here. It was no different than how heat number 1 started yesterday, where it was a bit of a slow starter to it, and then found speed late in the session, got the lead. Paulie was able to get the better of him at the very end, but he was just as quick as the number 308 machine. Now, once again, he seems to be closing back up to Lloyd, but unlike yesterday, they're a much further ways away from the race leader. Let's see if he tries to go on him here in the next couple of corners, because you can see Turney's bearing down. That time by, he was a 10th faster than the Velocity Racing Sodi driver out of Florida.
And there goes Paulie with the fastest lap as he continues to extend his lead by slightly over a second over Colin Lloyd and Joe Turney. So you wonder if Joe Turney's able to get past Lloyd, if he's able to set sail. We still have over half this heat to go. But as you mentioned, that's a tall order if you have your leader having the fastest time. As you can see, there is that battle now for second as Joe Turney's able to take it away easily going into the sweeping corner.
And again, in a heat race like this, Lloyd's not going to fight that, especially still early. 15 laps, a lot of time. And you want to kind of pick your battles, really, right? Because had he fought that pass a little bit harder, he would have had Roberts and Brickley probably already gone by him. Now, by making that a little more painless, still had a car-length cushion back to Davin, and he can try to learn a bit from the back bumper of the 301, maybe see if he can pull back away from 4th and 5th. Caleb Gaffera further back now in 6th, just went purple. Massimino probably already starting to go a little bit easier out in front because, as we talked about with the X30 Junior Heat race for Travis Pettit, you see Paulie there took a look over his shoulder. We mentioned a little bit about how much they're in the corner on this layout, how much they're loading the cart up or underload for the cart. The same goes to the tires, and with the softer compound MG yellow tires used for the Pro class versus the MG Reds, there is going to be a little bit more degradation, and especially on a course where you're having much higher speed twists and turns than the standard layout. So Paulie's probably already starting to back it down. Meanwhile, behind him, everyone else is having to push. Overbeck, his teammate now purple, and Roberts making that pass there for third on Colin Lloyd. So James Overbeck, we saw him moments earlier battling with Vanchev and with Gaffera. He has now gotten away from Vanchev a little ways. Dalton Haynes has closed up to the pair of them, but James is by himself able to put good laps in. He is pushing to get up to his teammate all the way out front.
Yeah, good to see James out on track. He had a nasty wreck last night in KA100. Obviously a different cart, but obviously we didn't want to see, he was not hurt. He was able to walk away from that, but good to see him. He's hoping for obviously better results here this class today as Paulie Massimino continues to lead this race. You mentioned it, this is Paulie's, playground. I guess you could say he's from nearby Indian Trail, North Carolina, about 40 minutes from here, so this would be his home racetrack. I'm sure he has plenty of family friends out here. If not, they're probably watching on Kart Chaser, but he is shaping himself up to be the one to beat once again here on Saturday at Trackhouse Motorplex.
And he has been a factor every year of this event, but on this layout here today, this is the most dominant display that we have seen out of Paulie, I would say, over the history of this event. Is behind him another fellow home race, home state driver, Caleb Gaffera, making the move on Adam Brickley. That'll put him another spot forward. Last year's X30 shootout winner trying to race his way in. Qualified 8th. He gets a 5th here in this second heat, and he has a good super heat. He will certainly race his way into the night show. Turney, obviously, with the second place yesterday, the pole time, and running in second, looking good for that as well. But look at the consistency right here across the board for Paulie. A 47 flat midway through the session, but every other lap within a couple hundredths of the previous.
Just a Sunday drive for him, it looks like, when you look at those lap times.
Impressive. And check it out here, his teammates making moves again. Overbeck and Brickley continuing to duke it out for 6th. They were tracking a little closer to Gaffera, but they're both, as much as they make progress towards the pack in front, they make just a slight bit more towards each other and trade a spot and lose a little bit of time. We're down now to 5 to go. Turney has turned it up a little bit. That last lap he picked off nearly 2 full tenths of a second to the gap to the lead. And at that rate, that would put him right on Paulie's heels at the checkers, but just the slow start once again for the Kart Republic driver has put him on the back foot, having to hunt down the race leader.
You mentioned it, same thing that we saw yesterday. It's almost like the longer we run, the more tires they get worn, the better that cart becomes.
And a lot of that comes down to air pressure because they're going to have a peak performance in it. And if you think of it, and the way I've always had it described to me too, and talking to some of the best, is that you almost want the tires to, in a sense, never fully come in because you're building. You get 75% grip on lap 1, then 80, then 85, then 90, 95. But once you get to 100 after a couple laps, it'll get too hot, the air pressures will get too high, and then it falls off a cliff, and then you're down to maybe 60 or 50% of where you were. So in thinking of that kind of initial bell curve up and then falling off a cliff, lap time-wise, going for that long run, more aggressive on going low on air strategy that the luxury of starting up front, like Turney and Massimino have, you can take, typically nets out better in the lap time average of the session. But if you're starting in the middle of the Hornet's Nest, like a lot of these drivers were, Caleb Gaffera from back in 8th, Brickley from back in 9th, you don't have a whole lot of options. You've got to be able to get up and go on those first few laps, or you're going to go backwards and be buried. And we've seen John Antonino once again have to climb up the board. He has successfully done it, and he has almost caught up to this group here. He's going to get closer as they fight again. Gaffera now on Lloyd. Overbeck able to follow suit there into turn 2, and they'll drag race on the exit. He won't stick it. It'll be Lloyd back in front of him. But Caleb G continues to roll, turning up here as the weekend goes on. He has progressively and steadily gotten better, Brett. I've watched over the course of the sessions. They didn't roll off the truck exceptionally well on Thursday. They got a decent quality effort there to go 8th. Yesterday didn't really have a whole lot more than that on the standard layout, but here on this alt course, Caleb Gaffera is knocking on the door of 3rd place in Davin Roberts as the top 2 are headed to the double sticks, the 2 to go signal, nearly 2 seconds away. He could get a 3rd here. That would be huge in the points haul to reset everyone for the SuperHeat, which will be on this same course.
And as you mentioned for our lead, the interval is keep ticking down. Now it's to 7/10 of a second, but it was over a second before, but I just don't know if there's going to be enough time with 2 laps to go to see if Joe Turney can get by Paulie Massimino, but we're keeping our cameras on this battle for 5th, 6th, and 7th between Lloyd, Overbeck, and Haynes. I think this is probably our best battle on the racetrack. As you can see, here is that lead. It's tightened up a little bit, but as I mentioned, not sure if there's going to be enough laps left for Joe Turney to make a charge or a pass on Massimino. As you can see, the battle for 3rd position is starting to heat up here with Davin Roberts and Caleb.
I don't know. He closed up a lot that last lap. Turney picked off another 2/10 as this battle goes on. Dalton Haynes, Vanchev and crew, Roberts and Gaffera, 3 different big fights on this last lap. Look at Antonino, the rookies going at it. Antonino and Vanchev wheel to wheel here at the end of the top 10.
I feel like making passes on this infield section, you get out of line, you could drop back quickly if you can't get back in line. So
it'll all come down to the run down the backstretch and what they do in the hairpin. I think Turney's going to be a bit too far away in the fight for the lead here for heat number 2.
He definitely wanted a few more laps because he really closed up that gap.
He would have been perfect if it were the SuperHeat, but it's not.
You see Paulie look behind him, but he's looking good here.
And so heat 2 will go the way of Massimino over Turney. Behind him, the fight for 3rd there. Roberts gets it over Gaffera. Lloyd, Vanchev!
No.
Alexander Vanchev backwards, facing the field in turn 11.
Final corner, he was just feet away from the line.
And Adam Brickley there, give a thumbs up to Vanchev, and I think he's also got damage as he slows and comes to a halt here at the infield hairpin at turn 1. What in the world went down in that fight for the top 10? It moves Vidmontien up to 9th, Nash to 10th. As Brickley coasted down the hill, he slipped all the way back to 14th. A wild ending there. We were trying to figure out which battle was going to be the best one to follow. It wasn't for the lead. Paulie Massimino leads every lap from lap 2 on to dominate both heat races here thus far in X30 Pro. Joe Turney ends up 2nd. Davin Roberts back in 3rd. Gaffera, Lloyd, Overbeck, Haynes, and Antonino another batch of spots. 8 up to finish 8th. And then further back, we saw Kolar get spun and taken out early with Ryan Raffa. They were not alone in the drivers that could not make it to the end. Wrigley Keys out as well. Sarah Bradley out. And Alexander Vanchev.
Yeah, you saw him, I think, on our scoring thing at 24th, but obviously his transponder was not working, so we'll get with race officials to see where he officially finished.
But another heat done for Paulie here with a heat race win. Turney 2nd, and a phenomenal drive for Davin Roberts and Caleb Gaffera to close the gap here to the race leaders with X30 Pro in the books. All right, here's another look at it. Let's take a look at the replay here. Our Shop AKR replay of the last turn. Vanchev's already spun up the hill.
That's a weird spot to turn. I mean, because they're going straight down.
I wonder if he was trying to get alongside the two coming at us, not Overbeck, but right there with Antonino and Haynes. Or no, it must have had contact at the kink, him and Brickley. That's what it would have been. You saw Brickley there slowing. And right before they got into frame, Adam Brickley drag racing with Alexander Vanchev to the last turn, probably jockeying for position. Vanchev goes in the grass, Brickley's on the brakes. Both of them down the board. Up the board, though, for Buddy Antonino. Back-to-back heat races here, picking up nearly 10 positions. Solid run here for the rookie, and only his first ever X30 Pro start, his second ever Pro National race weekend. Hot off a solid performance at Charlotte Motor Speedway a couple weeks ago. And MPG Motorsports has him moving towards his teammate with another top 10 result that will both, he'll get the benefit of that here for the SuperHeat. That should put him solidly inside the first couple of rows.
Yeah, Xander is our brains behind. I'm not good at math, so Xander's doing all of our points for the heats and all that. I appreciate him doing that because I was not good at math back in high school. So we appreciate Xander putting together all the numbers as we calculate things throughout the weekend here at Trackhouse Motorplex. You can take a look. Everyone's got their jackets on. As we mentioned, very chilly out there today. Not even 60 degrees yet, as we're going to get our next class. There you can see the weather, 57 degrees, slight winds, track temp 82. So yesterday around this time was a little bit over 100, so that's about a 20-degree drop. And that track temp's actually gone up slightly since we arrived here around 11 a.m. this morning. I know it was around 70 degrees. So another wild thing that these drivers and teams have to take into account is this drastic weather change. So I think the weather tomorrow even is supposed to be different as well. Sun's supposed to be back out.
Well, let's see if we've got, based on the heat points from what we can tell so far, what the potential leaderboard will look like, at least the starting grid for that SuperHeat and X30 Pro. Obviously, Paulie Massimino, easy math there, a 1 and a 1
I could
in
do
the
that.
2 heat races. He'll get to start on the pole, but JT will join him on the outside of row 1. James Overbeck, even with the not the best of starts in the 2 heat races that saw him kind of have to fight back through that middle of the top 10 scrum, he's currently 3rd on the heat points provisional rankings. Davin Roberts would be 4th. Colin Lloyd 5th. Dalton Haynes up to 6th. Enzo Vidmontien 7th. Caleb Gaffera up in 8th. And, well, Davin Roberts' solid day continues now. Let's go down and hear from him.
Thanks, Xander. Davin, tell me a little bit about how your weekend's been going so far.
It's been going pretty good. Qualified top 5 so far. We've been steadily in it. Had unfortunate moves happen to me in first heat, but we were able to regroup from that, and we were decently quick in the warm-up this morning. And fortunately, we were able to come away at P3, and hats off to Caleb for racing me respectfully. I appreciate it.
Yeah, and what is it about this configuration that just kind of clicks for you?
I think it's seat time. I've had a little bit more seat time here, racing some of the club races that they've had here, and I like this configuration. I think it shows the driver a little more because it's a little more physical, a little more technical than the big configuration. So I'm happy with that.
Well, good luck.
Thank you.
So as the track goes back hot again here for Mini Swifts for X30 Pro, here's a look at it as we were kind of touching on it, what the heat points from what we can tell based on how they finished on the circuit back at heat number 2. Paulie over Turney, Overbeck, Roberts, Lloyd, Haynes, Vidmontien, Gaffera, Antonino, and then Blake Nash has had a quiet run, a podium finisher in last year's main event.
We haven't really talked much about Blake Nash. He's kind of been running, like you said, kind of quietly, in the top 10, but we'll see him maybe later on today. But he was not really one we've talked about much, but sometimes maybe we'll be able to come out on top later on today.
Meanwhile, for the Micro Swifts, as they get set to go green, it'll be Jack Katowski, Franco Schiavo, Tristan Francisco, and Alessio Tosti in the first couple of rows. Bo Wyatt, Grayson Waite, Emmett Dalton, Trace Sanders, Charlie Skurzapowski last night, oh so close to getting that Micro Swift Fast 5 shootout win. Spencer Height and Brody Allegretta and crew, and on down the board for your 20 total. Micro Swift drivers are already up to full song almost. This is going to be really fast, but it will get the green down to 1. And they're bottled up a little.
Yeah, there was some contact there. It looks like they got it sorted out. This is another class that we saw great racing from yesterday. I'm excited to see them on this new layout. As you can see, they are jockeying for position mid-pack in this technical infield section. You just heard it from that interview there. Very technical, demanding setup that we have here today as they snake down the front stretch and then make that tight turn into 1 and 2.
So we'll get our first lap underway now here for the Micros. It'll be 13 for them to match up for the slight bit of time differential. Through the infield sector we go. Jack Katowski, the leader, to Franco Schiavo in the TW Racing CRG. Toasty in the number 36 MPG Kart Republic up to third. Francisco fourth, then Wyatt, and then Grayson Waite before the pack has split already. Back from sixth to Trace Sanders in that red and white Ryan Perry Motorsport machine back in seventh. And we'll get a full look at the leaderboard when they come back around to the loop, but the top 6 trying to close the gap back up to Katowski. Last night, pocketed already $1,000. Then on top of that, the main event win for the micro class gives another IAME Swift engine, along with tires and the like, pays out through the entire top 5 of the podium here at this give back event. And for the micros, they got to set the stage for what was a fun night of racing action last night. Ton of fun getting to call these young guns going after it there. They were the first ones, of course, probably had the most difficult session of anyone as we got a problem further back. That looks to be Kip Knaus, the number 66 blue and white nitro kart, spun backwards.
Yes, it looks like he's got it going once again. You can see our pack has now split. The lead pack first 3 and then our 4th through 6th here battling, and that separated them. We'll see if they get back in line, able to catch these leaders. We do know that Franco in the 37, he does have the fast lap, but he's right on the bumper of Katowski. Not sure if he's going to want to take a look at taking the lead on this lap, but we'll see as these drivers snake through this infield section. Very demanding, as we mentioned. A little wide there for Bo Wyatt, but he's able to gather it back up in the 51.
And he's still got Francisco right on him, but again, there's not much you can really do in that section of the racetrack to be able to make anything happen or make any moves really stick overall as they roll down the back straightaway here. Katowski has Schiavo right on his heels along with Toasty, and further back, this 4-car group is probably the diciest battle we've got. That is Sebastian Kim in the white helmet under pressure. Emmett Dalton in that orange and black Velocity Sodi making a move. Brody Allegretta in the mix of it there in the 77 in the blue and black, and then Liam Compatiello in the number 48 caboose on that train before another 4-pack of them. This is 9th back to 12th. Now Liam will make the move on Brody. That'll be for 11th.
Yeah, they're slicing and dicing back here for these top 10 positions as Toasty able to rack up the fastest lap that time around. He's in 3rd place still, followed by Bo Wyatt and Tristan Francisco in the 21. There you see our lead 3, and then the next 3, pretty big distance between those 2 as they make this sweepy corner. The leader is still Katowski. Looks like they've settled it out here. Gonna stay single file line. There's that 2nd pack. Looks like maybe the 21 of Tristan Francisco's trying to make a run, but he's going to keep it in line there. Some good driving out of these youngsters so far here early on, still not even halfway through heat number 2.
And again, with the alternate course, Jack Katowski able to figure it out just at the 11th hour there in that Microsoft shootout. And now here on this alternate course, the switchback full clockwise layout. He has strung the field out. He doesn't own the fast lap of the race. That goes to Alessio Tosti, and I should correct myself. I've led you off a cliff on that. And we got a correction on his first win. It's the higher O, Tosti for Alessio's last name. He's up to 3rd, hanging tough with him, has the fast lap of the race. Franco Schiavo in 2nd, a 2nd-generation racer. His father raced all the way up until about Franco and his sister Liani began in their kit karts, and we were used to talking about his father Luis in Masters class competition for many years here across the major events. And Franco has been a chip off the old block. He has had a banner start to the regular season's batch of events, especially here this month and leading into May. And this weekend with that pole in qualifying, a new career best, first time. And here with a weekend like this, there are a number of firsts for everyone going a completely different way around the racetrack on a middle day of the weekend for the second heat in the super heat throws a wrench at you for sure. But he is hanging tough there with the lead, and let's see if we can get a really good reading this time. So the gap is 1.8 seconds from Bo Wyatt up to the top three. Last time by the loop, Bo did go quicker. He was 0.2 faster than Jack Katowski, a 52.2 to a 52.06. If he keeps that progress up and the top three battle at all, it'll really get close. But that lap, it swings back the other way. 52.80 or 187 for Jack and a 98 for Bo. He'll add a 10th back up to it.
Yeah, I've been watching Bo through that turn 2 section. He actually takes a really wide exit. Oh no, a little bit of issues there. He went over the curb and lost control.
Bo Wyatt, and now he's beached in the grass.
It.
Oh,
the
Bo
official's
Wyatt.
going to help, but I think it's too little too late there. Lost a ton of positions. It looks like he got a little wide there in that section, and kind of the curbing really sent him for a spin, because we mentioned this yesterday. The curbs here at Trackhouse,
well, they're meant to be going the other way.
Yeah, they're very aggressive.
Because you have a curb like this going into the last turn, and then on the exit of it, right, more of a rumble strip to it, and then more inside curving built to the FIA specs on the inside of the corners. But right here, Bo Wyatt pushing after losing a 10th the last lap, trying to get it, clips the inside, and then really is just on a Bronco, it seems like, until he high sides on that right-hand curb in turn 5 on the regular layout, turn 4 on this. Look again here. The moment he's getting the transition over, sent it a bit too deep, and then not a rumble strip flat curb there. That is a standard inside apex corner at turn 5 on the standard course. Unforgiving here on this alt layout. He probably won't be the last one to have a moment in that section, because you're trying to get every inch of the racetrack that you can, but the moment you're over it, a lot less forgiveness with this switchback alternate course than the standard layout.
You see our top two are starting to gap our third place driver as they continue to gap. Actually, now there's only 2 drivers in 4th and 5th in that second pack. So it looks like the battle, unless they start changing it up here, making multiple passes, looks like this is going to be the battle for the win with about 4 laps to go. Katowski still leads. Franco in the 37 in second. Tosti in the 36 in third, but Tosti is got a little bit of a gap between him and second place. We'll see if he's able to close it back up. As you can see, there's now a battle for 4th and 5th between Francisco and Grayson Wyatt. And then there's 6th and 7th. You can see strong.
And Sanders. Trey Sanders has had to will his way towards the top 6. The first lap, right, we had that 6-car grouping. He's now gotten the better of Charlie there with that move out of turn number 8. And then, oh no,
another
one more
car
off.
Oh,
that is
2
Wiley
carts
Lee.
off.
And Kip Knaus. Big pucker moment there.
Yeah, careful there when you rejoin. That was a near disaster.
So Trey Sanders will pick up 1 at the end of that lap with the move on Charlie Skurzapowski, and at the same time, the back of the field comes unglued.
Yeah, a lot happened there.
Yeah. Kip
at the same
Knaus
time.
picks up a spot. It's Lopez who ends up falling down the board along with Wiley Lee. Nicola Lopez down the board to 18th, Wiley down to 19th. And Kip's able to move up to 17th on the leaderboard. But we're headed to 2 to go this time by. Franco has studied Jack for the first 11 laps of this 13-lap second heat race. Now, is he close enough that Jack is starting to feel the pressure? He is. Katowski covering through turn 2. Franco will pull just barely alongside and then tuck in. Now to 3. Up the run here to turn 4. This is where Bo Wyatt at his moment. It's pretty much single file though, so it does reward a little bit of that, or make it a little easier to defend the first 2 hairpins. If you can enter turn 3 in front, you're pretty much good until we get to the backstretch. But right here, just as we saw yesterday, huge slipstream effect about to come into it, and Jack is not going to give him a chance. He'll go straight to the bottom.
And Tosti is loving this. He had a gap in third, but he's been able to close back up as these 2 battle for the lead. This race is far from over. You can see they are really going at it. Looks like he's going to make a pass on the try to make a pass on the outside. That's not going to work there. We'll see if he does a crossover on the front stretch. And I almost thought he was going to make that crossover, but Katowski had that defensive line going into 1. Now they are coming out of 2.
Oh, and Jack was a little bit further wide this time. Franco's got the nose ahead, but Jack will be able to send it deep enough in 3. And look at Alessio around the outside. Can he hang on? Not quite as they go back into the runoff.
We are on the last lap here, so gloves are off between these 3 drivers.
They'll go to up the hill for the final time. Alessio's going to give one last heat towards Franco, see if they can't get closer. Franco covers low. Alessio falling out. He'll look low. No dice there for anyone. They need a really good run here through this hairpin to be able to set something up on Jack. He'll cover. I don't think he needed to. That'll bring Franco close to pressure him in the last turn. Deep on the brakes. He'll give him a little love. And to the line, it'll be Jack Katowski hanging on. Scoring the heat race win here in Micro for the second heat on the weekend. But with Franco Schiavo in the way the points have shaken out, and of course off the back of yesterday, like just a single point, he'll still end up with the upper hand for the pole in the super heat later today. Based on how they finished on track there, Alessio Tosti, he didn't have the best opening heat. This one makes up for it, puts it back well up the boards with a P3. Francisco, Grayson Waite, Liam Compatiello, a solid move up the leaderboard as well to 6th. Trey Sanders slips back to 7th. Skurzapowski, Emmett Dalton, Spencer Height, your top 10.
Yeah, good run by the 48 there, up 7 positions to get in that 6th place.
Meanwhile, all the chaos that happened behind them, right? We saw so many. We lost out in that one.
Bo Wyatt finishing 15th, dropped 10 positions. Unfortunate spin that he had in that infield section, but he was up there in the top 5 for most of that race.
And so that'll move us onward here with the micros in the books. Jack Katowski, Heat 2 winner from Trackhouse Motorplex, with 3 more heat races here in this afternoon rotation of sessions still to go your way, folks. The KA class is getting tuned up down on the grid and ready for action here in a handful of moments. And so we saw them last night. We will see them again here now for their first race of the day. KA 100 Junior coming your way, folks, here. We saw a handful of them. X30 Junior, what'd you learn from that? What can you take over into the 100cc division when we return?
Hey guys, another Kart Chaser Driver Fitness episode with me, Chris G. Today, I'm going to show you how to protect those ribs in the seat. We're doing core. Exercise number 1 is the bench leg raise. Controlled all the way down, full range of motion. Make sure you pick up that tailbone off the pad. Coming down, controlling. Great for the lower abdomen area and obliques. Floor slider mountain climbers, exercise number 2. Exercise number 3, the plate-loaded decline bench sit-up. I'll see you guys on the next episode of Chris G Coaching, race-ready training that carries into real life. That's what we do.
Hey, what's up, Caleb?
What's up, Brandon?
You sound defeated. A long day at the office?
Yeah, got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food, and I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Then at the end of the day, when I went to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, you got that right.
Like, do you have any idea how much we're spending on Netflix?
It's like $20 a month.
Do you know how much we're spending on cable?
That's like $50 a month.
But you know what isn't expensive?
Tell me.
Kart Chaser Premium. For only $9.99 a month, you can watch all the American karting action live from coast to coast. Subscribe and become a member today.
Champions aren't just born on the kart track. At SimShop, we deliver professional-grade simulators with the best performance-to-price ratio in the industry. Founded by racers who understand what you need, our SimMagic and Moza equipment is powerful enough for the pros, yet affordable for everyone. With unmatched customer support and a thriving community, we're your racing partner. Visit simshop.com SimShop.com today.
Gee, looks like we're missing the engine. What the hell am I supposed to tag?
What do you mean? It's my Greyhound. It's all I need.
Where's the rest of it?
It doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
You gotta make way. Okay, you're good.
Sitting by here with Kyle, our race winner. Tell me how you did it. You were blazing fast out there, and I mean, you don't even have a go-kart, man. Tell me about it.
Yeah, you know, Norberg, Schmorberg, the Greyhound-powered Greyhound was great today. You know, it makes the difference. And the team's been working really hard back at the shop, and, you know, just shout out Greyhound.
Thank you, Kyle.
How the f did you just win?
Doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
Ready to go for action here with KA Junior. Nathan Golseth, Travis Pettit having the field at hand, ready to go. We've got it. Green flag in the air down at turn number 1. And their 14 laps are well underway here already. Fast up the hill. It was a bit of a fast start. We've still got them together as they go down the backstretch for the first time. Golseth deep on the brakes down low ahead of Maxwell Macha. Pettit sliding into third. And we got 2 around down at turn number 1. Oh! Contact! 3, 4, 10 of them all together in the infield hairpin.
That's what happens. You have them all bunched up on this, not even the full first lap yet, and that is probably one of the most narrow sections of the racetrack right over on that crossover.
Yeah, and there's so much speed you carry in the bowl there that it just bottlenecks the entire field. You get 2 and 3 abreast to that big bank corner, and then you have to get hard on the binders instantly for that concrete cut through.
You can see they're still trying to tangle them apart in the background there, but our leaders here, no issues for them.
Yeah, Maxwell Macha able to pick his way past Nathan Golseth. And what a weekend it is starting to blossom out to be for Maxwell Macha. Last year, he and his teammate Zane Burgess headlined the Mini Swift class and dominated the main event. Now in his first year in junior, Maxwell Macha looking good here as this was the run into the corner as the leaders are on the bottom right corner. So let's see if we can figure out where this really starts. And they're 3 wide. It was Valentino Santillan up and into the side of Callan Berghofer.
What a mess.
Tristan Murphy involved. Bryson Scales involved. A number of drivers. It really begins with Berghofer. He's covering low in 5th. Santillan was trying to make a pass behind him, overshoots it because it's such a slow hairpin, and then it sends him on in 1 kart further than he was trying to get alongside.
And I'll say, I think all of the crashes and incidents we've seen all weekend across all divisions, a lot of it's been because of 3 wide. 3 wide very rarely, if ever, is going to work at Trackhouse Motorplex.
No, it's of course compounded by the fact that cooler temps here, a little faster online, but certainly a very cold racetrack offline, not to mention all the marbles and debris that have now continued to accumulate. You can see how much of them are getting pushed up against by the wall in 11 with them abusing the runoff there. Meanwhile, back into our lead battle. Macha's still out front, but as you saw on your screen right there, folks, Travis Pettit already starting to chip back towards his primary starting spot on the front row. He's back up to 2nd now. Golseth still 4th. Nico Katowski in the red and white Trinity Karting Group entry. The TKG Bureau Arts 3rd. Ashton Woon 5th. Again, a lot of the same names we talked about in X30 Junior, but it's Maxwell Macha ahead of all of them here as we work through lap number 4. And they've got a hefty gap back to Kai Mars, Lucas Dreibel there 7th, Mason Brody, Lucas Bertagna, Bowen Green. So many drivers from way back because of that incident way up the board, Brett.
I was about to say, I was looking at our chart. We have up 18 for Mason Brody in 8th, up 14 for the 871 of Lucas Dreibel, thank you. But yeah, a lot of these guys able to take advantage of that huge incident and get through there cleanly. They'll hopefully, looks like at this rate, they'll get a top 10 finish easily as Travis Pettit puts up our quickest lap so far of this early on in this session. He remains in 2nd place, followed by Nico Katowski. You can see it's a 5-kart breakaway from the rest of the field.
And just like an X30 Junior, if I'm judging this group of 5 here, Brett, I'm seeing Travis Pettit as the star of the group. He pulled a more than 5-second margin in the X30 Junior Heat. He's already tracking up to the bumper of Macha. He backed off a little bit on the run into turn 8, but he'll be close enough here, if not in turn 2, to make something happen on the backstretch this time by, because he's got such good roll speed in the turn 5 and turn 4 complex we're about to come up to. You can see already he was deep on the brakes into 3. He loses a little bit, but let's see how good he can roll here. Lower and tighter through 4. This corner, the pivotal turn 5 to set the backstretch run, and all that run up the hill looks phenomenal.
Here they come down that straightaway, and he's going to take a look. Pettit down to the inside, able to take the lead. First lead change of this session, but he's got 4 drivers behind him, so we'll see if he's able to defend, but still a long way to go in heat number 2 here as they come down the straightaway into turn 1. Looks like Macha took a little bit of a peek there, but they keep it in line as they go through this infield section. We'll see if they're able to, if Macha is able to maybe do the same thing, get a nice run coming out of this infield section, get a draft down the back straightaway.
Yeah, this corner here, Pettit, turn 4 and turn 5, he has just been on rails, and Macha's now going to get the chance to learn from him a little bit. When you're out in front on a course like this, again, you're still figuring things out. That was a great run. In fact, you're right, Brett. Back to the lead goes Maxwell Macha, and Ashton Woon simultaneously takes over 3rd from Kitowski as now they start to stack up. Maxwell starting to defend a bit. Let's see if he covers low in the last turn. He does.
Oh.
Pettit high, Woon fills the gap down low. Here comes Kitowski and goal set as well. Travis is going to go all the way back to 5th now. Here's we mark halfway.
Bad set of corners there for Pettit, but I mean he's still in this lead draft. We still got over half this heat to go. He was able to make a great move on Macha, but Macha learned from him and did the exact same thing on the backstretch that time, just a carbon copy of what he was able to do before. Because he Pettit already able back into 4th position now. Here they go down that backstretch. Looks like everyone's kind of gapped themselves, so don't look like we're going to see any moves this time around.
No, I don't think so. This should be all pretty nice and calm for everyone as they work their way back around the turn 9 hairpin here, up the hill to 10 and 11. This time will be 8 complete, 6
Pettit
to
making
go.
his charge again.
Yep.
He's got a strong kart, able to make these passes, go all the way back to 5th, all the way back up. Now he's up to 3rd. I think he's going to be able to challenge for the lead here. There's still plenty of time left.
And Rollison Performance Group, well, they don't have a huge contingent this weekend, Brett, as we introduce you to the sport. They are the gold standard program. They have, of course, their main big rig, and they have dominated the space, especially in the junior and senior ranks over the modern era here in the last decade. And Travis Pettit is picking up where Alexander Vanchev was as a force to be reckoned with in junior. And Travis was up there last year as well in his rookie season, fighting inside the top 5 of the points across all the big series. He certainly looks to have a bit of an edge on the 5 here on this layout. Macha's probably 2nd best. And then back here, Lucas Dreibel on that black and orange SLA kart racing machine. Kai Mars losing that spot, so Dreibel will move up another one. That puts him up to 6th as he tries to charge from 21st on the grid. And behind him, Mason Brody. He has never raced on this big of a stage in a junior car. Look how small he is. Out of California, trying to move up from the mini Swift class. He's gotten a couple major wins there this year and got the age waiver approved to move up early to the junior ranks. I believe he may only even be 10 years old, and he is having an incredible run for the back.
You saw Pettit make a slight look there, wasn't close enough, but he does have our fastest lap. He clicked that off last time around, so as we mentioned, he has a great kart under him. Just got to put together some nice corners here to try and get back up to that lead. The front 3 have broken away from the 4th and 5th drivers, and then you can see there's still a gap between the rest of our drivers as well. But this is, of course, the best battle on the racetrack right now is this lead trio as they head out of the infield and into the straightaway section here coming up in just a few moments. Looks like Pettit's got a great run here.
But he's equally trying to make sure they're close enough and don't get caught up fighting for 2nd that they lose touch with Maxwell. So he'll push Ashton a little bit further and give Woon a shot. Yesterday, Pauly was able to be third and then into first in that KA shootout race. Let's see if Travis has that workout for him, or can Ashton Woon make something happen here on the driver who's led the most laps in this second heat race, Maxwell Macha. And he has been determined to keep the lead. Anytime they've gotten close, he's defended or quickly passed back. We've got 2.5 laps left, about a 2-car length buffer. And still, even though they had all that battling in the earlier part where that shuffled Pettit back to 5th, they have quickly dropped off Golseth and Katowski. I mean, Katowski's almost 3 seconds back from them now. He's going to be in trouble as Lucas Dreibel closes up to him probably before this one's done.
Just like before, as you mentioned, Pettit staying behind, giving a little bit of a bump so they don't lose the leader of Macha there. But Macha's got a nice little gap here as they come down to 2 laps to go. You can see the rest of our field pretty spaced out here.
Here's Dreibel closing in on Katowski right there. That's that fight for 5th on the racetrack. Mars is going to be under pressure from Mason Brody.
I mean, if Dreibel could get a top 5, what a drive that would be. Yes, he had help with that wreck, but that's still plus 16 positions.
And now it's going to be plus 19 for Mason Brody as he makes the move stick on Kai Mars. So Mason Brody, have yourself a Saturday afternoon. Huge gains here in this KA Junior Division second heat race. And there's 2 more go-karts he still has within shouting distances. Now these 2 up front, they were working together. They are done with that. 2 to go, coming to the white flag. Woon already beginning to protect from Travis here to try to hang on to second. There's not much you can do to fend or counter someone defending in turn number 8. But in 11, Travis is going to go to the outside. White flag out. Let's see what this goes into the back and forth hairpins. Nothing into 2.
Macha's loving this. I think Pettit knew that he really didn't have anything for the leader, so they're going to battle for second here. But that's also bringing in the 823 of Nathan Golseth into this battle as well.
Yeah, Nathan is closing in. He'll be able to add some pressure for Travis, but I don't know if he'll be close enough. It might be the last turn, depending how aggressive Woon is on the defense, and he's going to go way low. No room for Travis there. Still too dirty to try to go to the outside of him. Into turn number 9, nothing there either. They'll make the run up the hill to the final turn. Meanwhile, Maxwell Macha will score the heat race win in KA Junior over Pettit, and it'll be Woon in second, and Golseth almost steals third away at the line. Couple hundred shy.
He really set him up. He really set Pettit up in that last corner to try to get that pass, but maybe if the line was a little bit longer, if it was actually where the actual finish line is, he may have gotten it.
We're playing to the cards at hand here with the alt course and the shorter distance to the finish line. Travis Pettit hangs on to 3rd, and then behind him, how about it? Mason Brody got all the way up to 5th. He got the better of Katowski and Lucas
What a
Dreibel.
drive. What a 21 positions for Mason Brody in the 809. I think that's easily the biggest move we've seen all weekend.
Huge stuff for Mason Brody. Nico Katowski, Lucas Dreibel, Kai Mars, Lucas Bertagna hopping into the top 10 from 16. Benja Fernandez picks up a couple. Back in 25th as well, Bowen Green able to move forward to the 12th spot. He picks up 13, but biggest mover, no question, Mason Brody. 21 spots gained from 26 on the grid. Valentino Santillan, Green, Perriman, Riley Doublier, Achilles Superco, and a number of the drivers involved in the first turn incident.
Tristan Murphy in 21st, drop of 15 positions. Holden
Cade
Myers down 12 positions.
Yeah, a bummer day for them. Lawrence Perriman started 11th. He was able to claw his way back up to 13 among the many collected. And then Bryson Scales as well. He was the worst of it coming out of it, along with Callan Berghofer and Arthur Barb. And they didn't even make it all the way around to the end of the opening lap. So bit of carnage to clean up. There's Callan, unfortunately, on the way in. Destroyed steering wheel and front steering column as he tries to assess the damage before they get the brake to work on it for the SuperHeat. 2 more heat races, though, here in the afternoon stretch as we clear the track again. KA Senior Groups B and A for their second heat races on the other side of this break. Stick with us, folks. More from the IAME Grand National Championship coming your way.
McCrow Motorsports builds champions every day. Drivers who won on the world stage.
The Tillotson T4 Series is pure spec racing. Same engine, same chassis. When you win, it's because you were the best that day. Your edge is not the kart. It's the setup, the strategy, and the race team. With our Arrive and Drive program, you simply bring your gear, we provide the equipment and the championship-winning support to every event. Stop wrenching, start racing. Your path to the T4 Nations Cup in Spain starts with us. For more information, contact us at macromotorsports.net.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure of the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspects with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
Are you looking to take the next step in your racing journey? Well, look no further than PitFit.
With 2 locations in Charlotte, North Carolina and Indianapolis, Indiana, PitFit trains drivers all the way from grassroots level karting to IndyCar and NASCAR with top-of-the-line personalized coaching to improve physical and cognitive fitness.
For more information on programs, check out PitFit on Instagram or Facebook today.
So back again here for Joe Turney and Paulie Massimino with the inverted front row from when we last saw them in X30 Pro. Paulie gets the inside lane here for KA Senior's second heat race on the weekend. Matt Landers and Alexander Vanchev back on row number 2. Connor Ferris and Enzo Vidmontien will make up row 3. Then it's Joseph Hewitt and Caleb Gaffera back beyond them. And Anthony Rivera, Meyer Lewis, Grayson Knoll, Danny Perez, Rife Shaw and crew. There's a look at your full field. Connor Ferris, Enzo Vidmontien on row 4. Christea Hewitt back on row 5. 21 in total. Get ready to go here for KA Senior in the first of the 2 groups to roll. Paulie Massimino's been on a tear. Turney, what did you learn from that X30 Pro Heat where you got there just a little bit too late? Let's see what this start looks like down to 1 as we get underway. And they are going to be banging tires as everybody shuffles wide. 3 wide, Aiden Levy up the hill with a big run. He'll get up and into second. If he can hold it there, Turney stuck on the high side. And it looks like it's all good there through the bowl first time. Oh no, number of them.
Multiple incidents here.
Wasn't good in the bowl. I was wrong. Kolar collected and one more, and then about 4 of them all stacked up in that opening hairpin.
They're picking up where they left off last night in the shootout, some of these drivers. Crazy spark flying racing last night. Same thing we're seeing. And this is just a heat today. As you can see, the battle for the top pack here. There's about 6 carts as the leader, Paulie Massimino, able to extend his lead as they're battling back here. That's the 990 of Aiden Levy. He's dropped a few positions. It looks like he may be in second. It's still, no, I think he's in third now. So dropped some positions with all that moving and shaking we saw in that first lap.
And look at the gap that is open behind basically where the C's parted for that middle of the pack wreck right around 10th. Connor Ferris got turned sideways in front of the field. Meyer Lewis got bit by it pretty hard, as did Joseph Hewitt in the contact with Jacob Kolar, both of them in the wall and turn number 8 here on this layout. But Enzo Vidmontien now will be the next one to shuffle Levy back. He gets into third right there in turn number 2. So move Enzo forward. Matt Landers looking to go next here on the best kart. He gets out of shape, bottles him up. Vanchev going to take advantage, as will Max Christea in the 939.
It's Vanchev's transponder working in this class, so we're thankful for that. But he's got that bright pink suit as you see them snake their way down the back straightaway. Paulie Missamino already over 1 second lead, and we're only on lap number 3 of 14. There he is right there. You can see a large margin between him and the rest of these 5 karts. We'll see if they're able to get in a line, get together, maybe draft back up there as they go through this technical section here at Trackhouse Motorplex. Everyone staying in line, things calming down after the first lap chaos that we saw here.
Certainly chaos here for the opening laps of the KA Senior Division, as we now watch them all work through over at turn number 5. Joe Turney and Enzo Vidmontien working together. Let's see if Vidmontien sticks with him. No, Turney's going to let him go. He'll wave him on by. See if Enzo's got some speed to be able to run up to Massimino. So you'll see that here once they get to a bit of separation, a lot of the sportsmanship and respect between the front-running seniors. A veteran move there for Joe Turney, saying, you know what, if I make this the least amount of time lost to the overall leader that I can and bide my time behind Enzo with a little gap back to Vanchev's crew, maybe we'll have a better shot of reeling Paulie back in. But he has looked rock steady here on this alternate course.
Yeah, Enzo up 5 positions already, so what a drive from mid-pack up into the front. You can see he has the 950 that you're seeing on your screen now, bright orange-green helmet there, gray suit. Paulie continues to extend his lead. They're getting kind of strung out here, which is what we saw earlier on in one of the heats as well. Again, the technical part, very technical course that we have here today, which is conducive to getting these guys strung out, especially in these high-powered classes.
Certainly, it's going to make it where, again, they're able to really flex the muscle of who's got the setup and the driving down, especially in turns 3, 4, and 5 on this circuit, compared to the bigger draft zones that we'll have by eliminating the front stretch and splitting it in 2. And you can still make moves. You saw Landers there make that pass on Cristea, but Paulie Massimino will reset fast time, yo-yo in the gap, back and forth between him and Enzo. The lap before, Enzo had the better lap. This lap, half a tenth better, back the way of Paulie, as Vidmontien has pulled away a little bit from Turney. He's still going to have to deal with Vanchev sooner rather than later. Alexander Vanchev's gotten well and away from Aiden Levy, as they've all kind of strung out through your top 10. Caleb Gaffera trying to roll. How about Anthony Rivera on the BJR machine? The 923 having a solid run in the works at the moment, as he tries to close that gap up to the leaders. And Rivera just went purple right on cue. Anthony Rivera digging hard. He started back in 11th. He's picked up 3. He is closing in on Cristea for the 7th spot.
Yeah, easily in the top 10 now in 8th position. Trying to close that gap, as you mentioned. We'll see if he gets a nice run down this section and into the back straightaway. Not close enough, but he'll try and sniff that draft maybe. Don't think it's going to be close enough to make any kind of moves. You can see everyone's pretty strung out at the moment, as Massimino continues his dominating performance. You have to wonder what lap, he maybe dials it back a little bit, saves those tires with the margin is, flip-flopping back and forth, so we can't dial it back too much.
Yeah, he's got to be probably on his toes right now here as Vanchev moves past Turney and up to 3rd. That Vidmontien, as fast as he is more or less staying with Paulie stride for stride, if not just a hair off the pace. But he's equally trying to stay ahead of Alexander Vanchev, who is having a much better Saturday so far here in K100 competition than his X30 Pro. He's not been bad on X30, but of course that ended on a sour note with the spin at the end of heat number 2. 3rd right now here. Again, this group obviously split in half. When we get through the way, or at least a little bit into the next group's heat, we'll get a read of how they're going to re-rack them for the SuperHeat, because they'll re-merge all the points together and then once again split them down 1st, 3rd, 5th of the heat rankings to go to the A SuperHeat, 2nd, 4th, and 6th to the B SuperHeat. So the groups we weren't sure exactly where they were, they will be in the same format as the U.S. Pro Kart Series that helps support a number of the officials for this event at the IAME Grand National Championship. So we'll mimic the format there, where they split them up for the heats, then re-bring them all together in a merge, and then split them back up for the SuperHeat before we finally get all 47 of these guys and girls on track at the same time for the main event on Sunday back on the regular course. Meanwhile, for 6th, that'll be Rivera with another one. Anthony Rivera up 5 now, and still with time to burn, because they're coming up to 9 complete. It'll be 5 to go at the line.
And talking about Joe Turney about a lap ago, I'm interested to see if we see the same thing we've seen out of those other heats with him all weekend, if that Kart really starts to turn on the later we go on into this race. Well, we're already on lap 10, so if it needs to turn on, I guess that would be the time is now. You see him in the 9:18, but he's got pressure from Aiden Levy, who had issues last night in the shootout, spun late. So he obviously wants to put together the full package here in this heat today.
Yeah, he was looking forward to the shootout. Didn't go the way he wanted. He still has a ton of speed on the standard course. He's looking pretty good here on the switchback. And Turney, I think, isn't feeling that go-kart is coming to him, at least to his liking enough to be able to march back forward. You saw him protect just a little bit down the backstretch into turn number 8, or turn number 7, out of 7, yeah, into turn number 8, turn number 9, the hairpin after the bowl corner. And we'll now get still with 5 laps remaining. That's a lot of time, or 4 laps remaining. It's a lot of time. It feels like an eternity if you're struggling to hang on to your spot. He's hoping that clock goes down to 0 quicker than what it will. Then behind him, Anthony Rivera just continuing to dig, helping, of course, getting to look at the data and the onboard footage from Paulie Massimino, his teammate under the Brandon Jarczyk Racing camp. Their teammate as well, James Overbeck, was the top overall qualifier, so he's in the heat race coming up. And the BJR grouping, they have really gotten a strong hold on what it takes to win in the K100 class. And they have gotten now 2 drivers in this group in the top 10 and starting on the pole in the next one.
Because so you wonder if Rivera was hoping that this setup he has now was the one he had in qualifying, because clearly he has the speed, but he started in 11th in this session. If he would have started closer to the front, he may be battling Massimino for that lead, because he keeps setting these blistering laps.
And it could just be the finest of margins or the finest of changes, right? A small adjustment on the chassis, a small adjustment to your driving. Every team will take full advantage of the gaps between the sessions, and they're not all too lengthy here on even the regular format with only 6 classes and 7 run groups total. But it's just enough time to get that cart back into the pit area, pull the data off the gauge, overlay the GPS mapping. We've got Austin Miles in the pit overlooking all the data for the Brandon Jarczyk Racing Group and going over footage to get all their drivers up to the limit as best as he can and as best as that group can, with the help from team owner and multi-time winner, 4-time pro champ Brandon Jarczyk himself. And as we get to the 2 to go signal, Rivera is bearing down on that duo in front of him of Levy and Turney. Massimino will reset fast time, take that honor back his way, opening the throttle up, 1.6 seconds ahead of Vid Montien, a second to Vanchev, and a half second back to this trio. As Rivera closes in on Levy, he'll be there and ready to pounce into turn 4 right here for 5th. There he goes, looking low, outside move, not quite enough speed.
Yeah, and you saw all those marbles there. It's probably next to near difficult to make an outside pass in that corner there. This is our best battle on the racetrack. You're not missing anything up front, as Massimino still has about a 1.5 second lead as they go down for the white flag lap here. Last time through this infield section, they are dicing it up here for this battle. See if they're able to get anything done. Anthony Rivera is trying his best to get by. He'd love to get +6 positions in this heat.
Yeah, he is close, but not quite close enough to be able to do anything in the first sector. Levy covered it off well. 2 real major zones coming up. One of the 2 easier to defend in. Honestly, both of them, as Rivera again tries the high side and nothing there. And his teammate with clear racetrack out front and out back. All Paulie, all Saturday afternoon. He'll score the Heat 2 win here in K Senior. And then his teammates fighting for 5th. Rivera's drive ends in 6th. Look at this, 3 wide of the line. Landers able to get the better of Cristea, but just shy of Gaffera. In that fight for 7th, there's Jacob Kolar in the Vice Racing Machine. He was able to rebound after getting spun in the bowl on the first lap. He charges back up to 13, still a net improvement. But it's a Paulie Massimino kind of Saturday here at Paulie's house. That'll be another heat race win in the books for him here in K Senior. Vid Montien to Vanchev to Turney, Levy, your top 5 Connor Ferris, good recovery drive as well. Started 6th, got shuffled in that incident, gets back up to 10th. That'll put him kind of right around the bubble of whether or not he makes into the first couple of rows for the SuperHeat coming up later today. And then further back here, the heartbreaker for Meyer Lewis, probably the biggest victim on the opening lap. Carnage, along with Joseph Hewitt. So that's one half of the KA seniors. They roll into the scale line. The other half down on the grid. So we take a look on in.
I was not bad. I didn't change anything. Bro, you passed me. I was like, oh. I thought I was gonna die. What? I thought I was gonna die when I made the outside pass. Oh. That's like 5 people. Yeah, Aiden didn't want to let me die. Really? He didn't quit. Yeah, I know, bro. He's rolling. He passed. You came from so far back. I know. Bro, he's backing me. I was probably like a second and a half behind y'all or more. Yeah, dude, I know. He passed me like I didn't even, like, if it were earlier in the race. Yeah, I was hoping you were, I'm not gonna lie, I know, but I was really coming. No, you were there. Dude, he was hunting. I was hoping, yeah, if you were gonna follow me, I would have passed Joe for sure. You were scooting fast there, Tony. What did you eat this morning? Nothing. Oh, maybe that's the answer. Man, nothing. You cut your dad, maybe some raw meat or something like that. Where'd you end up, left, So I was quick in X30, got the 4th, and then, you know, 5 position penalty. For what? Me and, Chase, definitely turned down on me into the last corner, and then, bounced off my front bumper. Yeah, he came down and pulled. Oh well.
We're here with Enzo Vidmontian. Enzo, you were up 5 positions during that heat. Tell me about it.
It was good. I had a really good start. Then I caught Joe. I passed him, and I was just basically by myself the whole race.
And thinking back to our shootout last night, I'm sure you didn't have the ideal position that you got, but how are you going to change that today?
For the X30 shootout or the K?
No, just in general.
I think I was being too nice yesterday in the shootout, and then now I didn't have to be as aggressive, but in the pre-final SuperHeat, maybe probably a little bit more aggressive. It's gonna be more chaotic, I think. But yeah.
Well, let's see what you can do. Good luck.
Thank you.
Good result there for Enzo Vidmontian, highest to the KRs, but again, still needs a little more to get up to Paulie Massimino in KA Senior. But that was, again, just the even-numbered group, 2nd, 4th, and 6th in qualifying. This is the odd-numbered and top qualifying group coming at us now. James Overbeck on the inside, overall pole over his teammate Colin Lloyd on the outside. Clark and Workman on row 2. Victor Day Alencar, AJ Myers on row 3. Fletcher and Perkins, Lemke and Dalton Haynes. The first 5 rows here for Group A, heat number 2, as they roll down the line. And then back onward with Adam Brickley buried further in this field. Gassiet Lee could be a factor as well. They have a lot of go-karts ahead of them as we get set to go to the green. 14 laps for Heat 2. Group A is underway down to turn number 1. Pucker as they go down into the corner. Jared Clark right by his teammate. Let's see if everybody can survive the bottleneck here at this tight hairpin Further back, off goes Lemke, off goes Myers as well. Two of them way off into the other section of the racetrack. They'll miss the timing loop and go a full lap behind if they can't get back in line. It is Clark with the lead to Overbeck and a scatter behind him. Colin Lloyd hanging on to third by a thread. Then it's Victor De Alencar in the white suit. Weston Workman right behind, and there goes Myers into the pit lane. He's done.
Lemke involved in that. He has had a rough, I would say, 14 hours after that shootout last night, and what just happened here on the first lap of this heat. Things have calmed down for the moment, the time being. As you can see, they snake down the back stretch. James Overbeck in second, Jared Clark in first, nose to tail. There's a little bit of a gap between our third, fourth, and fifth place drivers. That's
Workman made that move there at the end of the backstretch, so it'll move him up to fourth now. He got the better of Victor De Alencar.
Workman, another one that was involved in a...
This is tight right here in the middle. Shane Reddy, Gassi Lee on the bottom. Henry Wheeler in the stealth machine, and he gets into the back of Reddy and sends him right onto the left side tires.
You could see the frustration there, and you almost saw that coming when they're going 2 and 3 wide. We mentioned it, 3 wide does not work here, especially with how cold it is and when you get offline. Here is our lead pack here, still nose to tail, top 5 pretty much there under a blanket. James Overbeck going to take a look on the inside. Smart move there, just letting him go so the other drivers don't catch up too much. Then they go down into this crossover section into the infield.
Overbeck and Clark, Lloyd closing in here. Colin Lloyd, let's see if he makes a move quickly as he's just gotten onto the heels of the top 2 now. No, he'll stay tucked in, and that'll put us 2 full laps around the board here. Now make it 3 as we work through lap number 4. Workman on the heels of the Velocity Sodi. Victor De Alencar makes it 5 deep, and great start to the second heat here for Jeremy Fletcher. Let's look at this. Watch him Wheeler right there. At the same point, Shane Reddy was kind of opening up for the corner.
You mentioned it's just so tight in some of these sections that there's just not enough room.
But you can see Wheeler on the stealth machine right on the heels of Reddy, and it doesn't take much, just a little impact. Shane was probably trying to back that corner up, having the narrower entry, and just misjudged there, Henry Wheeler, how much potentially he could drive it into the corner before getting to the back of Shane Reddy, and he was already right up alongside Chase Gassi at least. So that little nudge then sends the 2 of them on top of each other and sends them down the pylon. Reddy down to 20th, still going. Gassi at lead down to 21st. Myers out, Oliver Nyberg, the other one on the pylon. He is an absentee from this event, unfortunately. Broke his arm in opening practice on Thursday. Wishing him all the best in the Vortiz competition crew. I saw Sergio Campos on my way into the property today. He was bummed that his driver, who has made only a handful of starts in the senior classes this year, or one of the many rookies moving up, wasn't going to be able to compete at one of the most fun race weekends on the calendar. And it certainly is fun if you're in the VJR crew right now, 1 and 2, although Jared Clark is still having a lot of pressure. Overbeck has gotten away. Lloyd is still right there, but he has not yet made a single bid to get to second. He has given plenty of time for Jared Clark to try and lead them back forward.
Yeah, Overbeck extending his lead as his teammate kind of bottles up the third, fourth, and fifth drivers here. We'll see if they're able to make a run as they come out of this turn down the back stretch. Again, all flat out, as you mentioned, in this section, but doesn't look like they're going to be close enough, so they're going to stay in line for now.
Yeah, with the fastest car from qualifying, the fastest car in this session out front, it strung them out. Now Lloyd makes the move. Move the Velocity Racing Sodi up to second. The black and orange machine past Jared Clark. Here comes Workman. Let's see if he tries to quickly pounce on it. He wasn't close enough into turn 1. He might be here into turn number 2 if he wants to, but he won't. Will stay tucked in on the Pantano, and then it's Victor De Alencar. Jeremy Fletcher continues to close in on this group. Last time by, Fletcher at a 48.69, and in front of him, that pack was all in the 48.7 range. So Jeremy Fletcher in the SLA kart racing machine rolling here in heat number 2 on the alternate course. A much needed run here. He had a very quiet run in the opening heat race on the regular track, but he is by himself, so he needs a little more battling out of this 4-pack to get there. And I don't know if he'll get it because they're still trying to keep their eyes on Overbeck. Well, they'll get one here. Victor De Alencar getting past Weston Workman. And the independent the Evolution Motorsport branded entry for Victor De Alencar, the privateer, up to 4th as Fletcher closes in. Cash Perkins then next up. Then it's Edgar Rodriguez, Dalton Haynes, and Forrest Adams. And behind Forrest is the first of 2 that started pretty far back. Forrest started 16th, Adam Brickley back in 17th, and Henry Wheeler back in 18th. They're all up a handful of spots apiece.
And you can see there's Brandon Lemke in 12th. So we'll see. I think he's off behind those guys by a wide margin there.
Yeah, he is about a second away from Adam Brickley. That's impressive considering how far off the racetrack Lemke was.
He, like I mentioned, he's had a bad 12 hours. I think he just wants to get
Have
a good
clean
fit.
session.
Yes, get a clean session, probably in these super heats coming up later this afternoon.
And that's where, again, some of these drivers that haven't seen the other half of the field on track in the last day and a half will meet them as they all get re-racked. There's a look at Lemke trying to move back up the board. He's got a little bit of a gap up to Adam Brickley, running just ahead of Blake Nash, who just like in his X30 entry,
Quiet.
very quiet, under the radar, no noise, good or bad. Certainly no bad noise really for Blake Nash this weekend, but I'm sure he was hoping for more off the back of a stellar performance here at last year's running of the event. And he's running just ahead of Christopher McKeithen, who had a valiant charge through the field in that first heat race for the KA Seniors, but he has not made as much forward progress here in Heat 2, and I would imagine he was one of many collected in that big stack up and pile up on the first lap there. So as we go now to 5 to go, we check back in here with this second group. James Overbeck continues to run at an unmatched pace, 48.37 for Overbeck. Adam Brickley now getting tracked down by Brandon Lemke. This will be for the 11th spot on the circuit. And they're still 2 seconds away from Haynes' group, but the best card of Brickley is forward gains 6 spots up from 17th. Might drop down to 5 here in a moment if Lemke can say anything about it. And equally, look at this for 5th there, just flurrying on by. Weston Workman's got Jeremy Fletcher on his heels. They're just headed out on turn number 9 now, and there he goes, making the move. Jeremy Fletcher up and into the top 5 on the black and white SLA kart racing machine.
Yeah, Weston Workman was another driver, had a horrible race last night in the shootouts.
Side pod went about almost up as high as the light poles.
But he's 6th right now, so maybe just bring it home. I know the kart was damaged, as you just mentioned, heavily last night. He just wants to get some clean laps in here. Didn't get many laps in there last night.
Yeah, hopefully he has a good run here in the Super Heat. He certainly looks to be running okay right now here in Heat number 2, but missing just a little bit. Of course, they had plenty of time to be able to work on that go-kart. I'm sure he would have loved to stay in for the whole shootout, but ended up licking his wounds and living to fight another day after the incident in Heat number 1. Behind him, that's Forrest Adams.
Up 8 now. Forrest Adams making a charge through the field. Up 8 into 8th position. So that kart working well for Forrest Adams. We'll see if he's able to make any more positions up. Pretty big gap to 7th place. But quite the drive here early on this Saturday here at Trackhouse Motorplex.
Only his 2nd year in the senior classes. We haven't seen him a ton. He has had a ton of fun racing across different disciplines the last couple of years. Got their Spec Miata up and rolling last summer. He's had fun racing that car. He's also, of course, grown up in the Pacific Northwest, one of many that have relocated here to Race City, USA. Just a stone's throw down the road to get to his house in North Carolina. The family moving out here. They have loved it. They've got a garage down by turn number 1, and Forrest putting on a good show here in Heat number 2 to try and improve that starting position for the Super Heat and ultimately for the main. And that's where every spot here, again, you kind of got to do the math as if it matters. Double on the running right now. Jared Clark, if he can hang on to this spot here, it'll make up or back up a great performance in the opening heat. He'd win the tiebreaker over Enzo Vidmontien to get the inside of the 2nd row. As they run, he sits 3rd in the heat race heat point rankings. It'd be a BJR 1-2-3 if the results would hold, with James Overbeck just by finishing 2nd in the opening heat race, losing out to Pauly for the pole. But Brandon Jarzacrack Racing could be heavy-handed here at the top of the heat points. It'd be Clark, alongside Massimino if it holds here for the A group, and Overbeck would flip-flop from the A group to the B group to lead that group to green alongside Vidmontien. Colin Lloyd and Joe Turney right now seated 5th and 6th as they run.
I think we mentioned yesterday, I mean, there's no radio, so unless you could do the math in your head when you're driving, you really don't know where you're going to fall in these points. So I think you just go out there, just go out there and get as many positions as possible.
Yeah, as long as you keep it in mind, the mentality of it, it is like a mini championship, right, at this point in the weekend. This is all just about building towards Sunday. So sometimes letting a spot go and giving up one fight to be able to stay in the fight for the end of the weekend is what matters. But that's not what James had to do. This is a dominant performance, and he'll score the win in the A group, heat number 2. Lloyd second, Clark hangs on for third. That'll put him third in the rankings with the tiebreaker in qualifying over Vidmontien to join his other teammate, Paulie Massimino, in the A group superheat. And then Colin Lloyd off the back of that second place leapfrogs up a couple of spots in the rankings to 5th in the final seedings, second across the line. Victor De Alencar with a great run there moves him up the board in the points as well. But as they finished, James Overbeck, top of the heap, 2 seconds and some change to Lloyd, Clark, De Alencar, and Jeremy Fletcher with that great run into the top 5 here. Puts him well up from where he was originally going to be looking at for his superheat lineup. Weston Workman slides down to 6th. Perkins, Adams, Rodriguez, and Dalton Haynes 10th. Lemke was able to get up to 11th by the end by Brickley, along with Blake Nash and McKeithen. But it still was a sight for sore eyes there. Brandon Lemke's result here in Heat 2 compared to the speed he's shown this weekend and coming oh so close to that $4,500 payday last night in the Apex Apparel Shootout. But now with the session at a close, it's another heat race win for the BJR crew. James Overbeck able to drive away, and Colin Lloyd making progress. Best of the rest there and pulled a good gap over the rest equally to end up second. And of the big movers here, forward progress for Fletcher and company. Lots to break down from this KA Seniors second group, second heat race. So we'll send it on down to Grace. What a run here for Jeremy Fletcher, and a welcome back performance thus far.
Thanks, Xander. Thanks, Xander. I haven't been able to catch up with you yet this weekend. How's it been for you?
Definitely a lot of ups and downs. Came out here on a whim, missed half the practice day. Grandma had some medical issues. Actually had to amputate her right leg, so she's sitting there in the hospital, hopefully watching. Told me to come out here and get it done, so trying to do just that.
Awesome. And what is it about this track that just really clicks for you?
Yeah, I mean, I've been here a lot of times. You know, I've been karting for probably about 15 years now, so it's not like I don't have a lot of laps around here. So wasn't really worried about practice. Just wanted to show up and hopefully get it done.
Awesome. Good luck.
Thank you.
And I want to, Weston, you did not have the ideal race last night. You know, kind of had to end it early. But how is this race going for you?
It went pretty well today. I think we held our own, tried to at least. I think I finished like 5th or 6th there. Just happy to be back. I mean, it's a blessing to be able to come out here and run these races. Unfortunate what happened last night. Door was cracked. I kind of went for it, drove over the top, but maybe a little too aggressive those first couple laps in Heat 1. But, yeah, like I said, I'm being happy with the Pantano. Timmy Tech, BN Engines. Pretty good package we have on board this weekend, so just trying to make the most of it.
And what do you think you need to make it to the first part of the final?
It's a great question. I don't know. I think maybe a different driver in the driver's seat. I don't know. The package has been really strong this weekend. I don't know. I think it's going to take a little bit of luck, a little bit of just hard work behind the scenes, back at the tent, making the right setup changes, right carburation on the motor. You know, it takes a lot to come out here and do well, so everything has to be right.
All right, well, let's see what you can do. Good luck.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
So Weston Workman, Jeremy Fletcher, and a very humble interview from Weston Workman, but he obviously cut his teeth racing here. Jeremy Fletcher's won big events here. They both know how to get it done, but they have certainly been a little bit less behind the wheel of a go-kart over the last couple of seasons, as both starbound and highly touted prospects in the motorsports world have been busy in all fronts. Of course, we want to once again here, as we spoke yesterday, send our best wishes to Becky, Jeremy's grandmother. She has been around the racetrack along with his grandfather Jerry, and we are missing them sorely, but Jeremy put on a great effort there. He didn't make it into the top 10 of the overall heat rankings, but he certainly got a whole lot better. Paulie Massimino currently top of the pylon after all the dust has settled here from these first 2 rounds of heat races in the KA senior class. James Overbeck off that heat race win keeps it just 1 point off on the heat points. So that'll keep it still neck and neck depending who comes out on top in their group superheat, because again, it'll be Massimino alongside Jared Clark for the A superheat. Overbeck alongside Vid Montien. Colin Lloyd and Joe Turney, tiebreaker, decide the difference between them in qualifying. That'll put Lloyd to 3rd in the A group, Turney to the B group. Levy and Vanchev will go to 4th in their superheats, and Brandon Lemke and Weston Workman will line up provisionally in 5th on the inside of that 3rd row in the superheats. Following this break in the action. But along with the K senior class, of course, for X30 Pro, they're on the docket for tonight, and they've got something special in store for the shootout. Here's a look, though, at what's coming up next on the overall sessions. Top of the hour, we'll go back green here with Mini Swift action, X30 Junior and X30 Pro. They'll wrap their on-track activities for the moment at 5 p.m. Eastern. We'll get a good read of who's going to the Mini Swift and X30 Junior fast shootouts. The SimCraft X30 Pro shootout will get seeded based off of the heat rankings combined with the superheat for where they'll basically be our top 10 starting order for the main event. But there's also other ways to get in. A couple of promoters picks and the Kart Chaser official fan vote that is going on right now on the Kart Chaser official Facebook page. For any driver outside the top 10, the highest ranking driver that's still in the top half of the X30 Pro field will be chosen by you, the viewers and fans at home, to join the rest of the field to fight for the $5,000 in the SimCraft shootout. And at the moment, right now, in the Kart Chaser fan vote tally, and again, this is getting updated on our sheets every 15 minutes. We'll pull that up for you here. It is Alex Stanfield who currently leads the fan vote rankings at the moment. 108 votes at the moment over. Sarah Bradley only 15 votes back on the structure. John Antonino Jr. is 41 total votes, 67 points back from the overall lead. That will close at 6 p.m. Eastern time for the fan vote rankings. So again, you can vote your favorite driver in by commenting on our Facebook post up until 6 p.m. tonight. For the X30 Pro fan vote, Alex Stanfield currently the leader as we continue to monitor that throughout the day. For now, though, as you saw on the screen, it's a break in the action for us. We'll be back with more activity here from Trackhouse Motorplex to race towards sunset hour and then under the lights once again here for the IAME USA Grand National Championship.
Paulie Massimino wins the Wisconsin Grand Prix. James Overbeck on start number 2 gets win number 1 in OKN Stars.
On track or off, Brandon Jarscak Racing delivers elite performance. Led by 4-time Pro National Champion Brandon Jarscak, our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at BrandonJarskakRacing.com.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson threw on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
You know, I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing.
Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my god.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Of
Yeah.
course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayCara.com. At ShopPayCara.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopPayCara.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go, come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico, it's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and zero sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The IAME USA Grand National Championship back green here from Trackhouse Motorplex as we get rolling for the SuperHeat batch of sessions. 15 laps from the 13 original laps run for the 2 heat races in the Mini Swift division. And here's a look at how they'll line up for the first race session of the afternoon or evening, sunset hour, if you will, part of the show. Jaden Francisco and Dutch Westbrook will make up row number 1. Row 2, Aiden Go and Hudson Howard. Audie and Bruck on row 3. Lennox Lockhart and Slade Harrell on row 4. Row 5, Astalis and Francisco. And then on here to row number 6, George Zeminski and Liam Francisco, who has moved up a number of spots. Caden Cladera and Camila Canache back on row 7. Bruno Herrera, Flynn Fallon, row 8. Jackson Frank and Iker Alvarez on row 9. Grayson Knifick and Orlando Martinez on row 10. Then Kai Johnson, Milan Eilick, Max Santana, and Anderson Hemphill on row number 12. We're ready to go once again here from Trackhouse for a SuperHeat. 15 laps here, weighted twice as much in terms of how they'll set the grid for the main event as the 2 heat races individually. And it begins right now as they roll down the tram lines. Green flag in the air, the Mini Swift SuperHeat is green. And as they roll up to full song, down the backstretch, into turn number 8 here, Jaden Francisco with a bright pink helmet leads the field into the hairpin at turn 9. Let's see if everybody can survive it. The Minis all playing nice here on this opening half a lap. And once again, just as in Heat 2, Brett, Dutch Westbrook going right to work here to try and fight for the lead. But Aiden Go is doing the same. And the 198 takes over here at the end of turn 1.
I was about to say they were single file organized through that first lap, but as soon as they came down the front straightaway, that's when they started making these passes up front and through the mid-pack. You can see we're looking at a battle right now with the 184 Francisco Puerta. And then the rest of the field, you can see the 149 making a pass there. That would be the Hudson Howard making moves early on, just like we saw in our previous heats. So really the same players that we've been talking about all weekend are leading this field as we get ready to complete lap number 2.
And again, that's going to be the case, right? The drivers that have performed the best over the 2 heat races thus far. Yesterday afternoon on the standard course, earlier today on the alternate switchback layout. Aiden Go will lead at the end of lap 2, and Dutch Westbrook will go back to position number 2 for a moment. Hudson Howard right back at him here, and they'll go back and forth, switching back on the switchback course for second. And it'll end up still with Dutch out in front of him, but Francisco now on the heels of Hudson. Yusuf Audi is there as a second of the white and blue JHD machines. Then it's the Paralina Colton Bruck, Slate Harrell in the Nitro Kart. A little gap back to Francisco Puerto's on a good start from 9th. George Zeminski is not far away. He leads that second train in the blue helmet, but for second, that got tight right there.
Yeah, may have been a little bit of contact there, but you can hear when they go down that back straightaway just how fast they're going, almost hitting the rev limiter. But they're sailing down that back straightaway. A great opportunity for them to make some passes there, as well as down this shorter front straightaway. There you can see a nice pass there. A little bit of contact as well. Everyone through cleanly as we come into this infield section.
I think that warning flag was given to Iker Alvarez. He was on the blue and white Bennett coming down the hill. We obviously saw the contact he had with his teammate Max Santana in the second heat race. He had to start from the back here in the SuperHeat. He has already climbed up a couple of spots, 4 up from 17th to 13th when he crossed the timing line. The biggest loser on the opening lap is the driver he was fighting with right there. Lennox Lockhart slid backwards heavily off the start from 6th down to 12th. As up front, Francisco goes back around Audi for 4th. And that move right there, it didn't cost him a lot of time to the leaders, but it certainly brought that 6th through 8th grouping back up to him. So we're once again 8 karts under a blanket, working on to lap number 5 here in the Mini Swift SuperHeat.
Yeah, I was going to say, it looks like Jaden Francisco's trying to make his march back up through the field after losing 4 positions early on here. Dutch Westbrook, you can see at the top of your screen, fastest lap. He currently sits in 3rd position on your screen. A little bit of a gap by Aiden Go as he comes out of the infield section to the high-speed section of the course that we have here today. We'll see if the 3 behind him stay in line try and draft back up. You can see how easy that is to do here on this high-speed section of the racetrack.
Yeah, it's such a huge run if you can hit turn 4 right and turn 5 as well, and now taking advantage and going to the lead for the first time since the end of lap number 1. Aiden Go now slips backwards, and Hudson Howard will lead his first laps on the timing board here in the Superheat, and that brings the pack ever tighter as they roll into turn number 2, further beyond from 8th to 9th. Francisco Puerta to Iker Alvarez, the 144, albeit getting the eye of the officials, is moving the chains here up the leaderboard. He's going just as fast as your lead pack, essentially. He's now gotten up to the front of the middle, and the lead pack is still fighting a bit there. You saw Westbrook kind of show a nose on the inside of Aiden Go and then pull back on it. That's got them all spread apart here down the backstretch, and Francisco will shove Westbrook for a moment. Now he'll pull out a line, trying to get back to third. Not enough juice down the braking zone, so it'll stay all the same through turn 9.
I was about to say, you see they all tighten back up through that infield section after they go down that back straightaway. Hudson Howard was able to set up his pass start on the back straightaway. As you can see, Francisco making a dive move there, able to grab third position. Slate Harold now our fastest time on the board early on here, just lap number 7. And I feel like based off of what we've seen the last couple laps, these guys are all going to accordion back together once they get out of this infield section and into the high-speed portion.
Certainly going to connect them really good with the draft, the way they're lined up. Nobody pushing Howard away. They're all just going to close up to him. They'll be in lockstep from second on. Nobody really close enough to make any big divers. Slate Harold's gone by Yusuf Adi. Other than that, it's all holding station. And then further on, we have a long ways to get this group back here. Look at the fighting we got going on. That's Caden Cladera in the mix of it. Flynn Fallon, it looks like, as well, while the leaders are already out of the last turn and duking it out here at the halfway point. Go, Francisco Howard back and forth, and it'll be Aiden Go to the lead. He'll cover through 2, and he's back up front again. Howard just got a bumper full now of Dutch Westbrook and company, as they all got really close there with the leaders going left and right and center. And it is just going to make it that much easier for Iker Alvarez to try and latch on to the back of the train. You just saw him flurry there through the frame. They're 8 deep up front to Francisco Puerta, but the lone man by himself, Iker Alvarez, who started all the way at the rear, is closing up, and this is going to help. More side-by-side action in the middle of the group. Slate Harrell in the red car going up to 4th, and the other red cars, former teammate Jaden Francisco pulling the trigger to go to the lead.
As I mentioned, he was down to 5th place. Was able to battle his way back to 1st, has a strong cart under him. As you can see, they're continuing to battle here like it's the last lap, but they're trying to get as much as they can. Every position matters, especially in these super heats.
And look at Slate all over the back of Howard now for 3rd, as the top 2 have a little bit of a gap after making that pass last lap on Westbrook. Slate Harrell on the move now with his teammate in front of him. What do you do in this position? His first major weekend in the Mini Swift class came just a couple weeks ago here. He dominated over the last year. Anytime we went into the state of North Carolina, Charlotte Motor Speedway or Trackhouse Motorplex, Slate Harrell was unbelievably quick in the Micro Swift ranks. Now moving up here to Mini Swift, and he's jumped right in with the front pack. Learning, I'm sure, every single session of how to play the field at hand. And this weekend, changing things up, moving over from the Brian Perry Motorsport Nitro Kart Camp to the MPG Kart Republic group. And he has his teammate for the new teammate for the weekend, Hudson Howard, right in front of him. They've got a perfect view of the 2 leaders who are getting ever close.
I was about to say, it looks like almost like Aiden Go's trying to set himself up, possibly maybe to make a run down this back straightaway. He's definitely the closest that we've seen in a couple of laps, but it looks like he's going to stay tucked in behind.
And they're teeing each other up right now. Nothing really is going to transfer in most of the sections of this racetrack to tomorrow, so you're not necessarily making notes for the main event. You could have a little bit of that maybe in the backstretch area, but other than that, you're gauging for the final few laps, and we're going to start battling again here with still 5 to go. Go to the lead. Howard tried to go through to 3rd, or from 3rd to 2nd. Now he's going to potentially lose 3rd, but he'll hang on to turn number 3, slip back ahead of Harrell. And that while there was a bit of a gap forming back to Westbrook in fifth, it has evaporated. Just that quick three-corner exchange now will open up as Westbrook gets shuffled outside. It'll be Colton Bruck into the top 5. One of the higher performances he's had on the books so far this weekend. And he's going to get really close to the leaders when they're starting to defend like this. Aiden Go down low on the backstretch. Let's see if he leaves the door cracked here. It'll actually be for second. Howard gets by on Francisco.
Good clean racing all throughout the field for this entire session so far. You can see we have about 9 carts here in a line. They continue to battle every corner. Positions seem to be changing here.
Oh, this is incredible stuff here. The fact that they have all managed thus far to be essentially scot-free, not a single black tire mark on any of the body work. There's certainly been some close quarters action among this now 9-car group because Iker Alvarez has closed it down to less than a half second away off the back. There he is at the top of the screen in the Bennick. He's closed in. The leaders are now 9 deep. It'll be 3 laps to go this time by. Go in command. Pass for fourth. The Bennick of Dutch Westbrook gets the spot from Francisco. He's now down to the 5th position as Brook was able to get a moment on by now. Puerta and Brooks alongside Puerta as the leaders go at it as well. Howard to the inside of Go. Action everywhere in this main group as Slade Harrell crosses them both up. He'll drag race Howard into 3. Slade Harrell to the lead. 2-for-1 special.
That was a crazy turn of events, but they've had so many great passing opportunities, these drivers, in turn 1 there. That's such a sharp corner coming off of the half straightaway that we have with this course set up here for today. Looks like we have a little bit of time to organize ourselves, get a little bit of a breathing room as there was some crazy racing there, but still anyone's race with 3 laps to go here at Trackhouse Motorplex.
And they're 3 wide behind him. That'll get tight right there in the hairpin coming off the bowl. And now we've got 5 remaining. Still standing to fight for the win over the final 2 laps. Go back to the lead. Francisco through to 4th. Slade Harrell goes from 1st back to 5th in just a short shoot. Not even half the distance of the front straightaway off that pass by Aiden Go. And you've got 4 different teams, 4 different chassis manufacturers here inside your top 5. The only teammates are Howard and Harrell, but it is Parolin up front here with Aiden Go. JHTD and MPG Motorsports, Kart Republic in 2nd. The Bennick team and chassis in 3rd. The Nitro Kart for Ryan Perry Motorsport in 4th. Hudson Howard's going to have to get creative, though. Aiden Go has got it on lock in the run to turn number 8. Oh. Here he is. There we go, a last-second diver.
Yeah, we've seen that in turn 1. Now we're seeing it on the infield section as we come down to the final lap now. This is still anyone's race. As you can see, another pass for the lead.
Aiden Go, huge move there. Look at Francisco to the inside of Westbrook. Dutch will go into the runoff, nearly 3 wide. And side by side they go still to 9. Harrell's going to end up in 4th. Howard is stuck. Iker Alvarez in the 144. Started all the way back in 17th. He's now in the top 5 with a shouting distance all the way up to the leader. Incredible drive through the pack here for Iker. And on the backstretch for the final time, Aiden Go is only going to have one real worry, I think. He's too far out for them to get him here. It'll be the tight hairpin coming up. Francisco's still a little bit far back. He needs a monster run out of turn number 9. He looks like he might have got it. Up the hill to 11. Go covers low. Francisco crossover to the line. They'll drag race it, but Aiden Go hangs on and scores the win by 95 thousandths of a second here in the SuperHeat.
What a race. I don't think we had any drivers go off that entire session. No contact, no extreme contact, but what great racing we saw there.
Yeah, I always worry when we get that many deep in a lead group, what will happen over the course of the session. You don't think they're going to be able to race that hard for that long. But Aiden Go, top of the pylon in a massive battle here in Mini Swift. Jaden Francisco, Dutch Westbrook, Slade Harrell, and how about it for Iker Alvarez, up 12 spots to be able to move into the top 5. Yusuf Adi, Hudson Howard, Francisco Puerta, Colton Brook, and then Camila Canache ended up all by her lonesome at the end of it. A couple seconds back from the leading 9 and about 4 ahead of Liam Francisco, who had to move up from a little ways back off the start. Flynn Fallon picks up a couple of spots as well. Heartbreaker for Lennox Lockhart, dropping all the way down to 15 from 6 on the grid. He certainly seemed to be missing something that he needed off the back of those great heat race results. But again, it's all going to get blended together to line them for the main event on Sunday. So while that result is great for Aiden Go, it's still not yet everything on the weekend. As we'll send the last couple of carts into the pit lane. Final couple around, that'll be the parallel. I believe Bruno Herrera collected in an incident earlier on. But back underway once again here in the afternoon, Brett. Like you said, though, what a great race that is here to kick off the afternoon. The minis, I told you at the beginning of the weekend, these kids always deliver. It is so fun to watch.
You told me at the beginning of the weekend it's like a Talladega style, Daytona style, and that's just what we saw in that race right there.
On a road course.
Correct. I mean, they were able to just make those passes every corner, every lap. It seemed like we had a pass for the top 8. As you take a look at the track right now. If you're watching us earlier this afternoon, we've actually had the sun come out, which I don't think was expected today based on the weather reports, but we'll see how that plays with the track, plays with these drivers. But regardless, tonight, once the sun goes down, we still will have temperatures in the 50s. So similar to last night, we'll see how that all plays out when we get to our senior shootout as well as the Fast 5.
Well, while we've got our first race in the books, there's racing going on all day long, specifically simulator racing. Simcraft, the official title partner of the X30 Shootout. Grace Overbeck made her way over. Here she is, over with TJ Halsma from Simcraft. Check this out. And we'll send it on down to you, Grace, here in the building. The official title partner for tonight's X30 Shootout. This is the official sim of a number of NASCAR teams and OEMs. And Grace is standing with TJ Halsma here as well. We'll go down to her.
Yeah, here with TJ, one of the owners, and you said the racing development?
The driver development.
Driver development director. And so can you tell us a little bit about this machine here? It seems very technical and very intricate. Very good in it.
It's one of our Simcraft systems. It's our Apex 4 CT, which is our compact trainer. It's really meant for an at-home use for driver development, not playing video games. But we're here at the IAME Grands because we're now partners with Kart Sport, where they'll have one of these systems available at all times for drivers to come and rent, seat time for their own personal development, do engineering with their coaches. And we're super excited to be, right here in basically the capital of racing in North America in terms of karting and Race City, USA.
And how does the digital simulator, how does that translate into real-world driving?
So vehicles all move in one way, and that's XYZ, center of mass rotations and translations, and our motion technology is the only motion system on the market that achieves the exact same methodologies. So each one of our degrees of motion are completely independently in control of one another, and so it gives the most true-to-life experience for the person in the seat, and that's why it translates directly to the racetrack.
Awesome, thank you.
You're welcome.
So cool.
I'm a big iRacer, so seeing that was pretty cool. Now I there's a reason I'm in the booth. I don't race professionally because I think if I had that simulator, it'd be shaking my whole house because I get in some wrecks sometimes. So, but it was cool to see that the driver. I don't know who that was behind the wheel. He was doing pretty good on. Looked like he was in an open wheel car. So.
Yeah, no, they're having hot lap challenges. There is a huge crowd there as well behind. TJ is being a phenomenal host. I asked him. And him and I, we go way back. He was actually, back before his tenure at Simcraft, he's worked in karting in a number of degrees for a short period. He was also the general manager at Atlanta Motorsports Park down the road. But before that even, my very first foray into indoor racing, first foray into real racing, indoor karting league. TJ was the manager of the league back when I was, well, I'll put it this way. A couple of our crew members
We're not born
might still have been in diapers at the least. But he has been a long-time motorsport industry member. It is so cool to get to see him again, and what they're doing with Simcraft is absolutely exceptional. And the level of detail, every bit of the development and technology and hardware in that simulator, the full motion, the vibration, the feel of it. There's a reason why, again, they are the simulator of choice all the way to the very top of American motorsport from the likes of NASCAR and IndyCar and IMSA. And you, of course, have the ability to have one of those at your own home. And like he said, it's meant to be for everything and anything you need to keep on training and make up for the lack of seat time. We're about to see a lot more seat time here with X30 Junior SuperHeat. The grid across the bottom of your screen. The easy part for us to do the math on, Travis Pettit starting on the pole there in the purple and pink and blue for Ralston Performance Group. Tristan Murphy seemed to be the next best in Heat 2. They've got a few more laps here for this one. Let's see if we can keep him honest and bring the fight to him. Junior X30 underway. As they roll down into the bowl for the first time, Travis already with a great getaway. Parker Ives with a great start. Not so great for his teammate in Tristan Murphy, but the Ives Racing Ryan Perry Motorsport machine is up to second. He is riding the biggest wave of momentum of any driver in this field. Brett, he's got his first career junior national win just 2 weeks ago at Charlotte Motor Speedway, the last kind of stop on this traveling circus that is the national tour of events. And last year, they opted, he's under the tutelage, of course, of his father, well known, still captain of the Hendrick Motorsports Xfinity team, to allow him to watch his son develop into a rising motorsport star, but most known by many for his tenure in the NASCAR Cup Series as a crew chief. Rich Gutierrez, who has also worked with Hendrick Motorsports for a long time in karting for over 30-something years, helping develop this young man, and they were ecstatic to see the fruits of the hard work of last year where they moved him up. He's still one of the smaller kids. Even Travis Pettit's far from the tallest on the grid. Parker's probably another couple inches shorter than him in the seat. And last year he was even smaller when they moved him up early to go on the option of whether or not they wanted to go up or stay down. They said, no, we're going to jump in the deep end. We're going to immerse ourselves. And hopefully this year will be the big year, but he's getting fed the deep end right now.
Nico Katowski stuffed it in there and was able to get that pass. And I think we mentioned it earlier on. I mentioned it, once you get offline in that infield section, it is so hard to get back down without losing multiple positions. And look at the lead Travis Pettit already has put together.
Yeah, just off that back and forth. And I think too, right, we talk about the marbles offline and on a longer kind of spread out lap, not using the cut throughs, as we see Ives unfortunately slide back another one, back to fifth, Tristan Murphy up to fourth. It's the rhythm, right? You're almost doing a bit of a dance back and forth, and when you kind of get knocked off your rhythm with a pass here, because it starts in turn one. I mean, they are on the wheel, turning right, back to the left, and setting up over to the left for the right-hander at turn three. All the way until you get down the backstretch is the first time you're kind of able to reset yourself. So like you said, you lose a lot of time when you're trying to do what Parker just did there and blend in line behind Nathan Golseth. And now he took a look back. He saw he had a little bit of breathing room back to Josh Bergman. He has just enough space. He can finally start to find his groove again.
Yeah, I was going to say, Parker probably wants to get back in line, hit his marks, and try to make his way back up to the, maybe not the leader, but get back some of those positions, because you can see how Travis Pettit has really taken off here with all that moving and shaking that we saw over the last couple of laps. There he is in the 729, that brightly colored machine there. That you can see they're kind of more close together as we get back to second, third, fourth, and fifth as we go through this infield section. Pettit dominating so far. He's been really the story all weekend so far. Strong Kart under him. We've mentioned that multiple times. I mean, that's a sizable lead only 5 laps into this 18-lap event.
Yeah, this is a lengthy one, right? They're going to run 22 laps tomorrow in the main, so they're not necessarily that far off of what the main event will be. This is also a little bit later in the day, but as you can see, folks, we've got the sun out for the first time today here as we've gotten into the afternoon rotation to sessions, or the close to evening, mid to late afternoon. And so they're going to run their main a little bit earlier in the day tomorrow, but the conditions will probably be pretty similar to this. Now, it's a totally different track for sure, and your air pressure is going to be a slightly different of a approach to it, maybe by a couple of tenths of a PSI or something. It won't be massive going from the standard course to this layout, and the differences of how much straightaways you have where the tires will cool back down versus the corners where you're heating them up and raising the pressures by driving on them. But this is going to give them a really good gauge of, all right, how are we on the long run? Because the heats were essentially 2/3 or half the distance of their mains. This is almost the distance of the main, and they're on the very end of the tire life. This is the 4th heat cycle. So they qualified for that full 8 minutes. Most of them used all of it. 2 full heats, and now here in this 18-lapper, we might see a little bit of fall off in the Junior X30s. Might see a little in K Senior and X30 Pro as well. But I don't think we're seeing any fall off yet out of the Hurricane up front. He's got a 1.7-second lead, and that's why we're watching this group back here with Tristan Murphy and company.
Yeah, Tristan Murphy holding down that 3rd position, but he's got Benja Fernandez and Ashton Woon right on his tail here as they go around that sweeping corner. Again, crossover right here, a little bit of bumpy there. It's not always a run, and then we go through down to this final corner onto our half straightaway for this layout before they make that sharp right-hander into turn 1, and then that quick turn 2 right here.
And so now as we've begun to settle in and everyone's kind of gotten the first couple of laps woes out of the way, we get a good gauge on raw speed. Travis Pettit out of the gate wicked fast. That last lap wasn't the greatest, a 47.82. His best was a 47.50. And a 47.8 would put him just barely quicker than everybody else on circuit. Nico Katowski hit a 47.89, Murphy an 83, a 92 for Woon, and then a little bit off for Benja Fernandez as he lost that 4th spot to Woon on that lap, and now he's got Woon's teammate Nathan Golseth going forward. But Golseth looked mighty strong, marching up the board in the heat races earlier this afternoon. He seems to be tracking the same with added distance here in the SuperHeat for X30 Junior as Travis Pettit right on there will tell me to go back and look at the time charts again. He just put a half second on everyone else's best time, 47.3. The next best was a 79.
Ashton Woon holding down that 4th position, up 5 spots. I think he and Marco Samet in 9th, also up 5. So I think those are the 2 biggest movers we've seen so far in this SuperHeat here. You can see a look at the rest of the field as they go down that back straightaway. Everyone's pretty spaced out. You know, this, as we mentioned, a long heat. We see a battle right here in the final corner as they snake their way down the front straightaway, then down into turn 1. That looks like it was a battle. Marco Samet up to the 8th position, so that's 6 spots that he's been able to grab here. So he started well outside the top 10, now in 8th position.
Speaking of drivers starting a little ways outside the top 10, Chase Gassiet Lee hasn't had the best of weekends thus far at the IAME Grand. One of many pulling double duty and trying to race his way into the night show. He's down on the grid with Grace.
It's flying under the radar this weekend. Tell me about it, how it's been for you.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out the setup and trying to figure out all the carburation and everything with all the changing track conditions and everything. And we're getting closer, just getting into incidents and stuff like that. So,
how do you plan on changing the streak during this SuperHeat?
I didn't hear you. What?
Oh, I said, how do you plan on changing the streak during the SuperHeat?
Hopefully make it through the first lap clean and then keep chugging from there.
Sometimes that's all you can do. Good luck.
Thank you.
Chase Gassiet Lee, as mentioned, all smiles, but it certainly hasn't been a happy weekend to this point. Hoping he can survive it. Again, with the double weight, gives you still a little bit of hope at this point of the weekend to march forward, but Travis Pettit is dashing away the hopes of everyone here in X30 Junior. 3 seconds to Nico Katowski, another 7/10 to Tristan Murphy. The whole field's kind of all settled in and spread out a little bit as Golseth was able to get by Fernandez, and now the closest battle's probably going to be for 3rd. Ashton Woon is tracking up to Murphy.
I guess if you're the team of Travis Pettit in the 729, I guess what you want to be careful of, you know, he's been dominating so much, you don't want to become complacent and not make enough changes for these next races. So it'll be interesting to see, you know, how they kind of talk to him and ask him what maybe he needs out of the kart, because I kept saying, you know, don't change the kart, but we're going to have a major change, you know, when we go to these other races. So we'll see if they're able to keep up with the racetrack. As you can see that lead he has, I mean, you can't even see any of the other drivers on our screen.
And the best of it for Travis is being able to have clean tires in the first 3 to 4 laps, because one of the hardest parts of a lengthy race is having to deal with a kart that's not going to be handling that good when you're shooting low on the air pressures we talked about earlier. When you're in the middle of the pack or fighting forward like Nico Katowski seems like he's had to do every race he's been a part of this weekend in both classes. Started 5th, so he was starting a little closer to the front, but still had to spend the first 2 laps fighting in the field, going offline in the dirty part of the track, hustling the tires a little bit harder, when you start on pole and you can get away, as Travis has, you're right on the line from the beginning, and you can make mental notes for small driving adjustments and equally come away with a whole lot more intel of what they need to do to be strong in the first 4 laps, because as again, you've been getting a crash course on everything that the sport has over the weekend, Brett. What is such a big part of all of these races we've seen so far, and it'll be even more important in the lengthier main events tomorrow, is getting forward when the pack is close and being good in the early couple laps, because when they get spread out like this, it's that much harder to make up ground, because you can't really account on battling in front of you to bring drivers close. You're making it all up on pure merit, and that's what we're seeing here with Ashton Woon. He's been tracking slowly, working 5 laps just to get 1 position, and he still hasn't got it yet.
Yeah, I was about to say, you're talking about battles on the racetrack. This is probably the 2 closest drivers that we have in the top 10. Ashton Woon in the number 703, and then Tristan Murphy in the 711, but doesn't look like Ashton is able to get close enough in any of these corners to really duck out and make a move here. He's kind of maybe setting him up, but he can't really get close enough on that final corner.
Yeah, he's almost there. He hasn't quite done it. He's going to have Nathan Golseth bearing down as Samet goes at Fernandez behind him. 4 to go, and we'll head down to a driver that is certainly hoping to track forward here in the main, and the superheat coming up. Grace has Blake Nash standing by.
Yeah, Blake, we haven't been able to catch up with you this weekend so far, so just give us a little rundown on how it's been.
Yeah, it's been rough, needless to say. Yeah, I just feel like I haven't pretty much had, my true form since really practice. So, yeah, we're working through it. We're trying to make small gains here and there. I think our X30 pace is really strong. I just get hung up in some of the a little bit of the jungle that I'm in right now, which is a result of a bad qualifying on my part. So, yeah, I'm trying to make my way through that through the pack and get up to more of the clean track up front. I'm not too worried about the X30 side. I feel like our package is really fast. The KA side, I'm still working on. I feel like the kart's really fast. I'm just working on getting the carburation more under control. I feel like I've lost a little bit of that since the practice on Thursday. So, yeah, we're working. We're not stopping pushing. We're trying to get better every session, and that's what we got to do right now. So it's just one of those weeks.
And I don't know about you, but I've definitely noticed that it's getting temperature-wise a lot hotter just as we're standing here, and the sun's coming out and shining. How do you think this is going to affect the way that the kart handles onto the track with the temps changing?
Yeah, I mean, from what I've been able to, to tell with this track, just racing here in the last couple of years, it starts to get a little greasy when it gets hot like this. So even though it's getting hotter, it might feel, a little bit less slick with how the rubber is here. So we'll see how it goes. I'm hoping our package is good right now, and hopefully we can get a good start and get away from some of that battling.
For sure. Thank you.
Thank you.
And so with a lap and a half to go, Travis Pettit certainly away from all the battling here in his race in X30 Junior. Tristan Murphy's withstood the pressure. In fact, the last couple laps as we've been watching the times here, Brett, he's picked up the pace and maintained the margin back to Woon, and he's actually tracked close to Nico Katowski. So now, as the field is working its way through turns 1 and 2, as Travis Pettit heads over to turn number 3 at about a 3 to 4/10 of a second cushion.
Yeah, this is the last lap too, so if you want to make a move, this is your last opportunity.
And it's like Murphy kind of got a second wind as Woon was getting closer to him. Last lap, he said his best lap of the session, 47.68. All tracking around the same 2nd through 5th, but at a 47.4 average speed, Travis Pettit, 2 to 3/10 quicker. He'd probably be a whole lot happier if this was going to be the layout for tomorrow, but we'll go back to the standard course. I'm sure he'll still be happy enough. He'll best his margin, nearly 6 seconds out in front of everyone as Travis Pettit dominates the SuperHeat and X30 Junior. And Tristan Murphy hangs on for 3rd over Woon, gets close to Katowski at the end. Marco Samet with that pass earlier sticks it and hangs on to 6th ahead of Fernandez and Barb and Ives and Josh Bergman, who completes the top 10 across the line. Nicholas Mose, Achilles Saperco, Paxton Romero just outside of the final running order, but Travis Pettit, well, nearly 5 seconds. He cooled it off a little bit on that final lap by. Still a big margin, though.
Yeah, Marco Samet, though, up 8 positions to 6th. What a drive, especially when those drivers were so strung out to even still able to make all those passes. So good drive for the 775 in 6th place. You can see the rest of our finishers here. Some work to do for these drivers in 11th through 14th. As those drivers get off the track, we are going to have our X30 Pros coming up next. They put on a heck of a show earlier today, all weekend really. So excited to see them back out on the track. But as like Grace mentioned, compared to their heat this morning, this is totally different track. The sun is beating down, temperatures are rising. You can see the drivers getting ready right there.
You can see it. It's almost go time. Paulie Massimino has had the field covered thus far here with Joe Turney leading the rest of the train, trying to challenge him. Already $4,500 in the bank. A shot to go out another $5,000 tonight. And just announced now, CNCPE has added a $1,000 bonus if Massimino could double up the shootout. This guy might be the first one to try and play spoiler. Joe Turney, James Overbeck, the rest of the X30 Pros getting ready for action here on the other side of this break with more to come from Trackhouse Motorplex. You're watching Kart Chasers coverage, the IAME Grand National Championship.
Hey guys, I'm Chris G. I'm Kart Chasers driver fitness coach, and today I'm going to give you 3 tips on how to strengthen your shoulders for more endurance and better stability in the kart. Here we go. Okay, so exercise number 1 is the front rope pull-through cable raises. Okay, now this is the upright cable row. What you are doing here is you're picking a straight bar, as you see, and we're working the side areas of our shoulders, the medial. Exercise number 3, the dumbbell shrugs. As you guys can tell, I like to pause at the top before releasing. It's great for your strength, for that wheel stability. It's great for those shoulders and that upper back area. Chris G coaching, race-ready training that carries into real life. That's what we do here. See you on the next one.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Karting isn't just speed. It's control, precision, freedom. At Atlanta Motorsport Park, Kart Freedom isn't just a team. It's where drivers are made.
So here we go for X30 Pro's SuperHeat. Paulie Massimino and Joe Turney headline of the division, but really that second heat race all about Massimino. The BJRLN kart's been hooked up. He starts just ahead of his teammate James Overbeck on row 2. Miami, Florida's Colin Lloyd on the outside of that second row. Then it's Davin Roberts and Dalton Haynes who made slow and steady progress over the 2 days so far to row 3. Enzo Vidmontien said he wanted to be a little more aggressive today. Starts alongside Buddy Antonino Jr. on row number 4. The highest of the rookies in the seating here, all the way back in 8th. Blake Nash and Caleb Gaffaro will make up row number 5. Chase Gassie and Lee, Adam Brickley, Matt Landers, Alex Stanfield, all the way down to the bottom of the leaderboard, where drivers are coming off the back of some rough heat races, like Jacob Kolar, a former winner at this event 2 years ago in 2024 in a range-shortened main event. Alexander Vanchev as well, changing the transponder, starting in the middle of the pack after a crash at the end of heat number 2. He's looking for a pick-me-up here to head into the night show. Top 10 will automatically go to the Simcraft X30 shootout with $5,000 on the line. The rest will be hoping for the grace of a promoter's pick or maybe help from you at home with the KC fan vote. The X30 Pro SuperHeat, no green that time. I thought that one looked okay, Brett.
I wasn't sure what they didn't like about that one, but that's why we're in the commentating booth. We're not a race official, so they'll come back around, warm those tires up one more time. Even though we mentioned the sun is out, it is still cool out there, just 60 degrees. Very uncharacteristic for May 2nd here in North Carolina. Temperatures probably would be closer to 80 on a normal day like today. So as they come back around onto the straightaway. So as Xander mentioned, you want to be in the top 10. So we'll see how hard that battle is from 10th on back and how hard that battle is for the lead with Paulie Massimino, Joe Turney, James Overbeck starting 1, 2, 3.
And the thing that Massimino knows well as himself is how vital it will be to get away, because the performance he put on in Heat 2 put a target on his back, and now he's got the field bearing down into one. Up and over the curbing was Davin Roberts, one off. Caleb Gaffera bouncing in the grass here at the exit of turn 3. But a great getaway for the Brandon Jarsicrack Racing duo. James Overbeck up to second, Turney third. Paulie leads him up the hill, and then it's Davin Roberts in the red and white leading the next group back and forth. 1 or 2 off there in the hairpin. Otherwise, all of the X30 pros have made it through the opening lap, and Overbeck almost wanted to go to the lead there, but he protects from Turney.
Gaffera went off. He was in 10th. I think he went almost. Oh, we have trouble here.
That is two big names, Caleb Gaffera, Jacob Kolar.
I was about to say he went off and went almost to the back of the pack, and you can see what happened there. What a disastrous start.
Yeah, just one broken bit to another. A bumpy opening lap for Caleb G., the former X30 shootout winner from 2025. He'll have to hope to get in off a champ's provisional, if you will, on the promoter's picks at this point, because that's going to certainly hurt his heat point tally. He was already on the bubble coming in, and we'll have that tallied up throughout the race as we go. For now, first 2 laps across the loop. Joe Turney already lurking a little bit on Overbeck through turn 2, but they've still got a lot of breathing room to the scrum behind. Ryan Raffa there making a move. You had to go way back to the teens to find that first pass, because everyone's as bottled up as they were in the first run through that hairpin off the bowl, all playing pretty nice.
You can see our teammates, Paulie Massimino, James Overbeck, 1 and 2. Looks like James is going to go down to the inside, and like a good teammate, Paulie Massimino is going to let him go, not going to fight him for that. They don't want the rest of that field catching up to them.
So as we get 3 laps complete, James Overbeck, he looked stronger early, and I don't know if he was trying to be nice or was waiting to just give Paulie a little bit of breathing space for him to figure it out. Ultimately, he has gone to the lead. He's already pulled a little bit of a gap. Massimino now towards the clutches at Turney, but they're still well and above everyone else on circuit. James Overbeck has never won an X30 Pro main event. He has won a couple of 125 Pro races in the OKN division on debut. Then went on to have a banner season last year in the Stars Championship Series. Different engine package, similar in concept as a 125cc water-cooled headline single-speed category. But this class has some of the best from around the world. It has been the bar standard over the years. And he has finally taken the full plunge to move up to it. He's got 3K 100 national championships to his name, and he was unstoppable when he finally got his first senior win in that class just 2 years ago.
And Joe Turney in third is hanging pretty tough with these 2 up front, and we know, given the history this weekend, that Joe can really turn it on the longer this race goes. But you can see the two teammates working together to gap themselves from Joe Turney as we get a look at some of the racing back here closer to that 10th important position.
And again, it won't be directly the 10th position. It'll be on the heat points overall.
Oh, yes.
Of the transfer there. So now in 10th, 11th, 12th, every which way. Terrible start right now in the works for Colin Lloyd as he has continued to get swarmed by the field. That is Gassiet Lee. We spoke to Chase obviously in that last session. He's already on the heels of a kid he's grown up racing with.
As you mentioned, it's a points tally, so you still want to get as many positions as you can throughout this field. You can see they're really tight here mid-pack, so great opportunities for these drivers, and from probably 7th to 14th, able to make some quick passes here. And you can see there's a large gap before we get to the rear of the field. These guys are going to need a lot of help. They want to make up some positions.
Yeah, it's all the way back to the likes of Wrigley Keys, Franco Escoto, Sarah Bradley. The young lady's had a rough go to start her X30 Pro campaign, her debut this weekend, joining the big dogs. And well, James Overbeck right now seems to be the hungriest of the bunch. That lap was just a couple hundredths better than his teammate. They both are continuing to build a little margin back to Turney. But again, as you mentioned, Joe Turney was never that good right out of the gate in either of the two heats, but he was the best at the end. He is much closer at the moment than he was at this point in heat number 2, and even in that he got down to within a couple car lengths of Paulie at the checkers. So still not yet halfway, a lot of racing to go, a lot of life left in this super heat. He's got time on his side. Back here,
that's Alex Vanchev there in that pink fire suit. He went from 15th to 8th now, so that's +7. A little bit of a gap before he can get to the 7th place, but what a drive for him. He didn't have a great last heat, so that's why he was starting there in the back.
Equally, Ryan Raffa in that blue, red, and white suit as into the pit lane goes Dante Rodriguez. Ryan Raffa had to start 22nd. He's now up past Chase Gassiet Lee, finally having some good luck going his way. He joined myself along with Alex Stanfield in the booth last night, calling the K Senior Shootout, trying to race his way into the X30 Pro Shootout. It'd be a long shot, even if he got into the top 10, but with the way the points will get tallied. But this will certainly help make the rest of his weekend a little bit easier to manage, as Overbeck now has Massimino closing and Turney closing. They are tightening up. Enzo Vidmontien further back is not far off on the pace the leaders are tracking either. He got into a 47 flat.
As expected, there's Joe Turney turning up the heat with the fastest lap, so that Kart coming in on lap 9. And I think he's easily closed the gap. It's definitely noticeable here on the track. He's pretty much almost there, so I think down this backstretch you can really get a better idea how close he is.
Here's Paulie to the inside. Lead change. And back to the front goes the 308. He waited.
Smart racing, though, by those teammates not to battle it out and have Joe Turney get on their tail there, but he's still catching them.
And I think, again, that's why Paulie needed to go there. He would have loved to just ride behind James till the last second and then have a fun last lap between them, as there's some dust getting kicked up from something going on further back. Not sure what, but with Massimino realizing the situation, now he's gone to the lead. Here's a look at the live heat points in the fight for pole. Paulie could essentially fall back to 3rd and still win off the points he has hauled so far. Turney right now in 3rd would be a little bit further away from the pole, but that would be your top 3, of course, lining up for the grid tomorrow in the main. No matter what happens here in this super heat, obviously a win would continue to build on the momentum and confidence for Paulie and crew, but he doesn't need necessarily this super heat win to get on up and onto the pole. If James Overbeck were to be able to get the win, that would all of a sudden tighten those points up, because that would be 2 points back his way, and it would be 2 points further from Turney. That would bring it to a tiebreaker. Ultimately, Joe would still win that. So in any formation of the 3 of them, they're basically locked in to the top 3 spots now, as we see it beginning to play out and start to give us a picture of what tomorrow's main event will look like.
Yeah, Massimino, I mean, he's been the story of the weekend. He was the story of this race last year. I mean, he's dominated this heat early this morning. He won yesterday, took home that money. So he's going to have a target on his back, I think. But obviously, I mean, he calls this place home. so you expect him to be strong here.
Also, at the same point, while we check some of the battles further back, we'll keep on looking. John Antonino here going purple, trying to track towards Enzo Vidmontien. The fan vote closes in just over an hour, and that one is about as close as the SuperHeat points at the moment for who's going to get the transfer. Now, Sarah Bradley will still need to race her way into the top half of the field to get the transfer. Alex Stanfield's only 6 votes behind as of the last catch of the comment section. So if you're rooting for Alex Stanfield or Sarah Bradley to get in and you're not sure whether or not they'll make it on merit, that will be the opportunity. And again, Sarah still needs a huge run in this heat race to get into the top half, because you can't, you still have to be somewhat towards the front to be able to make it into the All-Star show tonight. But it is neck and neck between the pair of them, Sarah Bradley and Alex Stanfield. That's live right now in the comment section on our Facebook page. You can update your vote and change it to any driver you want. Maybe 121 of you could find the comment section for John Antonino, but he might be able to race his way in without it. He's up to 5th. He was fastest of his own laps last time by. And then equally here, looking in on this battle, Davin Roberts, Dalton Haynes, Alexander Vanchev. That 3-pack just beyond the pace to fight for the win. This is kind of upper midfield, if you will, here of the 20 plus. We've got an X30 Pro, because lap by lap they're, you know, about 2 or 3 tenths off of what the leaders are tracking at.
Yeah, Vanchev looks strong here. Looks like maybe he has a possibility of passing these 2 drivers in front of him, but they're obviously not going to make it easy as the laps are clicking down here with, I believe, about 5 to go. But this is our best battle on the racetrack as we speak. They're going through that really narrow section right there, and they're nose to tail 4 cars under a blanket.
It's going to get really close here in the final few laps. The urgency factor starts to tick up. We already saw Alexander Vanchev get bit by it. Adam Brickley get bit by it at the end of Heat 2. Here we go. Roberts covering low, realizing they're coming to the very end of the SuperHeat. He's still got a lot of laps if he's going to start defending now. That's going to stack him really close.
Yeah, the Vanchev is the one that we're talking about. He spun on the final lap in the final corner in one of the previous races.
So he knows where this can go wrong. Doesn't want to be a part of it again after all that hard work to dig himself out of that hole. How about Ryan Raffa as well, was involved in an incident on the start of Heat 2. He's going to get to the inside of Blake Nash. Now the outside for 3. Nowhere to go, but just looking for gaps, and he left the door open and cracked there for Colin Lloyd, but he was able to slam it just in time.
I mean, this group has expanded with all this moving and shaking. You can see there's about 7 cars now.
Well, it doesn't take much. I mean, in one single corner, if they go to defend on the wrong turn, his former teammates here, Antonino and Vidmontien, very close on the move to get up to 4th. Didn't need to be that close, but John Antonino on the average is as good, if not better, than the leaders. And now here we go again.
This mess back here.
Oh, this is just asking for problems here. Ryan Raffa continues to try the outside. Vanchev with a deep dive on the inside.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. Davin Roberts, and that just destroyed the right front tie rod. He's done. That tire fully disconnected from the steering assembly now. Vanchev trying to hang on. It is getting wild up front and in the top 10.
There.
Yep.
You called it. Nothing you could, I mean, that cart's not going to move. That's unfortunate.
Tough deal.
We saw that coming, though, because they were moving and shaking down the straightaway, and there were so many cars there.
Well, you just got to get the accordion effect, right? If I'm behind you, I'm going to brake a little bit earlier than normal and not run into the back of you. Then multiply that out and add in all the defending and battling. And here, it was the tire-to-tire contact, and the moment it happened.
He has a barrier on his outside, a driver on his inside. There's really not, he can't really go anywhere else. You can see right there.
Yeah, and again, this was going back to about, you know, the unspoken code a lot of the drivers will play by is if you get alongside me before I turn my hands into the corner, you know, I'm hanging tough at my own risk. But again, two parts to that puzzle right there. Davin only had Vanchev get up the inside of him at the last possible second, going into one with that very good surprise move to get alongside him. And Davin knew that if he could somehow hang tough on the outside, he'd have the inside for turn 2 and be able to get the spot back in his hands. But goes back to what we were talking about earlier. 2 young drivers, very young. Rookie Alexander Vanchev, and of course Davin Roberts moved up very early on an age waiver. He's technically a sophomore in the senior classes, but age eligible, would still be a rookie this year. And the big picture play, right, is realizing, hey, look, he got me on that one, or maybe I don't force the issue for this one spot and risk a penalty, because that'll obviously go to the race stewards, see what they make of it. And you run the risk of trying to go up one spot and instead going down 10 on the final running order. But here we are on the final lap, top 5 all separated. That pack's kind of separated as well. They've closed a little, but Paulie will continue the perfect streak. All 3 race sessions in X30 Pro go the way of Massimino. Overbeck second, Turney third, John Antonino, the hotshot rookie, has been wicked strong here in this superheat. He ends up 4th, and then the final run to the line, Ryan Raffa, a great effort to get all the way up towards the top 10. He just ends up sliding back down to 11th on that last lap as Chase Cassiatlee gets him, but both making up spots. Raffa up 11th.
There's Blake Nash in 6th doing Blake Nash things. I don't think we mentioned him once in that race, but just sneaks in that top 6 plus 3 positions.
Former podium finisher here. He won his first American Pro Championship here last year under the lights in September with the Stars Series. Dalton Haynes, a former winner, down in 8th. Adam Brickley on the box 3 weeks ago at the US Pro Kart Series in 9th. It's stacked in that top 10. All the more impressive for the rookie John Antonino to be the highest of just 2 rookies in the first 10 of the X30 Pro field. And then heartbreaker for Caleb Gaffera in that one. Obviously not an ideal ending to the massive run and the slow progress he had made all weekend.
He had 2 incidents on that first lap alone, so that was not a race he wants to remember.
Now, with that said, here we do of course have the heat point tally as they've finished on track and what the top 10 would look like before penalties do get factored in for tomorrow's main event. Easy as we mentioned going into this one that Paulie would be on the pole. He'll be on the pole again tomorrow, and JT will once again join him on the front row. In fact, the top 3 spots unchanged. Enzo Vidmontien will still line up towards the front. He'll move up 1 row to row 2. Haynes to the inside of row 3, creeping forward. It's been 3 years to the day when he and Joe Turney went at it, with Dalton having the huge upset win for his first X30 Pro win. He put it on the pole here in 2021. That same year, Paulie won the inaugural shootout. And then on down the board, these 10 here, Antonino, Lloyd, Gassiatlee, and Brickley. If the penalties don't change the points up too much, that would be your provisional 10 automatically transferring their way to the Simcraft X30 shootout tonight. The rest will have to rely on promoters' picks or your support from home, because once again, during that session, more votes even came in. And Alex Stanfield has once again taken over the lead of the fan vote from Sarah Bradley. And so it is 174 to 170 between these two duking it out for that, and both of them are going to need to lean on it to be able to get into the show. But how about Buddy putting on a show there in that one? We'll send it down to you, Grace.
Thanks, Sander. We heard John Antonino. You finished P4 in that heat, but you were the fastest one out on track. You've been kind of flying under the radar this weekend so far. Can you tell me about it?
Yeah, I got unlucky in qualifying. I had an impeding penalty, which is completely my fault, but you know, it is what it is. I had good pace at all the heats, and you know, I had good hopes for this SuperHeat, so I came into it looking forward for it, and yeah, I just put my head down and went as fast as I could.
You're surrounded by some pretty talented X30 drivers. What's the plan going into the final? Are you going to let them race around you, or are you going to show up and fight back?
I'm going to fight as hard as I can. I know I'm quicker than all of them. I just need to keep a calm head and make sure I get out in front as soon as I can.
All right, well, good luck.
Thank you.
No shortness on confidence there for Buddy.
I was checking my notes because I'm like, how old is he? 15 years old, and he's racing against, I think the oldest is 26, 20. I mean, there's 20-year-olds in this field.
Well,
so
yeah. He's going up against guys making their living racing go-karts here, and he is doing a phenomenal job at staying up and close with them all. John Antonino into the top 5, fastest lap of the race by a couple hundredths over Paulie Massimino and the rest of the X30 pros. And speaking of youth, how about the youngest stars here? The Mini Swift set a high bar here, Brett, for these micros to live up to.
Yeah, both those classes, though, have been putting on great racing this weekend. As you can see, the Micro Swifts rolling off of pit lane. Pretty stacked field as well. We haven't mentioned we've had, I think, 160 cars total this weekend here at Trackhouse Motorplex. Of course, the largest field would be our KA 100 senior class. You can see our starting grid here on your screen. Sebastian Kim and Liam. Oh, yeah, Sebastian Kim, Liam
Compatiello there back on row 6. Yeah, we were a little late to it. Rows 1 through 5
it
already
changed on
through,
me as I was reading, but that's what happens.
Kip Knaus, Spencer Height there further back with some work to do. They had a couple scary moments in the second heat race to put them down the board. Franco Schiavo, though, great weekend in the works for this young man. Hunting for national win number 1 on the TW Racing Black and Orange CRG. Tristan Francisco, Jack Katowski getting ready to join all around him, along with the likes of Trey Sanders. And in total of the 19 on track here for the micro slips, they'll begin to make their way through turn number 9 right here, make the hard 180 and go back up the hill. We'll keep our eyes on the trouble zone that it has been through the weekend. Franco's got them nice and slow, nice and easy. And he was able to steal that win away in Heat 1, and that's what he was able to lean back on here to get the pole in the SuperHeat. But it is still mighty close for the micro slip division as they roll up the hill towards turn number 11.
They'll run crawling up the hill.
Yeah, this will happen a lot, especially if they get a waved off start. The kids will go really, really slow, and then they'll pick the pace back up again too fast and then get waved off again. So hopefully we'll get them on the first time by as they creep down the hill, down towards Porter. All right, flagman looking, hoping they can keep the speeds nice and easy, looking for the green, and Micro Swift is underway here from Trackhouse.
Oh, contact into turn 1 there. Just all trying to funnel down into that first corner as they continue to make contact. The rest of the pack able to come down this back straightaway clean as we have a battle for the lead. We'll see if they can get it sorted out. This is the section that's been trouble all weekend long. Looks like they get through there cleanly. I was looking at the back of the pack. Everyone goes through there cleanly. Turn 1 was the issue this time as they come around and make this first turn into the actual turn 1, I should say, on this new layout that we have here on the Saturday.
Yeah, so half a lap in, truly here. And now a full lap getting started as Tristan Francisco leads the field through turn number 4. Here is a look at Trey Sanders in the number 3, just a little ways back from the top 3. Jack Katowski, Franco Schiavo right there, first, second, and third. And a little gap back then to Sanders with help from Charlie Skurzapowski, having a solid run this weekend. Or actually, that'll be Alessio Tosti up into 5th, Skurzapowski down to 6th. Alessio has already made some moves multiple times today to claw forward. This wasn't the best start here to this SuperHeat for some, but it was good for him, up from 9th as Bo Wyatt goes to the inside of Grayson Waite to make up a spot, and now Jack Katowski wasting no more time behind anyone. He gets the lead in the number 92 at the end of lap number 2 and trying to follow suit. Franco couldn't quite get there into 3.
We'll see if Katowski is able to extend his lead at all here. As you can see, they're nose to tail. I think the first 9 or so drivers out here on the racetrack as they get into the high-speed section now of the Trackhouse Motorplex. This is where a lot of that drafting is going to come into play as they come down this back straightaway. You can see kind of a 4-car breakaway. We see one ducking out deep in the pack. The front 4, though, staying nose to tail as they head over to this crossover section here. Really technical, like we've been talking about all weekend. We see one driver duck out there. That's the 37 losing a position of Franco. He's going to go back to the 4th position as they kind of jockey for position. Lap 4 in the books here.
And so Franco Schiavo now back behind Alessio Tosti and the 21 of Tristan Francisco. Alessio's gotten the fast lap of the race, quickly moving the chains here. 6 spots and counting for the number 36, even looking a little bit early there. That's a tough place to try and get alongside someone middle of turn number 5. But as they roll down the backstretch, now he'll have a good opportunity. He broke the momentum a bit too early.
Yeah, and Katowski has set sail as 2nd, 3rd, and 4th continue to battle. I believe that's exactly what we saw earlier this afternoon with this class. You can see they still jockeying for position here. As Franco's going to lose another as they come back down the front straightaway. He's going to drop back to 5th position in that number 37.
Yeah, Franco Schiavo sliding in the wrong direction at the moment now. Charlie Skurzapowski passed him. Grayson Wade will be next. Trey Sanders also, great start, then going backwards a little bit as they roll through turn number 4. He's lost touch with the leaders. How about the run from the back, though? Kip Knaus is up a couple of spots from 13th. He's cracked the top 10. Up a couple as well. Spencer Height, Maddox Knives, up from 17th to 14th. Further away from this group here fighting. Skurzapowski wanting 3rd, not quite close enough to get it done. And look at the lead here. I mean, there really hasn't been that much movement, Brett, and yet still, Jack Katowski has opened up the throttle.
Yeah, I was interested to see how much that was going to happen once he was able to take that lead. As you can see, our second place driver, the 36 Atosti, able to also set his own little gap there between, and it also set the fastest lap that time by, able to set some space between him and that second pack as things begin to get drawn out here. Again, this is a 15-lap event for these Micro Swift drivers.
Yeah, it's a long one. A lot of time. And yet at the same point here, you don't want to put yourself in a hole too early, fighting for one spotter over another, because you'll end up with a huge gap in front, no karts in front to kind of play leapfrog or almost hopscotch, if you will, from one draft to another to another. And that's kind of what we've got already here with a gap from Tosti up to Katowski. It didn't take Alessio long. I mean, he did exactly what I'm sure the team and the coaches asked of him, and his dad as well. Say, hey, you're starting a little ways back. Make up as much as you can off the start. It's what we're going to aim for. He's done that. He's done his job. He's up 7 spots, 9th up to 2nd, and yet still he's got a hefty margin to run down Jack Katowski because nobody else was able to hang with him in the early going. This here, 3rd, 4th, and 5th already losing touch even with Alessio. Francisco in the Chrome machine, the 21 Ryan Perry Motorsport entry. Charlie Skurzapowski has gotten away from them. And in fact, he's struggling as we watch them go down into the bowl. Schiavo now able to get by on Francisco, but that lap something happened to Charlie. I don't know what it was, but he's dropped all the way down. Back behind it looks like Trey Sanders potentially. We'll see as they come across the loop. There he is, top of the screen in the white and black. Skurzapowski.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, that's a big drop through the field, -5. So I didn't see any offs.
Yeah, I didn't see any dust clouds either, but I wonder again, this section up here that caught Bo Wyatt out in that second heat. We saw him high side up on the outside curve in turn 4. We were punched in really neat and tidy here on these 3 where we thought the battling was. Something happened to the number 33 car down to the 8th spot. Still a lot of time to make up for it, though. We know he's got speed. His best lap is right up there, neck and neck with Jack, as Alessio heads down well ahead of this group, continuing to swap 3rd around. Francisco Schiavo over, under, back and forth through 9. And look at the driver that just joined him. How about Bo? Bo Wyatt in the 51, the blue and orange Bennick, now into the top 5.
Yeah, Bo Wyatt was making a lot of passes earlier on this afternoon in the first heat that we have, and we see him go into now the 4th position. So he's really got that kart working well through this rhythm section in the infield of the Trackhouse Motorplex. We'll see if he's able to get into that 3rd position past Tristan Francisco. He is definitely there as they come out of into the high-speed section and onto the back straightaway. There he goes. That kart working well. He was able to easily make that pass well before they made the back straightaway.
Well, did you see the dirt coming out from the back of the 51, how much offline time he had in the last lap to pick up all those spots? Lap and a half. 3 spots gained now for Bo Wyatt. The next 2 will be a little bit tougher, though. Probably going to be about 3 seconds up the road to Alessio, who is still inching ever closer to Jack Katowski for the race lead. He's gotten it down just shy of 9/10 of a second between the pair. And then here, 3rd, back to 6th, now really back to 8th. The Skurzapowski has rebounded, and Trey Sanders has found new life here in the midsection of this superheat. He's starting to close back up to the back bumper of Grayson Wade through all of the back and forth battling that's gone on.
Yeah, Bo Wyatt looks like he struggled a little bit through that rhythm section, so the drivers were able to draft right back up to him. You can see they're going to take a look down here into the sweeping corner. Wasn't able to do it there. I puckered a little bit. I wasn't sure if they were going to make contact or not, but they kept it clean. Good, clean racing out of these drivers.
A great 6-car pack. We'll go side by side with them and equally keep tabs on all the work going out in the paddock. Grace standing by over at the Prodigy Motorsports camp. We'll send it down to you while we keep tabs on the battle going on here at the back of the top 10.
Thanks, Xander. I'm here with Matthew and Adam. A little bit about how your weekend are. Any highlights, any lowlights that you want to mention?
Well, I mean, first race in X30. It's a big, tough race to do the first one. So I would say I'm doing pretty decent for first race. But yeah, I'm having to learn the kart, the new tire compound, as it's MG yellow instead of MG red. But yeah, I think it's going pretty good.
What about you, Adam?
I can't lie to you, I'm not doing too good. But we're making fun out of it. These guys over here at Prodigy are working their butts off to get us back on track and let us go fast. So I'm having fun. May not be going that fast, but I'm excited for tomorrow. I think we got a really good X30 kart for tomorrow, and yeah, ready.
What's your favorite part about Prodigy Motorsports?
Just all the, I mean, it's serious, but like we try to make it as fun as it can. So like, it's just great.
I think Matt's dad is the best here. He's our chef of the day and provides our protein. So yeah, I mean, I can't hate. Team's pretty good. I think we're making our way through the weekend, but yeah, I'm having fun. So
there you go. Stay fueled. Thank you.
Yep.
And now, coming to 3 laps to go. It'll be 12 complete here. We're actually already onto it with how far ahead Jack Katowski has gone. And while we were talking with them, Bo Wyatt has slipped away. He's been able to really put some distance with himself in this group. Charlie Skurzapowski's rebounded at least back up to 4, so that's a good recovery for him. And it's got 2 Paralins in the top 5, Brett.
Yeah, and then Grayson Watt was able to sneak his way in the top 5 in the number 5. You can see him on our screen right there, that bright green helmet, lime green. Hard to miss that helmet, but you can see he right behind the number 33 of Charlie there. So we'll see if Watt is able to make a pass down the backstretch here. This is where we've seen a lot of passing this weekend, but I don't think he's close enough. He's going to tuck in right behind as they go through that sweeping corner before they go down into the cut-through section, I guess you would call it, and then they go back down into this final corner and come out onto our, I call it a half straightaway, because we basically cut it in half for this course here this afternoon.
And now just 2 laps left on it. 2 laps left on the alternate course for the micro drivers, and they'll be done for Saturday. Jack Katowski's lead up to nearly 2 full seconds now. This group here, they were at one point in the day fighting for 3rd. Now here late in the going, they're fighting just to stay inside the top 8 as Trace Sanders. That was a slick move to get around the inside midway through turn 4 on Franco Schiavo.
Yeah, I'm surprised to see Schiavo go all the way back to 8th position. He was really strong that first half of the race. Not sure if it was a handling issue or if he just got shuffled out. As we see them come around here, they're going to get the white flag this time around. There you go, Jack Katowski in the number 92. Sizable 2.5-second lead. So he has our white flag. Unless something catastrophic were to happen, I think he just looked behind him and he knows now that he has a sizable 2.5-second lead.
The wave of momentum from last night for Jack Katowski winning the Micro Swift Shootout in the fashion he did. Going head-to-head with Charlie Skurzapowski, then be an inch perfect at the end. And Alessio Tosti was closing in earlier on in this superheat, but it has been none other than the 92 since then. The fights are on further. Skurzapowski duking it out with his teammate Grayson Waite here to the checkers, but Jack Katowski out of the final turn will dominate the superheat in micro. A near flag-to-flag performance. Alessio ecstatic about it, as he should be. 9th to 2nd. 3rd for Bo Wyatt with a good recovery drive to make up some points as well. And Skurzapowski hangs
and Waite tried on that last corner to get close enough, but he just couldn't. Oh, we have a driver in the barrier there. That is the number 20 of Sebastian Kim.
Oh, man, that is in a hard spot as well.
And you hate to see that on the final lap, final corner, and he's not going to be able to cross the line.
No, and I think you can see that the front end must have snapped one of the tie rods off that. No different than what happened to Davin Roberts. You're not going to be able to drive with one tire just wobbling left and right, anywhere but center. Here's a look, though, at the provisional results from the SuperHeat for the Micros. Jack Kotowski over Alessio Tosti, then Bull Wyatt, Skurzapowski, Waite, Francisco, Sanders, Compatiello, Spencer Height, Emmett Dalton, your top 10. So almost through the evening rotation, but we've got a heck of a lineup here to close things out. KA Junior ready to go, and the newly re-racked KA Senior groups for their pair of SuperHeats for another short break in the activities, and then the Fast 5 shootouts for the X30 Juniors and Mini Swifts. So KA Junior coming up next when we return from Trackhouse Motorplex.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
Welcome to the future of kart race preparation, Kart Sim Pro North America. Featuring laser-scanned North American kart circuits and precision-tuned kart physics developed using real telemetry, dyno and tyre data, Kart Sim Pro North America delivers the most advanced and realistic kart simulation experience available today. Whether you're training for race day, refining your lines, or shaving tenths off your personal best, Kart Sim Pro gives you pro-level insight without leaving your home. Trusted by world champions, coaches, and karting enthusiasts alike, this is where virtual practice translates into real-world performance. Experience the thrill, the challenge, and the edge. Kart Sim Pro North America, use code CHASER20 to get 20% off today.
Karts on track for KA Junior SuperHeat all together, and once again Travis Pettit on tap for a phenomenal day here. But Maxwell Macha certainly was ready to bring the fight to him and led a good amount of laps in that earlier heat race today on this alternate layout, Brett. As he starts ahead of him is Ashton Woon, Nico Kotowski, Golseth Fernandez, Kai Mars, Mason Brody's incredible charge in that heat, and then Lucas Dreibel and Cade Wolf. Holden Myers a little further back Lucas Bertagna, Lawrence Perriman, Bowen Green, Tristan Murphy, and Kellen Burgo for the two victims from the start first lap crash in Heat 2. Puts them back on row 8 alongside each other with Valentino Santillan and Riley Dobelier. And then towards the back of the field with work to do, Achilles Saperco, Sean Portnoy, Harrison Burklow, Bryson Scales, Arthur Barr, Miguel Angel Jimenez, Nolan Carney, Ty Morovich, and Isaac Payne ready to go. 27 deep. KA Junior SuperHeat set for 17 laps. Green flag in the air. We're underway down to 1. And already they'll fan out for the bottom, trying to fight to the inside. Maxwell Macha trying to hang on to third. He does so, and let's see if we can get them all through the hairpin.
They did it somehow, but I was looking
Just
at some of
barely.
them skip over the curbs back there. You mentioned Mason Brody on the starting grid. I mean, I'm excited to see him in this event because he had that charge through the field. Now he's made it a little bit easier on himself by starting in the 8th position. We'll see if he's able to tally up any more positions throughout this 17-lap event. As you can see, everyone's gone single file for now. I'm sure, well, there we see a pass.
Brody, that's him,
we were
right
just
on
talking
cue, the
about it.
809, Mason Brody making the move on Kai Mars. That was for P7. As the top three are getting ready to go, Maxwell Macha looked antsy there, didn't quite go yet on Katowski. They've got a pretty big gap off that opening lap, the way everything shook out. Brody was looking to maybe even get another as he went low there into turn number 9, but 2 full laps complete now. Pettit leads to Katowski, and Macha now with the move in turn 1 to go up to second, and behind him, Ashton Woon able to go by on Nathan Golseth, so the teammates trading that 4th position.
Yeah, nice 3-car breakaway here with these top 3. I'm thinking Macha and Katowski are going to want to stay in line. They don't want those guys behind them catching back up, because then it's anyone's race from there. They all want to get past Pettit, though. I mean, but he's been strong. I'm not, but prove me wrong here as they make a pass on him. Both of them go by him here in that turn.
Again, as I mentioned with Paulie, right? When you have a dominant day, you paint the target, the bullseye on your back really early. They're not going to be patient. They don't want to waste any time behind Travis Pettit, because if they wait too long, he'll get away. And you can see right there, Macha already covering into turn 1, into turn 2. Katowski doing a halfway version of the same to keep Travis behind him, and that's just going to give a little bit more room for the rest of the field to close on up and make it a big party up front. Ashton Woon already loving it. He picked up a couple tenths just off of that in the first sector. He'll almost be able to be within draft range down the backstretch here.
Yeah, I was about to say, don't look now, but Ashton Woon, there he is, that car on his by himself as they take that defensive line. That's only going to help him further catch up to these 3 battling for those top 3 positions. He's made up a ton of time, it looks like, through this infield section as they come back out onto the front straightaway.
And he's not alone. Benja Fernandez making moves to go forward. Mason Brody just made the pass on Golseth in the last turn as well. He's now up to 6th and counting. Great start for him, even better start for his teammate Tristan Murphy. Murphy just went purple last time by, 48.82 for Tristan.
Woon is pretty much there now. You can see they're still dicing it up as the 829 of Travis Pettit goes back into 2nd position. Woon is right there in 4th as they go down the back straightaway. We'll see if Pettit ducks out here. I don't think it's close enough. Oh, he tried a little bit there. But they are nose to tail once again, the top 4 under a blanket.
Yeah, they are close. Ashton Woon tightening up towards Katowski and Pettit. And now you could certainly group it as a 4-car lead train with more on the way.
Wow.
There's Pettit. Big move to the inside of Macha to get the lead back.
We've seen that all day today. That turn is known for those last-minute moves, and there's really nothing the driver that's getting past can do. There's no chance to defend because they duck out so late. There's nothing they can do. As you can see, Pettit is going to want to set sail now, or try to set sail in the gap, because you can see we've had a lot more drivers join this party here at the front.
It's only going to continue the more they do this, the more they defend. Boys, it's a 17 lapper. We got a lot of time to decide who comes out on top, but doing it right now is just going to bring more factors, more variables, and it is still going to continue. Macha giving the bumper to Pettit a little bit in the braking zones. Pettit still covering. Katowski to the inside for second on Maxwell. He'll get that spot away.
They've brought pretty much almost half the field back to them.
It doesn't take long. Again, you're giving up 3 or 4 tenths in a single turn when you're covering the inside like that. And there, Benja Fernandez. That was a very eager move trying to get fourth away from Woon. And he made the smart decision at the last second to pop the curb and jam on the brakes to avoid any contact. He'll stay in 5th because of it. Brody now on his heels down the backstretch looking to potentially pounce for P5.
But as you mentioned, we're only on lap 7 of 17. These guys are racing like we only have 2 laps to go. But when they're all packed up like this, I mean, it's hard, if I was a driver, it'd be hard for me to stay in line when you know that every position matters. Get them while you can, because you never know when they're going to get back to drawn out big spaces in between them. But look at the line of cars we have here.
Again, you just kind of get the race back in your own hands. If you're anywhere but second in line right now, anything that happens in front of you is going to affect your race, your potential outcome, right? If you're Benja Fernandez or an Ashton Woon, and in front of you, Maxwell Macha and Nico Katowski get into it, you don't even have a chance to try and bring the fight to Travis Pettit, because you're going to get bottled up behind the cars in front of you. So the only safe spot, realistically, in a pack this big is the leader, and you can already see it there, just in a little bit of Nathan Golseth slipping back and Brody and Murphy going forward, that they separated the top 5 from the next group of 3 with Brody and Murphy in line there. But Callan Berghofer continues to march up the board. He's now made up, or Berghofer has made up a ton of spots. The leaders are continuing to go at it here. Macha versus Woon for 3rd. Crossover, contact a little bit as they got tangled up coming out at 2. And that'll back them towards it. And again here, Benja Fernandez, nothing he can do but just watch and hope that they keep it together, that he can push them along on the straightaways.
Yeah, Murphy in 7th is up 7th position, so he could grab so many more positions if they keep dicing and slicing like they are up here, bringing these guys back together as one. You see there's a cart off up there.
Oh, new leader, late move, Nico Katowski.
I did not see that one coming, but we mentioned, I mean, he has a target on his back, so.
They're tight for 3rd as well. Ashton Woon tried to make a move on Maxwell Macha. He couldn't quite do it. But yeah, one off, top of the hill. Not sure who. We'll get an ID in a moment. Tristan Murphy now to the inside of Mason Brody. Takes that spot away.
Katowski out front and then sets the fastest lap.
I believe it's Riley Dobelier, top of the hill at turn 3, the young lady for MPG Motorsports. The only retirement thus far here in this K Junior SuperHeat as we've gotten to halfway. But yes, Nico Katowski, Trinity Karting Group, Biro Lart. They're split, team owner and track owner at the MCC Kartplex. Sean Bailiff's not here. He's watching along, supporting his drivers and his team from home while he's got his own team and their club race underway for their doubleheader Cinco de Mayo weekend as Mason Brody is out. Mason Brody spun at turn number 9, and all of that progress from Saturday gets shuffled and thrown out the window.
Not sure if he had help there or if he lost it on the curbing there. I wasn't able to see. I don't know if we'll have a replay or not.
Yeah, we were, again, thinking that all was good through that lead group, but something happened there between Mason Brody, where he was running with the likes of Tristan Murphy and Ashton Woon, and we knew he was fast. Tristan Murphy had just gone past him, so Nathan Golseth would have been the next up to get close. But that now will promote Callan Berghofer another one. Let's take a look here, top of the screen. And watch this in slow-mo. Oh, wow.
There's definitely some contact there.
That was with Nathan Golseth looking to go by on the inside of Brody. Look at this again here as he tries to make the pass behind Murphy. And I don't know if Mason didn't know he was there or the two of them were just fighting for the same piece of real estate. But that probably affected Nathan Golseth in a bad way also. I'd imagine that steering column's probably bent a little bit, if not one of the tie rods.
That was heavy, heavy contact.
And you'll see that when he comes by here, if that steering wheel isn't perfectly center for the 823, and it looks to be a little bit off. Look how much he's having to put wheel into it in the right-handers here. He goes up the hill. Yeah, that steering looks to be a little off to the left here. And again, the frame could get tweaked a bit, and it's just going to make it that much harder for Nathan to hang on to the end along with trying to clean those tires back off and get back rolling. That was a good pass, at least to make up for lost time on Kai Mars, and now going past on Kyle will be Lucas Dreibel in the SLA kart racing machine. But up the road past all of them, an incredible charge. Callan Berghofer's now up 11 spots and counting from 17th on the grid, well making up for all of the issues from earlier in the day, stemming from that same corner that sent him and Tristan Murphy down the board. Now they're back up to 5th and 6th, tracking for a nice points haul that'll put them probably solidly in the top 10 starting spots for tomorrow's main.
Yeah, you mentioned that corner has been trouble pretty much all day, and because you mentioned as well, it's just so narrow and it's a cut through. It's not used all the time. There's curbings on both sides. There's just a lot of variables that aren't.
And you have all the banking right here in that corner leading up. I mean, you brush the brakes at the end of the backstretch on the opening lap especially, but you're not hard on them. The whole field's all bumper to bumper from the start of the race. They're able to stay pretty much side by side with the banking in turn number 8 on this layout, and then all of a sudden it bottles down into the slowest corner on the circuit really fast.
As we take a look at our leaders, I don't think Travis Pettit is just going to lay over and wait and just come home in second. I think he's really going to try and set up a pass here. Now, I don't know how long he's going to wait. I think I've asked you before, do you wait until the last lap or do you do it sometime now?
It depends who you want to play with, basically. Right now, I think in Travis's mind, and what we've seen so far today, Maxwell Macha's been a bit more aggressive with him than Nico Katowski has. So if Macha's only 9/10 away, I'm going to wait a little longer in this case, especially if, and he'll know this by riding behind Nico, if he thinks he's got a massive pace advantage or if he thinks they're both evenly matched. If he thinks he's a lot faster and he's getting held up, he'll go. But if he's able to just run at the same speed, let the draft pull him up, push him at the end of the straightaways, then the best play for Travis Pettit is to ride behind Katowski, let him be the one to have to break deeper in the corners because he'll be able to back up the turns a little bit and try to build that margin back to Maxwell Macha. Mind you, though, this is essentially fighting for the pole tomorrow.
It's a tight battle.
That is very close, and it's a 2-point swing from first to second. So while Pettit right now in second would still end up with the pole, and the tiebreaker would go the way of Macha in the head-to-head versus Katowski. If Nico slips back any further, obviously then that wouldn't help things, but as they run, I don't think there'll be any other formation that could really mix up the top 3. Again, going off of qualifying as the tiebreaker, but all the results provisional. And again, Maxwell Macha could mix that up if he gets there. And if Maxwell could get the better of the two of them, or even just one of them, all of a sudden, they would be 3-way tied for the pole.
That's
tomorrow.
Crazy. All the race, we mentioned every position matters. All the racing we've seen, and there's a possibility that there could be a tie.
Yeah. It's a 1-point difference per position in the heats, 2-point difference per position in the superheat. So if Mach is able to get up to second, Pettit slides back from second to third, they'd all equalize out, and then it would just go back to qualifying to decide it. But this is going to be decided, at least this race on track. Nico Katowski tried to park the bus there. It bottled them both up, and what could have been a crossover for Pettit has now given second to Macha. And there is the scenario.
Final lap.
On the last lap now, Ashton Woon could play spoiler to them all. He's now in the mix here, 4 deep for the lead.
You said, I mean, that was a tight, very quickly that they're able to all come back together. But now it looks like Nico Katowski is gapping himself slightly with Travis Pettit and Maxwell Macha behind him. We'll see if they're going to be able to make a charge with this final infield section. Just a few more corners to go.
Macha needs to get close enough to force Nico to block like he did there. He did not get a good run out of 9. He's more so going to be worried about Pettit. So it'll be Nico Katowski scoring the win in the superheat for KA Junior over Maxwell Macha and Travis Pettit, which will take the points almost down to a complete tiebreaker. Pettit will have the pole, or would, actually no, it'd go the way of Macha as it finally updates across the line. There we go. So Maxwell Macha, that one move on the last lap just shuffles Pettit to second. And if the results hold, we'll put Maxwell on the pole for the main event tomorrow. We've seen how tough the outside lane can be in these races to get through the first few corners. You got that barrier staring at you when you go up the hill at turn number 2. You've got to quickly get down in line and hopefully find a hole before turn number 3 on the regular layout. Ultimately, though, they'll certainly all be the contenders tomorrow, and we know the lap times will tighten up when we go to the more familiar standard course layout that everyone knows a little bit more, the one that we've been used to running, the original layout since this track's inception back in 2012.
We had some big movers in that top 10 there. Tristan Murphy, 5th, up 9 positions. Kalen Berghofer up 11 positions in 6th. You can see our 11th through 20th. Mason Brody in 20th, that heartbreaking spin that he had in that tight section that we talked about. All those positions he made up earlier this afternoon, not the race that he wanted.
Yeah, straight out the window there. Tough run for Mason Brody, but KA Junior draws to a head with their superheat. And now all that remains are the KA seniors. Nico Katowski, the provisional winner across the line. There'll be more to break down from it all. And of course, coming up later tonight here, the racing won't stop. Well, yes, only 2 more race sessions remain on the day. The superheats for KA senior. We'll have a whole night show ahead as well. Down to you, Grace.
Thanks, Xander. Nico, talk about pace. Like, that race was so great for you. Tell me about it.
Yeah, it was a lot better than the last heat because we had some problems with the engine, but Franco and the whole team just helped so much, and they got it fixed, and it's a lot better now, so that's what it took to win.
And how would you say that this configuration has either helped you or hurt you in comparison to yesterday?
I think it's helped me because, I don't know, I just like it, and it's kind of fun, but it's different, and it's more fun to drive than the normal one.
Nice. Well, let's see what you can do tomorrow. Great job.
Thank you.
Superheat winner Nico Katowski, stoked about it as he should be. And, well, that does it for the junior KAs for the day. KA Senior getting set to roll down on the grid here for their first of 2 Superheat sessions. We'll take a quick break to step aside, and when we return, 2 more Superheats to go from Trackhouse Motorplex with the KA Senior Superstars.
Hi, I'm Jackson with Alpha Race Hub. Alpha is an all-in-one motorsports software solution that can solve all the software problems you need for your track, facility, or series. Alpha can cover all your software bases, from online registration, digital e-waivers, a proprietary timing and scoring software, incident management, automated points tabulation, tire and barcode scanning. We even have our own mobile timing app and rental cart activity management software. If you're looking to consolidate your motorsports software solutions, reach out to us at alphatiming.co.uk.
Welcome back here to Trackhouse Motorplex as the outlap is underway for the KA 100 seniors. And we get set to bring you through the lineup for the first of two superheats here. This is Group B, the even-numbered group. James Overbeck, second in the overall rankings after qualifying on the overall pole alongside Enzo Vidmontien. Joe Turney and Alexander Vanchev on row 2. Weston Workman on the inside of row 3 alongside Max Christea. Then it's Caleb Gaffera and Anthony Rivera back on row 4. Jeremy Fletcher, Blake Nash, Cash Perkins, and Shane Reddy. Back to row 7, Jacob Kolar, Grayson Knoll, Meyer Lewis, Alexander Phillips, Max Barron, Chris Harrower, Vladimir Bordavich, Camp Chambers, the top 20. And 21 with Wrigley Keys as the field works its way down the front stretch. Ready to go for the first of the two groups here in KA Senior. 17 laps. Overbeck on the left in the blue and yellow. An early green. A good start here for the inside. Huge jump for the inside lane. Oh, and around goes one of them. The 914. Was that Lewis? No, that was Grayson Knoll. Grayson Knoll out of the BJR camp, spun, facing the wrong direction in turns 1 and 2.
We'll see them go through. There we go,
no,
more
Blake
contact.
Nash collected. One more with him. Blake Nash, the quiet weekend. He was hoping to make it through. He has not survived the opening lap in KA Senior, and that has split him up. 6th on back. Fletcher able to get away from it. It was Nash collected along with one more, maybe two more on that
We're
incident.
lucky it wasn't bigger than that like we saw earlier on this afternoon.
Yeah, for that to happen that high up the field.
But meanwhile, our front 7 have been able to break away. And then we have Vanchev 8th on back. That's the second pack. But what a wild first lap there. 2 different incidents, 2 different corners.
So Blake Nash able to continue. Grayson Knoll obviously continuing as well, albeit a good ways back from the field. And in the lead group, here we go. Here's a look at it. Did them all stacked up. Nash into the back of Fletcher and then spun, and it's Christea and Shane Reddy. The biggest names collected. Anthony Rivera looks like he also got a piece of it and had to go around the outside, but it starts when Nash is spun right in front of all of them.
Nash looks like he was already sideways before they even got to the corner.
I think he locked up the brakes, trying to not run over the front of the field, underestimating how slow everybody went into turn number 9 on that first lap. And so Blake Nash all the way to the bottom. Shane Reddy got a piece of it. Jacob Kolar probably had deja vu from getting collected there already once this weekend. Earlier today, he was barely able to get by on the binders there in the Vice Racing Kart Republic. But Anthony Rivera down the leaderboard, and yeah, a tough break for sure for many on the hopeful edge of trying to get to the top couple of rows tomorrow. Here in the lead group, Vidmontien, Enzo with a big-time diver there on Weston Workman.
You saw him, we mentioned it earlier, big hole at the exit of that corner. He had to really get evasive to get back down into the racing groove.
Well, and that concrete is designed not to be advantageous, with some pretty deep cuts in the between the slabs. So when you go out on the runoff there, especially when you go way wide, that hasn't been driven over and kind of smoothed over by the chassis rails grinding down the cracks, it is a bumpy ride on its own, not to mention, like you said, the divot from the rental carts around the facility and the racers as well, going all the way to the edge of the runoff and then going too far. You can even see the divot there at the end of the last turn, and they are on the limit of it, coming off the concrete down to the rumble strip and down the run to turn number 1. But we're settled in now, it appears, out front. Overbeck with a healthy lead, back to Turney. Then Vidmontien, Gaffera, Fletcher, Workman. Top 6 all with some nice gaps here. Vanchev. Shane Reddy's actually already gotten back up on the horse and charging. He started to close the gap a little bit to Alexander Vanchev.
Here you see Joe Turney, the 19 in the second position. Looks like he may get a run by the 950 that's behind him. Yeah. But Overbeck's got a sizable lead already here.
That time by James Overbeck, 48.64 to Joe Turney, 48.86. Vidmontien only did a 48.98, but like you said, it looks like visually he's closing, and there he goes as we cross the line. Vanchev and Shane Reddy onto the back bumper of Weston Workman and Jeremy Fletcher now, but a new driver with the fastest time. Enzo Vidmontien in third, tracking towards Turney, 4/10 away in closing. as he takes the overall quick time of the session thus far. But Shane Reddy, Alexander Vanchev, this is the fight looming here for 7th, and equally both of them bearing down on the top 5 that they can almost reach out and grab there in the Pantano for Weston Workman and the X30 for SLA Kart Racing and Jeremy Fletcher.
You mentioned Vanchev. I mean, he's so young, 15 years old still. I believe he's had a rookie in this class. And he's learning a lot. As you can see, he made a pass right there.
That was a perfect crossover for Vanchev. He looked back at Shane Reddy. He was frustrated. Shane threw it to the inside, was four-wheel sliding across the concrete, and Alex threw his hand up at him going, what was that? Because they both were making steady progress towards Workman and Fletcher, but I think Shane got a bit overeager. And he's probably, you know, having the adrenaline pumping. He got airborne off the side of Blake Nash, trying to avoid that early incident. So that didn't help things of getting him into a calm and steady state to roll through the pack. He's now got Cash Perkins he's gonna have to deal with. Jacob Kolar as well. He's hit his personal best last time by. But the overall best has gone back the way of the race leader. James Overbeck has answered the call from Enzo Vidmontien, started to pull that gap back out a little bit over Turney and Enzo. And through that pass attempt by Reddy, Weston Workman has now settled back in and has started closing the margin towards Jeremy Fletcher here to try and fight for 5th as Turney now sets fast time. But a game of inches. I mean, he was only a couple hundredths better than the leader, only 200ths better than Enzo as it goes back and forth, just holding at about 3/4 of a second to Turney and a little over a second to Vidmontien. This could open up at any moment, though. Fletcher, Workman, Vanchev, Reddy, Perkins, and a huge shout out to Wrigley Keys.
About to say up 10 positions in 11th.
He's had a rough weekend. He has not been able to really get above the top half of the field in either class, X30 Pro or K Senior. And here he is knocking on the door. The top 10 is there's Anthony Rivera making a move back forward. One of the many drivers collected in the incident here on the first lap. Rivera now, that'll mark him back up to 12th.
Yes, as he dropped 5 positions, so now that will be a rebound of just now 4 positions from the start. But there's probably our best battle on the track, and then there's the little bit farther back in the pack. Vanchev there in the pink fire suit. All got Shane Reddy all over him.
Yeah, he is closed right back in. So he made that pass attempt earlier, kind of botched it in turn number 9. What have you learned now, Shane, to be able to bring the fight again to Vanchev? I'd be very surprised if he tried it in the same corner, but again, he was obviously off the back of a big run to be able to get there. Jacob Kolar equally closing in on the group behind him, or the driver behind him there in Cash Perkins. But a smooth run there through 9, almost close enough to go in 11. Let's see if he tries to go down here at turns 1 and 2. And nothing yet, because at the same point, while he's all over the back of Alexander Vanchev, there he is in 2. Deep move there, parks it on the apex. It wasn't the tidiest move in the world. They lost a lot of time, but it was a good one, and he'll put him up a spot, this time secured. Vanchev down the board to 8th. Now he's going to have to deal with the likes of Perkins and Jacob Kolar trying to rebound his weekend, turn it back to a positive again.
Yeah, you mentioned earlier, you just lose so much momentum making passes on that tight section on the infield. That's all about rhythm, and you saw that those 2 cars were able to gather it back up and kind of just get in a line with them.
Well, and the power band for these motors across the board is for the most part linear. Higher RPMs, more speed, more power keeps building, but you get below a certain rev range, and again, you're kind of teetering on that clutch engagement almost with how slow they go through turns 1 and 2 on this layout, that going a little bit slower by defending or making a pass, and you can really bog the engine down. And there you see Perkins all over Vanchev. Got into the back of him into 3, knocked him out of shape, brings him backwards towards Kolar again. But I think Caleb Gaffera is probably equally in peril as his teammate Perkins here back in 9th, because Gaffera is going to have to deal with Jeremy Fletcher here in a moment. Down the backstretch, there's your top 3, but coming up to us in 4th, just beyond them, Caleb G and Jeremy Fletcher looking. There you can see he looked there into turn number 9, didn't go. Weston Workman closing in on the Timmy Tech Pantano. Here's Fletcher to the inside. Caleb will let him have it there, but he's going to have company.
Look at that. Look at so easy for Weston Workman to catch right up there, and then the other drivers behind them. So this is turning into a little pack here as they go through this.
Oh, that's aggressive. Weston Workman, turn 3. One of the first moves we've seen heads up going into that corner, not already alongside.
We had an interview with him and Grace earlier, and he made a joke that he needs a better driver in that car. He'd be a little bit hard on himself, but that was a great move there to get up into, I believe that would put him in the top 5.
It was. That was the move for 5th. Now Shane Reddy trying to go to 6 on Gaffera. Up and on the curbing there. Shane's got so much speed, and he's dealing with a lot of experience now as he works his way closer to the front. He's had a lot of speed in 2026 in the events we've seen him already this year, but he has had, unfortunately, just as many highs as he's had lows. This is going to be a high if he can keep it rolling. That move puts him up to P6, and the march continues for Reddy. 7 spots up the board. Beyond him, that battle has now fully opened up between Perkins and Kolar and Vanchev. You saw them kind of side by side equally.
Yeah, Reddy up 7, but he has room, and I'm sure he wants more positions. He's got those 2 drivers right in front of him for 6th, and I believe that would be 5th as well.
So Reddy up to 6th. Up in front of him with that move on Gaffera will now be the rest of the top 5 as Perkins into the side of Kolar. Couldn't quite get there.
I was a little nervous there. They're going to make contact through that section. We've seen that all day.
That was for 9th. 4 to go here in the 17-lapper. Wrigley Keys and Anthony Rivera now catching up to the back of this pack. That's Wrigley in the blue and chrome Nash Motorsports entry. And Anthony Rivera, another one of the BJRLN cars with a lot of speed. He should have been a much higher finishing result than where he's ultimately going to rinse out to in this superheat. Had he not had to go to the grass and fully avoid all the carnage on lap 1, Rivera could have been right up there in the top 5 at a minimum. The front of this grouping here with Fletcher and Workman. He might still get there as they begin to duke it out, though. 3.5 to go, and we are white line, and Jeremy Fletcher parking it. He's 4 seconds back from the next car. Reddy almost into the side, actually a little bit into the side of Workman there.
Definitely some contact there as we get down to these final 2 laps to go as they cross the line this time.
And for Joe Turney up the road, he's going to have to deal with Enzo Vidmontien, but thankfully a long ways away from what this will be probably a madhouse to the finish, as Jeremy Fletcher is going to try to hang on to the 5-spot movement in the right direction from 9th on the grid to 4th and take this double points paying heat race, this super heat, into hopefully a top 10 or close to it starting spot for the main. But he's got Weston Workman, who looks to be a little bit stronger than him at this point in the race. Shane Reddy, who has had wicked speed. Workman looking outside, inside, trying to find a way past Fletcher here, but equally hold on to where he sits, and that's going to bring Gaffera back into it.
What a battle. I stand corrected. We're actually crossing now for 2 laps to go. You can see the flagmen there as they're still battling here.
Reddy got the inside of Workman, and so Shane will move up into the top 5, and now Weston's going to get trapped, but they'll be 2 by 2 behind him. Gaffera right there. Vanchev under fire, but he's got Kolar and Rivera duking it out. That'll give him a gap.
I mean, everyone is in the picture now. Looks like it's...
Alexander Vanchev. That was neat and tidy right there on the inside. Up front, Vidmontien going to lazily go on by. Turney might be slowing like he's got a problem. That was really slow coming out of the bowl. We'll have to keep an eye on that. There's still a lap and a half to go as the next group comes on by. Huge dust cloud here. And I think there may be something seriously amiss there with the MPG machine of Joe Turney. The last lap there, nearly 2 seconds off. As here, Fletcher defending still. Workman back around Reddy, but he hangs on.
What a battle this is. They're in the grass, they're in the dirt. They're side by side through this section, more contact.
Gaffera now around the outside. Kolar trying to get into the mix alongside Workman. Alexander Vanchev, perfectly timed move. And as we keep an eye on Turney, who is still seeming, I think he might have a broken reed. Something certainly wrong with the power plant for Joe Turney, but they had such a gap, he'll be okay. Huge gap as well for James Overbeck. He'll score the superheat victory over Vidmontien. Turney's motor going away here in the last 2 laps. Something seriously wrong as he hangs on to finish 3rd. And behind him, it'll be Fletcher to 4th, Vanchev to 5th, Reddy to 6th. And then it'll be Gaffera, Kolar, Workman slides down the leaderboard to 9th, and Rivera to 10th. And as Turney takes a look back,
I mean,
he's almost looking like he's looking at the brake area, like the brakes were dragging and got stuck on.
Whatever it was, luckily he had that lead, and it happened with 2 laps to go, because if there was 5 or more laps to go, that pack behind him would have ate him up. But you can see he's looking down, see what may be wrong with that vehicle. They should have plenty of time. I mean, this was the, let's see, they do have time to fix it.
Oh, yeah, they'll be good. Again, that go-kart will go back to the tent all the way till tomorrow's warm-up session at around 10:30 in the morning. So they'll have plenty of time to take a deep look at it. But James Overbeck scoring the SuperHeat B group win. Convincing fashion. Couldn't really be any more convincing.
Yeah,
Led every single lap.
More than 2 seconds over our second-place driver there. You could see Joe Turney in third. He was 5 seconds back, but again, had those issues with about a lap to go.
And then Fletcher, Vanchev, Reddy, Gaffera, Kolar, and company, and then
Blake
down
Nash
to the bottom.
in 16th. He had that issue there in the crossover section.
Yeah, the cut through at turn 1, going backwards. He was able to rebound and get a couple, but not many after getting back going. And then Max Christea was the other driver involved. He didn't get a single lap in, as he was right behind Nash when Nash got spun, was facing the field coming at him. So one MPG Kart Republic not getting a single lap. The other one struggles and makes it about 50 feet past the timing loop. But 2 different stories there. One still with a P3, the other a DNF. It'll be an interesting ride back here on the recovery vehicle. Probably the highest finishing driver going back on the recovery trailer all weekend, and that one may stick for a while. Joe Turney, third across the line in the B SuperHeat for KA Senior. Fletcher with a good run, Vanchev with a great run, and Shane Reddy, a lot of speed there in that one. Fast lap to boot, and across the line in 6th, Grace.
Yeah, Shane, you were fastest out on the track, and you were up 7 positions. Tell me about that race for you.
Yeah, after the second heat, we had some struggles getting into it with another driver. Coming into this heat, we knew we had pace. All we had to do was keep our composure, pick off one spot at a time. Got after it, and just kept putting on laps.
And how do you plan on taking that momentum and forwarding it into the final tomorrow?
We're going to put it into the final. We know we have a lot of speed going into the final, so that's a big takeaway. So I think if I go into the final just knowing I have the speed to win, I think I'll be good.
Nice work. Good job.
Thank you.
And we'll see where he stacks up in that main after these next 17 laps come to a close. The A group for the KA Senior SuperHeat on tap here. Small pushback bumper deployment, unfortunately, for Shane Reddy there on the left-hand side, but he's probably far from the only one that may have an adjustment after. There was a lot of hard racing going on in that race, not to mention, of course, the contact on the opening lap. Ultimately, it just leaves with one more of the afternoon rotation, though, Brett. One more race to go. Look at that full pushback deployed. And that was on, I believe, Anthony Rivera's machine. Jacob Kolar, right side deployed on the Vice Racing Kart Republic. So, again, it's 2 brackets there, either side. One side's a smaller penalty than if you get both knocked in. It's the most gut-wrenching feeling in the world when it happens early in the race, because you know you're trying to outrun either a 3 or 6 second or 3 or 6 position penalty, depending on the organization you're racing with. But we're now back on to our last afternoon session. Paulie Massimino and Jared Clark for a BJR front row. Colin Lloyd and Aiden Levy on row 2. Brandon Lemke and Victor DeAlencar on row 3. Matt Landers on the inside, who we spoke with there during one of the earlier SuperHeats, along with Connor Ferris. Forrest Adams and Christopher McKeithen back on row 5. Dalton Haynes, AJ Myers outside the top 10 looking for a rebound drive apiece, as this would put them in the early 20s in the overall blend for tomorrow's main. So they're going to need a lot. Adam Brickley the same. We know he's got speed. And then all the way to the back of the field. Long road ahead for Henry Wheeler. He's been duking it out in the slums, it feels like, this weekend. He's trying to get his way forward in this SuperHeat. He's got nowhere to go but up, all the way just outside the top 20 as Paulie Massimino and Jared Clark have the field nice and slow, nice and easy here to a crawl. And they're all going to stay single file to avoid the marbles in the last turn.
I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, Paulie has won every event he's been in today, so he could go on and win this one as well.
It'd be impressive. 4 for 4 on tap. 17 laps to decided. He's got his teammate and one of his many proteges starting alongside him. Massimino and Clark bring the field to power, and underway we go for the KA Senior Group A SuperHeat. A lot of jockeying for position as they fight down in the run to turn number 9.
Yeah, we're going to watch this crossover section here.
Oh, man, it'll get tight again. A couple up and over the curbing. One way off, down the hill, into the wall. And a huge impact there in the middle of the pack. It is Forrest Adams, I think, that just went down the berm. And we'll wait to confirm it as they roll through turn number 1. Massimino all the way out with the lead. The barrier's broken through.
You see the track officials trying to get over there, get that barrier back as soon as possible because it was almost jutting out into the next corner.
And indeed,
that
Forrest,
Kart looks like it.
I don't think he's going to be that damaged.
Okay.
The way that he kind of slid into the wall, again, it's no different than in any other kind of open wheel racing, is that it's the tire contact when the wheel is turned. He kind of hit that and full on tank slapped it, if you will.
And those barriers are pretty light. They're not filled with anything, so
No,
they're easy to move.
Not much, yeah. The barrier's there. If they were backed up with the tires, it'd be a little bit different, but I think he went into that pretty square. Didn't have any airborne, just or air time, but sadly that's going to put him way back behind the field. Now up here, this could get dicey here. That could give him some spots if they collide. AJ Myers on the outside trying to make up some spots. He'll pick up one on the outside of one of the OTKs he's around. That's the Fox & Son 933 of Rafe Shaw. And now he'll lock in the 928 machine behind Edgar Rodriguez. No, he won't lock in behind him. He'll go past him with a nice move up the inside into 5. Here's another look at that. What happened to Forrest? It's going to be right in the middle of the top 10 on the outside. Oh, he gets popped off
on
the
the
Allen
exit.
car. Yeah, he was around the outside of the Evolution Motorsport cart, the blue and yellow. So this is all the way up in about 7th. First cars side by side. And I guess Victor didn't want him still there.
I mean, most of the issues in that corner have been on the entry, so we weren't expecting really anything to happen on the exit there.
But yeah, once he got launched in the air with that tire-to-tire contact, he landed, he was already in the grass, and he was going to be no longer able to control where he was going.
The carts don't handle well in the grass, the dirt that they have here at Trackhouse Motorplex.
No, the steering wheel doesn't really work when the tires aren't touching the ground either.
Yeah, that's a good point as well. But look at the lead. Paulie Massimino is already extended on lap 4 here.
Down the inside, Henry Wheeler. Mentioned earlier he was starting from the rear. The Stealth machine is digging inside the top 10 for the 934 machine. Up a number of spots as the trio here we've been following for second now has Jared Clark slide to the back of it. He's gone down to 4th. Lloyd up to 2nd. And Brandon Lemke on that move moves his Speed Concepts racing machine up to 3rd with Matt Landers into the top 5, then Connor Ferris, then Victor De Alencar, and then here to Henry Wheeler, who got by his teammate in Dalton Haynes moments ago. 22nd on the grid, up 14 to P8 by the end of lap number 4.
Brandon Lemke in 3rd probably wants just a nice, clean race here. See that checkered flag without any issues after what he had happened to him last night in this division.
Well, he just made a clean pass there. That was on Colin Lloyd for 2nd. Brandon Lemke now up to P2 with that move down the hill into the bowl. And so the 901 now sets his sights on the driver to beat across both senior age divisions this weekend. X30 Pro and KA Senior Paulie Massimino has had the field essentially covered. And he is already starting to try and rocket away here. That gap starting at 1.5 seconds while they fight behind him. Wheeler versus Landers, Connor Ferris, Victor De Alencar. Henry will get another one there past De Alencar. That'll move him to 7th. Aiden Levy in the mix of it too. This has been a rough start from 4th on the grid for Aiden Levy.
Henry Wheeler up 14 to 8th.
Yeah, he's been up 20. He got all those spots all the way up to 8th from 22nd. By the end of lap 4, and now here on this lap he's got another one, so now he's up to 7th, having gotten by Victor De Alencar in that white suit. So De Alencar was up in 7th. He'll show up on the pylon now, updating into 8th, and Wheeler's still got ample time, ample laps to get more. The next one to go will be Matt Landers right in front of him, and that'll put him into 6th if he can get the job done on the Prodigy Motorsport Best Kart. And behind him, another driver that just went purple, AJ Myers. There he is on the Kart Republic. He's up to 10th, up 2. Not as crazy as Henry's been on the first few laps, but moving in the right direction.
Yeah, Henry's the only driver he's made up 15. The other driver on our screen's only made up 3, so he's made up the most out of anyone in this entire race.
Connor Ferris able to take the normal line. Matt Landers feeling the pressure as they begin to stack up behind him. Myers trying to get another one. That's on Levy.
I always get nervous. I always get nervous when they're making passes through there. We've seen so many issues in that corner today.
Again, a lot of that comes down to the bottleneck of the starts. The rest of the lap, it's no different, no worse than turn 1 or turn 2, as we see now Levy losing some more and Wheeler picking up some more. Henry Wheeler up to 6th, and 5th is still right there in front of him in the form of Connor Ferris. But beyond him, that pass for Levy to go backwards some more. It's Christopher McKeithen moving up the chain into the top 10. Dalton Haynes trying to go back forward as well. And Paulie Massimino still in a league of his own. It's Lemke and Lloyd there. There's Clark in 4th. Ferris, Dalen Carr, full rear brake lock up, and Myers now pulls alongside.
Yeah, Landers was up there in those marbles. He's going to need to get those tires cleaned off.
And he won't have any time to do that. Myers going to be right on him, right here. Turn 11. Another one for AJ. And here comes McKeithen in the black helmet. Levy trying to make up for spots he just lost. He'll get past Landers, and in a matter of a couple of laps, Matt Landers, as he loses another one. Edgar Rodriguez now by. Landers goes from at one point 5th on lap 4. Now on lap 9, he's going to drop to somewhere around 12th.
And we'll see it when they come back around on the backstretch. There are a ton of marbles in that corner, and he was way up high, well into those marbles. It's going to be this next corner down here.
And this is coming to halfway as well, as now Landers will have to go to the outside again.
Oh,
Dalton
no.
Haynes goes on by. Danny Perez now looking to pounce. Gassiet Lee, late move. Chase Gassiet Lee with a diver into turn 9 on the Bennick, the blue and orange. Moves him forward. It's been a rough week for him. There's a furl black flag for someone in that group. And Henry Wheeler, it wasn't for him. And he was able to make up another spot from last on the grid to the top 5. That's 5th now, as he's put the Team Ferris Racing 902, a Connor Ferris behind him. Into the pit lane, Rafe Shaw, early exit with a 933.
Matt Landers down to 13th. He obviously wants to put together, get back into rhythm, maybe get back into the top 10 before this race is over. We have about 7 laps to go. You see more battles in the, contact!
Oh, Landers off contact there with Gassiet Lee way up the hill. And he'll continue to slide in the wrong direction.
Yeah, he might be back in the,
He'll be back in the
top
mid-teens.
15.
Yeah. Myers, all the while able to get another one. He's gone by Dalen Carr, so 5 up for AJ Myers, 17 up for Henry Wheeler. It has been a calm and probably boring kind of race for Brandon Lemke and Colin Lloyd. A frustrating race. There's nothing tougher than being out by yourself. Obviously, you're thankful you're not a part of this mess, but it can feel like a long and deflating session if you're just watching the driver in front of you just almost effortlessly pull away, and that's what's been happening. This group here is still 5th on back. Myers now up to 6th, and the charge continues for AJ now. He'll get to the hard charger that has leapfrogged him earlier, but he might have a bit of an edge on speed over Henry Wheeler if we're looking at the lap times. And there he goes, making that move down in turn 1 right now. Just made that pass back for P5, AJ Myers on Henry Wheeler. And so move Wheeler still up a ton, but only.
I was gonna say, Wheeler still had a heck of a race. He's hoping he can hold station there. Still up, I think that'd be up 16 positions now.
Yeah, it'll still be a big gain for him. But look at the lead.
Look at that lead.
Long gone, wicked consistent. Hit his best lap of the race last time by. And now as we're getting ready to put lap number 12 in the books, Paulie Massimino. And the run continues through turn 11.
If you're Brandon Lemke, though, what if he comes in and says, I want major changes, do you try and calm him down? You don't want to make too many changes based off of just this one single driver.
Well, the most frustrating part here is if you go and you ask him, Paulie will tell you he's probably got just about the bone stock setup on that machine right now. You might want to make a minor change, but also you're not going to this layout again. It's going to be a totally different ball game tomorrow. You still do want to try something. The morning practice session is that last chance to give it a go and make a change, whether it's on the go-kart, on the power plant setup with the gearing or the carburation. But it's going to be a new set of tires, a full field and back on the standard course layout that will certainly keep them a little bit closer together than the twists and turns here of the switchback clockwise layout. So with all that in mind, I think you just kind of take your points and really just brainstorm regardless of how you think this session went, and more so aim to take a look back at your notes from Friday and from Thursday and go, all right, well, we were a little bit off there. What have we not tried yet that we could make a swing at in the morning? So you can only really do one change at a time and actually know if it makes the impact or not.
That's a look at the 990 of Aiden Levy. He's got Victor Day Alencar behind him.
No, it's Christopher McKeithen.
Oh, I'm sorry, Christopher
That's in the
McKeithen.
black suit with the BJR livery. McKeithen just fell behind Levy. Levy was able to get past him a moment ago to get up to 8th. And then beyond them, Day Alencar's fallen all the way outside the top 10. He's in that blue and yellow with the white suit. He's now down to the 11th spot as he's gotten lost a spot to Edgar Rodriguez. Chase Gassiett Lee in the blue and orange. Bennick looking to go on Day Alencar, and man, that was a send. Chase Gassiett Lee, a slow start to this super heat, but he is leaving it all on the table right now with a move like that to pick up another one, and it certainly looks like he's probably knocked in both sides of the pushback.
I was looking closer. It looks like he definitely has had some contact.
He's had some battle scars on that thing. Danny Perez now looking to go on to Alencar. Let's see if he tries it on the backstretch. He's close.
I wonder if Alencar is just losing the handling or if he's trying to get into a rhythm here, because he's dropped outside, as you mentioned, the top 10, which threw me off because I thought he was well inside the top 10.
Well, it happens in a hurry. Again, backwards momentum, right? We talk about the marbles offline. You lose your rhythm a little bit. The cart's maybe not going perfect. It doesn't help when you get rooted out of the way like that. That was a full-on bump and run. Maybe a shove and run there from Perez into the back of Day Alencar. It allowed Dalton Haynes to get back around him. So Haynes now up to 13th. There's Adam Brickley. He's equally had a rough go of things in KA Senior. He's now looking to go on Day Alencar. This is way back. We've worked our way all the way down to the bottom half of the pylon now. The 2021 still running. Back to Forrest Adams, who hasn't given up. Paulie Massimino's already headed to the last turn. This is the top 10 here. Myers pulling away from Henry Wheeler. Connor Ferris in the blue and black. And then it's Levy, McKeithen, Rodriguez. 1 to go. Massimino to Lemke to Colin Lloyd and Jared Clark.
Massimino's going to be undefeated today in all the events that he's run.
And he's got a $1,000 bonus up for grabs if he can sweep the shootouts from CMCPE too. So he could be staring at a $6K payday, but it'll be another new layout, another one we have yet to run ever at this event that he'll have to try and master tonight.
There he is. It's almost like he's doing his own test session out there. There is no one around him.
Picture perfect through turn 9 for the final time here in KA Senior today. Paulie Massimino will score a comfortable win in the KA Senior Group A Superheat. And that'll punch his ticket to the pole, or it would have, with the way the points are going to shake out. He and James Overbeck matching each other stride for stride. It's going to be wicked close in the KA Senior Heat points final tally. And again, all results provisional as we see them, but Massimino to Lemke to Lloyd, Clark, AJ Myers. And so he had to basically answer the call once James won his heat race in dominant fashion. And now here with the full results on screen, Massimino by a little over 3 seconds. All of it just, again, a slow bleed lap by lap. Lemke and Lloyd didn't really battle, didn't really do much. They even spread apart themselves.
See at the bottom of our graphic there, Day Alencar dropped back to 15th out of 23 drivers.
And so now we take a look here with the final tallies all coming in as the carts head to pit lane. That'll do it for the afternoon rotation. Phenomenal stuff for Paulie Massimino. The BJR crew with a lot of speed. They sweep both of the super heats, and he'll go to the pole for both of his main events tomorrow off of the back of that performance. It'll be his teammate James Overbeck this time on the outside of him. Vid Montien and Colin Lloyd on row number 2, couple Florida boys there. Then Turney alongside Jared Clark. Lemke, like you said, hoping for a good race, got a clean one. Up to second, puts him on the 4th row alongside Vanchev, Aiden Levy, and then Jeremy Fletcher has methodically cut his way up the standings. He will join Levy on row number 5.
Look at some of those kids, Enzo and Alex, sprinkled in there with some of those veterans.
Yeah, good stuff. Great mix here in the KA Senior Field as they'll shape up on the more familiar standard course layout. But it concludes the on-track action for a little bit, about a 45-minute window. And by the way, the window for the fan vote has also come to a head here for the X30 Pro division. And it is Alex Stanfield that has won the fan vote by just one final vote.
Every vote matters.
Yeah. It's as close as you can slice it right there, folks. Alex Stanfield just barely inching his way up the board over Sarah Bradley. It was 223 to 222 in the final tally. And they were racing all the way to the end, all the way to 6 p.m. To get the votes on in. So Alex Stanfield will be your KC Fan Vote Award winner to transfer to the X30 Shootout presented by Simcraft. That'll roll off the grid around 8 p.m. tonight. AJ Myers, solid ending to the day here. Probably a breath of fresh air after the afternoon he's had, Grace.
Thanks, Sander. AJ, what a comeback you had during that race in comparison to the last heat. And you were racing pretty hard. Tell me about it.
Yeah, I mean, the first heat race, that was a complete rookie error, and I missed my brake point and took myself and Brandon out there. So hand up on that one, that was me, and dug myself a little bit of a hole here. Big thanks to the MPG crew to fix it up and put the package together. I think we were fast out there and we got a good first lap, but the speed was there and got 5th in the end. That's all we had. Good.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Now we're back down to Henry Wheeler. Henry, you had some pace that you had been missing since the beginning of this weekend. Can you tell me about it?
Yeah, so I mean we've had good power. We've been figuring some stuff out on the go-kart, and I think now we finally got it a little bit better. I think that race I was rolling, went a little too high on tire pressure because I started last. But I'm really, really happy with it for tomorrow. Still going to have to start pretty far back, but I think the pace is finally there now.
And what's the plan for tomorrow since you'll be on a different track layout?
I think this go-kart's honestly going to be better for the other layout, and just kind of go back to our setup from what we ran then and see how it goes.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
So the afternoon activity all wrapped up here. We've got night racing set to go. The Mini Swifts and the X30 Juniors for the Friday night shootout undercard starting to make their way to the kart sport and Trackhouse lobbies, as well as getting those karts ready to go to the grid for their bays because they'll be up at the top of the hour with the first with the qualifying session for the Minis on the alternate course layout. But overall, Brett, another great day of racing here on the alternate layout. Thoughts from you of the difference from Friday to Saturday?
I'm just excited for this shootout. I mean, we literally saw figuratively and literally sparks fly last night in the KA100 shootout. I'm expecting probably the same tonight. I thought, with my first event last night, they'd take it easy because we have 3 days of racing. Absolutely not.
No, it is going to be all out. And again, it's an extra $1,000 on the line tonight. Well, extra $500 after Cade Downs added to the pot last night. $4,500 already hauled in by Massimino. Vanchev's already got some money on his tally on the weekend. Turney does as well. Both of them joining Paulie on merit, transferring in as part of the top 10 that have raced their way into the night show. We'll get the full lineup of that, the full lineup of the Minis and the X30 Juniors when this break concludes. For now, takes another break in the action here. The IAME Grand National Championship continues here on Kart Chaser.
Hey guys, another Kart Chaser driver fitness episode with me, Chris G. Today, I'm going to show you how to protect those ribs in the seat. We're doing core. Exercise number 1 is the bench leg raise. Controlled all the way down, full range of motion. Make sure you pick up that tailbone off the pad. Coming down, controlling. Great for the lower abdomen area and obliques. Floor slider mountain climbers, exercise number 2. Exercise number 3, the plate-loaded decline bench sit-up. I'll see you guys on the next episode of Chris G Coaching, race-ready training that carries into real life. That's what we do.
Champions aren't just born on the kart track. At SimShop, we deliver professional-grade simulators with the best performance-to-price ratio in the industry. Founded by racers who understand what you need, our SimMagic and Moza equipment is powerful enough for the pros, yet affordable for everyone. With unmatched customer support and a thriving community, we're your racing partner. Visit simshop.com today.
Gee, looks like we're missing the engine. What the hell am I supposed to tap?
What do you mean? It's my Greyhound. It's all I need.
Where's the rest of it?
It doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
You gotta make way. Okay, you're good.
Sitting by here with Kyle, our race winner. Tell me how you did it. You were blazing fast out there, and I mean, you don't even have a go-kart, man. Tell me about it.
Yeah, you know, Norberg, Schmorberg, the Greyhound-powered Greyhound was great today. You know, it makes the difference. And the team's been working really hard back at the shop, and, you know, just shout out Greyhound.
Thank you, Kyle.
How the f did you just win?
Doesn't matter. It's a Greyhound.
Macron Motorsports builds champions every day. Drivers who won on the world stage. The Tillotson T4 Series is pure spec racing. Same engine, same chassis. When you win, it's because you were the best that day. Your edge is not the kart. It's the setup, the strategy, and the race team. With our Arrive and Drive program, you simply bring your gear, we provide the equipment and the championship-winning support to every event. Stop wrenching, start racing. Your path to the T4 Nations Cup in Spain starts with us. For more information, contact us at macronmotorsports.net.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspect with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.